Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all doing this points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onic Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Malvinas have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shout out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my god! Going to come away. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trikol dengan ternyata di masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for Lau. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in so he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claimed the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Call TZ if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call TZ, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Call TZ in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow, that's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets the kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he has again!
Naomi!
Above the sky.
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burnic Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gon' live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving no.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
သူမှမဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးဟာတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေအကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတနေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands on fire, giving up. They say that I finished what they want.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
If you cannot
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the Abyssal Wings.
And then, he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up.
I've nothing left. They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation, where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team, and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, We'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. Revamp December 20th.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, We can make it up the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory. Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I'm finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. Nah, nah.
We are nearing the conclusion as we enter day 7 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship here in Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. 6 teams left to determine who will enter the grand finals. Which team will realize their dreams of becoming the world champions? Friendly but deadly. Justin takes down his opponents by dictating the flow of the game wherever he rotates. Always securing the first blood, Falcon Esports never fails to follow through with Justin command and gain early advantage. The kingdom should be ready for Mr. Congeniality. Friendly but deadly. Justin takes down his opponents by dictating the flow of game wherever he rotates. Always securing the first blood, Falcon Esports never fails to follow through with Justin's commands to gain the early advantage. The kingdom should be ready for Mr. Congeniality.
And we are ready for the first match of the day. The Soaring Falcons up against the Kings of Kings. In the lower brackets, no room for mistakes. Welcome to the analyst panel here. I am Mirko, joined here by the wonderful Assassin Dave and the man, the myth, the legend, the best analyst in the world.
Wow.
Ulf.
According to Mirko, by the way.
According to Mirko. But boys, we're here to talk about a very, very high stakes matchup, right? I mean, Dave, what do you got to say?
RQ versus the Falcon, man. Both teams had a very, very exciting journey up to this point, but this is do or die. One last chance to the grand final. This is semifinal for the loser bracket. And not only that, we have the whole jam-packed event day today. So definitely buckle your seatbelts, get your popcorn, get your soda. I'm ready for it.
Well, any info on the teams, Wolf?
Yeah, you know, I think even when you say that RQ is like inclined to kind of take this, Falcon is still a scary team, and a lot of players and viewers out there are rooting for Falcon Esports themselves.
Well, we're going to take a look at the day recap for yesterday right now.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Bootscrap, unfortunately, crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's reached the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as Onic Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Bootscrap unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. Onic clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes during matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness, and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great.
It seems every single day we are granted the wish of the MLBB gods getting the best games of the series or the best series of the day every single tournament, every single day. It's crazy, man.
It's crazy because we always like say that this will be the best M4 series. We said that 3 days ago. I said it last night. I mean, the games are just getting more intense by the day.
Well, you know, the upper bracket matches have all been intense, but now I think there's a little bit. You know, we can up the ante a little bit here because it's a lower bracket match. It's a knockout stage game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenger versus the homegrown defender, right? Like, who is going to come off on top. Because the challengers have proven themselves over and over again against all odds. The predictions, be damned. You know, every single time there's crowd predictions, talent predictions, and the teams have proven us wrong. Can they do this again? Do it again today?
I like how you said that right on cue for the talent prediction. So we'll see if they're going to be damned or not, right? Here you can see the talent prediction heavily favoring the home crowd team, RRQ.
This is expected, right? We know that RRQ Hoshi is a team that has a lot of experience. They have been here ever since, what, M1? And even one player from RRQ Hoshi has been part of it. And even when you look at their matches, you would doubt that they can defeat some teams like Blacklist International, for example, who have defeated them so many times before. But the way that they played in the upper bracket versus Blacklist International, they're very scary.
Hey.
Oh, hey, am I seeing this correctly?
You are seeing it correctly. You know,
yes.
Hey, at this point, everyone's saying,
yes.
Mirko, your prediction is cursed. So we'll see if it's actually cursed, right? Will it be good for Indonesia or not that I actually went for Falcon?
Absolutely.
We're rolling the dice.
This is going to reverse psychology right here, right? I'm going to roll for the Falcon to actually cheer for the home ground team.
Yeah.
That's actually really good there. But hey, do not count out Falcon, right? They have shown Naomi is an absolute monster. So I'm looking forward to the Franco gameplay.
Dude, we saw the Franco game a lot of times here, but before that, we are going to take a look at a little bit of something here. The chart of team players. Starting with, you were talking about a different player, but we're talking about R7 first.
Oh, man, the man of the hour, at least for RRQ Hoshi, he played so well in their series versus Blacklist International. And for the longest time, R7 is dubbed as one of the cornerstones of RRQ Hoshi. At least from an analytic perspective, the way that he handles the map as well as he outplays his opponents in the laning stage is amazing to look at. Hero pull of 6 so far, not that impressive, but maybe because of the fact that they have not been playing as much matches as compared to other players.
Well, on the other side, Dave, we do have Yellow Flash from Falcon.
Yeah, I gotta say, Yellow Flash just actually trumps the R7 a little bit on the team fight participation, right? To show you that Falcon's a team that like to play the numbers game, right? Like to play the number advantage, but when they out-rotate their opponents. And also Yellow Flash play a nasty Lapu. He's gonna be brought out today, because also, you know, Falcon like to prioritize a Lapu pick, right? Are we gonna see that being banned away, or are we gonna see a first pick? I mean, that's all going to be on the table today.
For sure. You know, both of the teams have been super dynamic here coming into this knockout stage. Even when they were losing, it seems like they always had a foot on the ground as to what to say in the game.
Yeah, you know, I was able to talk to one of the coaches of Falcon. They say that it is now their meta. They are also dictating it. They're very comfortable, and they're out here to win it.
Casters, take it away.
Will the Kingdom fend off the Falcons here? Welcome to the triple header for M4 day number 7. It's me, Naisu, joined here on the desk with Trex and Arashi. Boys, how we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we're coming down to the ending here, very close to the ending of the story, and now the stakes are high.
Well,
Arashi, how you doing, man?
It's an intense time. It's a very intense time for the Indonesians, so I'm no exception. I am very feel.
You're very feel. Well, to get this day started, we do want to mention to all our viewers out there, the M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And also, the M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Don't forget the hashtags, of course, as well. The hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. And now, I mean, if you're not level 75 by now, you guys are slacking here. But
I'm not level 75 yet.
We're almost there.
We've been busy, bro.
We're almost there. But, okay. This matchup is very crucial, obviously, for both these teams. They talked about it on the analyst stand here specifically. And it's about tempo, right? I mean, if you're talking about previous matchup, let's talk about RRQ Hoshi first. The matchup they had against Blacklist International, I believe, you know, still a nail-biter game, but it came down to that last game. There was even a moment Albert looked like he was going to turn the tides, secure that Lord, but unfortunately by the time it was too late. The tempo is there for RRQ Hoshi. I think the biggest thing is, can they start it here? Because if we know something about Falcon, man, they love to play aggressive. They love to start strong, especially in the jungle.
I would say the difference here, though, is Blacklist never seems to lose their momentum, and I have a feeling that if RQ can have a game one like what they had against Blacklist, where Albert is just on fire with the Fanny or something of that nature, it could definitely put a dent into Falcon here.
Well, we're going to take a look at the starting lineups for both teams here, and like you said, I feel like that jungle matchup's going to be crucial, but let's take a look at RRQ. It's Clay, R7, Skylar, Albert, and Vin.
I mean, this roster is just infamous at this point. And as you mentioned, Isu, they had such a good time when they actually get that tempo rolling. They are a very aggressive team, but on the other side, as we mentioned, equally aggressive is Falcon.
Most definitely, we have Justin, Yellow Flash, Zipex, Ken, and Naomi now. Naomi versus Vin. It's going to be huge. Vin was so crucial to getting some of those picks when they did win the games, when he had that Kaja. It was definitely very intense, but Naomi as well is going to be pivotal in this matchup.
I mean, they're leading here with Zipex, leading the Falcons to the stage. And I got to say, you know, that matchup of the Roam is going to be crucial here, as well as in the jungle, depending on how things unfold here for that first series of the day. Falcon Esports making their way to the stage. Let's make some noise for them. For Falcon Esports.
This is a team, as you mentioned, very aggressive, and we've seen the pattern. Whenever they are able to get a lead in the early game, they can hang on to it, and it's very difficult to mount a comeback against them because they're just so good at denying any opportunity. Falcon, coming into the stage right now, is definitely here to make a big statement.
Yeah, I feel like they had a little bit of a rough stage in the knockout bracket, but then once they went to the lower bracket, it's like they picked up the pieces and they've been knocking out teams left and right, but now they are going up against the monsters themselves, the King of Kings, RQ.
Well, as we see them line up here, I got to say, you know, it looks like R7 and the boys are ready to rumble because it's crucial, right? Like we said, this matchup coming from the last one, I'm wondering exactly what that's done for them. You know, what lessons have they learned? It's only been, what, maybe a day, I think? You can hear it, the crowd ready for RQ to make the stage, but still going to come down to a crucial matchup.
The crucial matchup in the roamer position as well as the mid position. There's been a lot of talk even earlier about Justin, right, being the main playmaker, making insane plays. Can Clay match that kind of crazy playmaking ability? We'll have to see it coming in from RRQ Hoshi.
Well, as they make the stage, let's give it up for RRQ Hoshi.
What a team at that, and with so much on the line here, I think RQ really wants to make a statement. They had a kind of, I mean, they did good in M3, but I feel like they're doing so much better in M4, and right now, they're carrying the weight of Indonesia. The crowd loves them, and I got a feeling they're going to give us a great show tonight.
Of course, we've got the referees and the coaches out here, too, for the integrity of the game, as we also see the players get to their respective places. The respect here, very important. And as you mentioned, Trex, I mean, the last matchup with Blacklist International, you've seen that refinement of RQ Hoshi, right, come to play here. And again, that's why I'm wondering, what did that matchup teach them? Because Falcon Esports, on the other hand, you know, they've had their own struggles. I mean, even if you look back at previous tournaments of considered the dark horse, well, they're not here for M4. They're not the dark horse for M4, right? But if they happen to take down RQ Hoshi here, that's going to be a huge statement.
It's a big statement for sure. I mean, they want to show that they are even better than the Kings of Kings. And if you look at a team head-to-head right here, some of the stats at least does show that Falcon does have a bit of an edge.
I mean, a little bit, but there are some things RQ are winning out in as well. Those average kills. And the way some of these games have been going is, even if you lose a turtle, we saw it yesterday all day. Yeah, you may lose the turtle in the early stage, but if you can pick up a kill or two, set someone that's very important on the enemy team behind, like the mage, the jungle, the gold laner, then you can kind of capitalize towards that mid-game phase.
The crazy thing here is, again, going back to the headline, the tempo, you see it in different forms for both teams, right? I mean, you know that it's going to be a scrappy matchup. You know objective control, Falcon will be looking for that. And again, a lot of that is on the hands of what does the roam hero pick for, I mean, Naomi. I mean, I don't think we're going to see the Franco go in his hands, especially, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have seen those highlights, you know, previously. But still, even as we look at the most picked and banned heroes here for RQ Hoshi, look at it, right? Most picks, Eve, Yuzhong, Hilda, Beatrix, Ling, we see a lot of this. And going even back to specifically Albert, he has had amazing performances even with a Ling, but unfortunately things didn't fall into place for them in that last matchup.
You look at the heroes right here, it really shows that RRQ, they want to go all in, and they don't really want to play the game that slow and play a front to back. They want to always dive in, and maybe the only long-range distance hero will be Clay on that Eve. So with the Eve just suffering defeats yesterday, we'll have to see if they have made adjustments. Because against Falcon, it's going to be, as you mentioned, Isu, just a huge scrap fest to see who can actually grab that dominance early on. And I think the key difference here is the fact that RRQ, they were once known as the comeback kings, so they have no issue playing from behind, but usually, especially against a team like Falcon, that is a dangerous strategy.
Now, taking a look at Falcon, though, also a few similarities. Both teams wanting that Ling, but here's the thing with Falcon: they can also get a little bit gritty here with the Martiz jungle, throwing the Harith into the gold lane. Both teams banning out a lot of similar things. I feel like, you know, the Kaja, the Glue, these are kind of usual bans here. Something that I think will be contested for. If the Kaja's open, it's either going to be Vin picking it up, and I think he did such a great performance on it the other night. I think that's something we need to keep our eyes on here.
Yeah, Kaja seems to be crucial now, right? I mean, we've seen so many plays just off Kaja hero alone, and at one point, you know, there was a lot of that priority on Carry. Now, Carry's still a great marksman, but I feel like even more so now, it's that Kaja pick. And even the playmaking potential alone is the reason why teams go for it. And as we take a look at the keys to victory here for RRQ, recalibrate the mindset against Falcon's aggression, because there's a contrast there from their previous matchup with Blacklist International, more towards that control type. Also beware and contain Naomi's playmaking. That's what we talked about earlier, especially on that Franco. Don't think he's going to get it. Albert must win jungler showdown and retribution battles. Very important here. And hunt the Falcon's nest when they're least expected.
I think that's a big statement there. It makes sense, right? If they can catch Falcon off guard, and you know, they can get a huge advantage, and we saw that Falcon struggles to play from behind. If RRQ can get a bit of a lead, which they are known to do, right? This is the team that has done all these crazy plays, these insane messy team fights. And speaking of Falcon here, their keys to victory is to help Yellow Flash to control R7 if possible. Soar above the sky and constrict Skylar. Never stop that tempo, as Nicey was mentioning. Turn down for what? And just since Valentina, undefeated right now, 4-4, so don't change that.
Definitely going to be an important pick for Falcon if RQ decides to let that open. Now, I really love what you mentioned, Naisu. They're going to have to switch their tempo in this game compared to how they played against Blacklist, because they are two very, very different teams. Now, honestly, Falcon has seemed very versatile, and I think how they're going to test RQ here is how versatile can Albert get? How versatile can some of these picks become? Because I got a feeling in this best of 5, RQ is going to have to dig very, very deep here.
I think RRQ would rather play that aggressive game, you know, and just go head-to-head basically with Falcon's aggression. If you remember, I'm not exactly sure on the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it's Falcon that still has that first blood rate, highest in M4 so far. It's like 93, 94%, somewhere around there. So you know that Falcon's going to be looking for that first pick off, get the momentum going, and honestly, RRQ Hoshi, they like to play that game. You know, it's better if they can get that, especially in the hands of Albert.
It does seem like RRQ likes gambling a lot more, though. You see that Falcon, it's more of a calculated approach. They always go for these very strong early game heroes, and they capitalize on it. That's why they're able to get such an advantage. For RRQ, sometimes they'll draft a late game composition, but they have no issue just scrapping it out, duking it out in skirmishes by a level 2 or level 3. So that is something that Falcon needs to keep in mind, right? When you least expect it, that can be where RRQ can just jump on the gun.
So what you guys are saying is we're going to have a big battle just at the Litho Wander. Like, I'm talking like
probably
first blood from both teams, just huge skirmish right in the very beginning. Both teams just button heads the whole way. That's what I like.
I mean, not only that, but the key to victory was there, and I'm assuming that's what that meant by invading the nest, is like you're going to see a lot of invading of the jungle, right? Looking for that control, looking for that priority. And if these two junglers decide to opt for assassins, are they even going to get their purple buffs, right? I guess that's a big thing here. But we are going to load up into the draft for the first match of today's triple header, RRQ Hoshi and Falcon Esports. Again, that first game is crucial for momentum.
This is such an important situation here because, as you mentioned, are they going to go for an assassin? Because that can be countered by a specific roam pick. But if they go for a roam pick like a Hilda, for example, that counters an assassin, on the flip side, they'll have a very lackluster engage. So everything needs to come in together here. It cannot be just the signature heroes from each player, because if there's no synergy in the team composition, it's going to be a very tough situation at this level of Mobile Legends.
It's also really interesting how the bans have kind of evolved throughout this knockout stage. You know, in the group stages, the Fermis wasn't extremely contested. It kind of depended on who you were going against, but now we're seeing it a lot more here, especially because some teams have kind of mastered it. The carry, very, very typical, so it seems like Falcon does not want to give that over. I mean, she's just been shredding through teams, so very understandable. And now with the Wan banned out as well, it kind of, we're already seeing some limits on the gold lane here.
I'm surprised too, you know, I mean, especially after yesterday where we just saw at one point all those assassins being banned out here. But I feel like both these two junglers are very versatile enough in their own way that if they don't want to start on the assassin junglers, we have seen pretty much everybody in the M4 tournament do pretty well on those tanky jungler picks, right? You've got the Barretts, you've got the Martis, who isn't banned out just yet. So you can go that route, build around a multifaceted play style, because if you notice the trend here, teams that are, you know, let's say have the all-star junglers, right? If they're shut down, things kind of fall apart, right? So at this point in the stage of the knockouts, you need everybody in their lanes, in their roles to play the part, right? And you start that, of course, here in the draft. The Kaja being taken out as well. This is another hero that has constantly popped up, like we just mentioned. Big playstyle potential, big playmaker potential. And last ban for Falcon, is it going to be a roamer? Is it going to be another marksman here? And or even possibly the mid lane, because Eve is... Okay, never mind. Eve is taken out. I was going to say, Eve was open.
Fanny's open though as well. Same thing with the blue. A lot of things are open right now for the side of RQ, but Falcon set themselves up for a possible, you know, swap. Like,
Exactly. Having the flexibility is insane, but this is going to be Joy. Still able to be flexed around, but we've seen it in the hands of R7. It just wreaks havoc in the backline, basically denies any kind of follow-up when your main engager engages. So against Falcon, this will be a strong pick, but the glue comes in almost instantly. So this is something they definitely want to abuse in this game.
At this point, you can pretty much leave Fanny open, because any team that does chance for it, that goes for that Fanny pick, you know that you're going to have to protect the Fanny's resources the whole time, right? That purple buff. And that's why you see no one take it just yet. Like you guys mentioned, Joy has been doing wonders, especially in the XP lane with that Vengeance, causing havoc like you mentioned, Arashi. And on the flip side, Falcon able to pick up the Glue and the Fredrin. Two great options, right? We've seen how utility Fredrin can be and tanky, but also Bonchan with a quote here, it's already difficult this time against RRQ. It's already a different strategy because of the addition of Coach Arcadia. They drastically improve their macro, and I think it helps a lot. What do you expect from a Filipino coach?
All right, so at the end, he's still showing some Filipino pride, even though he's complimenting RRQ. Fair play. But now with the two more picks for RRQ, we'll have to see. Is it going to be the mid lane? Is it going to be the roamer? It will be Lunox and the Grok. And right now, this is the confusing part, right? These heroes can very much still be flexed around, and that is the very confusing factor. That is why flex picks are really good against teams that are a bit more one-dimensional. We'll have to see though, because Falcon has shown themselves that they can just come out with some really unexpected picks.
Yeah, I mean, literally all three of those heroes can go to a few different places. So RQ not showing their hands one bit. Now on the side of Falcon, they picked up that Fredrin, and he had a really rough start in the group stage. He had like a 69% pick rate, but a 39% win rate. But now that we're getting to the top tier of these teams, we are starting to see how important it is. But hold on, there's the Valentina, and what?
4 for 4.
4 for 4. 4 for 4. 4 for 4. So will this be the thing that carries them game one?
I mean, it might just be. It's a very solid hero. And I think a big part of a lot of these early game teams, they really require some wave control, because if they can't really push and get priority to start roaming around, their team really starts to slow down. So looking at the lineup right now, it does seem like Falcon has a bit of an edge in that department. We'll have to see though, because again, it all depends on where exactly do these heroes go to.
The biggest thing for me when I'm looking at Falcon already is you have so much CC, right? You've got the CC from the Fredrin, the knock up, the taunt, plus the Terrify, and again, depending what we see Valentina take for an ultimate here. Probably right now, wild charge, but still, the fact that you have a lot of that layered CC, it's going to work in your favor, but you need to be able to follow up on that, right? So you can see how many marksman bans are coming out, but we had some surprises yesterday in terms of marksman picks. We saw, what, Melissa come out, Moskov, you know, what else is in store here? And does Falcon want to opt for a traditional marksman? Because with them banning 3 out so far, and there's the Claude as well in return from RRQ, there's not a lot of options left, at least from what we've seen so far in the knockout stage.
Well, right now, RRQ banned away the Claude, so logically speaking, that means they already have their gold laner, or they're planning on going for something different than a Claude. So a bit of a mind game here, because the Lunox can still go in that role, and the Harith has been banned out as well. A bit of a different priority for both these teams, but it does seem like Falcon, they're just setting up for a very strong front line. They ban out a long distance, long DPS heroes like that Beatrix. They can just burst through. So maybe they just want something more kitey, you know, something that can maintain distance a bit more.
You know, with the way Falcon was banning, even in second phase, they ban out the Beatrix. I'm thinking, oh, they're probably going to pick up a Harith for the gold lane or something very out of the ordinary. But RQ calls the bluff right there, and they're like, yeah, I think we know what you're going for here. So they ban out the Harith, they ban out the Claude, and now Zipex kind of, you know, he's really got to think about this. Is that Clint?
He was hovering over the Moskov.
Well, kind of a bit of a sneak peek here. It's a bit unfair.
He just goes for it. He's like, I'm going to full send it. I'm going with it. Now, it doesn't have the best win rate here, but this, again, could just be that comfort pick for Zipex. Goes and rather goes for the Clint there than something spicy that we've seen so far. Like that Moskov, it was selected, but this is probably the better choice, right? Again, you have a lot of CC, you need to be able to follow up, and now that's the thing, Arashi, is Clint the best option here? Does he have enough burst? How long does it take for this Clint hero to get to that point? Is it a 2-item, 3-item, 4-item marksman? How's it working?
I think Clint just has a very strong advantage in the early game, right? That trading potential is massive, and the wave clear as well with the passive. So I think Clint has a lot of potential. In the mid game though, I feel like he falters quite a bit before being yet another huge presence in the late game. And speaking of late game, Melissa has been selected by RRQ, and along with that is the Martis. So again, the mind game is really paying off right here. You didn't really know what exactly was the final pick going to be, but now you see the lineup is coming through. A lot of crowd control immunity and a lot of outplay potential, right? The movement and the denial that RRQ is very fond of, but that signature Franco pick, man, coming in for Falcon.
We've been waiting for that Franco pick. Quick notice, though, onto the gold lanes. You mentioned how Clint is supposed to be kind of strong in the early game, but now with this Melissa, you have such range, such poke in that laning phase. It's going to probably give Clint a little bit of a hard time. Now, Clint, not a whole lot of mobility in those team fights in the mid game, but he can, if he can get a good positioning. If the rest of his team can pocket around him, he can output a lot of damage, plus some nice true damage from the passive. So there is some possibilities. He builds with the Endless Battle, but it's going to come down to really big, how well can Naomi peel for him? How well can they stack that CC and protect him throughout that mid phase?
Well, I'm just wondering, you know, with that last pick from Falcon, if we're going to take a trip to Hook City again, because the highlights, man, that guy had, it just seemed unreal. And I know RRQ is probably prepared for that. And I like the Melissa pick as well, because we actually saw this yesterday, the interaction that Ultimate provides, that micro decision, and a lot of times turns the tides for those team fights, especially when we're talking about lately we've seen so many under turret plays, whether they're looking for the sandwich angle or they're just trying to collapse down on a tier 1 turret even. And that's crucial, you know, if you have that in your repertoire basically to work with it. And the Melissa is that great pick, but still, I was talking about CCs from Falcon. RRQ Hoshi has great CC as well, but we are loading up into the land of Dawn here for the first series of the day. RRQ Hoshi versus Falcon.
Off the bat, Zipex with a very aggressive emblem choice here. The killing spree being used to ensure that I guess he can go a bit more aggressive and chase for those very, very valuable kills in the early game. R7 with the mystery shop, with the vengeance, as we mentioned, very dangerous, but Clay gets hooked in. The sustain will be enough, but Falcon already showing dominance in this early game.
Yeah, already a big hook, already a lot of aggression from the side of Falcon, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. This is exactly what we thought they would bring.
Well, off to a decent start. I mean, it's a pretty stalemate right now. Oh,
big pick on Albert. He will be able to get away with ease, though, but it does look like they want to keep on bringing some aggression. Justin going to come up, trying to get the Terrify onto Vin. Ken moving in as well, bringing Vin down to about half health. He's going to try to get away with this. Gets a nice defense.
Wow.
Wait, will he get the dash? Ken trying to catch him, just can't, though.
Also, it's a very close situation, and this is why you can't really just go aggressive against Falcon, because they will punish you. And look at these hooks, man. Barely misses onto Clay, but of course that is so dangerous, and that is something that is going to be at the back of their minds right now.
there it is, right? I was just talking about that in the draft. Falcon is ranked first in first blood rate with 93.33%. 14 out of 15 games. No one's claimed it just yet, but both teams going to work on the first turtle.
Most definitely Ken trying to get a nice position here, but in comes Albert. The appraisal's wrapped up, lands down, and Ken's able to take the turtle. Nice pick, but the battle does still pursue. Albert goes down, Vin may just be next, caught in the middle of 4. That is another kill for Ken, putting them at 1-0-1. First blood plus another to the side of Falcon.
So they maintain that statistic, and let's take a look how that worked out for the Mirashi.
They're getting 3 more items here. Of course, Zipex has some more life steal here, but R7 trying to go in against Ken. Unfortunately, he's getting too low. The vengeance is popped, but it won't be enough.
That is huge, but Albert wants to keep on pushing it. Ken gonna switch positions, but he's taken out by Clay. This could be bad for Albert, though. No, they find Naomi. Albert goes down to Justin, but now Justin trying to escape. Can't quite make it. The Brilliance comes out. They're on the chase. Wild Charge comes in. Yellow Flash goes down, and so does Justin. Yellow Flash actually still up. Ends up finding Clay there. Overall, a 2-for-1 trade. RQ fighting back.
On paper, RRQ has a lot more late game heroes, but this is what we've been talking about, right? Falcon trying to aggress, but RRQ is not backing down at all. They keep matching these plays, and they keep getting a bit of an exchange. It can work out, but like I said, it's a bit dangerous, especially if they start losing the tempo and letting Falcon get control of the game. Right now for both teams, the presence and the aggression has just ensured that invades are not happening, but if it's just a stalemate, I think Naomi with the hooks has a bit more advantage, but the card control immunity does come in solid here.
The other thing that, I mean, just in the last couple minutes here, again, this is going back to that tempo, right? Pace set by Falcon, but RRQ doing a good job at pretty much matching it, but at the same time, look at Justin, right? He has those 3 kills already. He's running the mystery shop here. He's going to be able to scale up really well on this Valentina early on, and how will that play a part? You're going to have to see it as Falcon Esports adjust into especially the mid-game. But right now, this minor advantage that Falcon has is going to play out, especially in the objectives. Now, because Albert is playing that Martiz, you're able to kind of bob and weave out of these situations the best you can. And if they get whittled down here from Falcon Esports, the decimate is huge, but the fight breaks out.
Yeah, we got to keep eyes on Naomi here, waiting for that hook to come in. Yellow Flash into the backside. R7 trying to do the same thing here. Turtle does reset, so Ken going to try to push forward. Naomi just holding down in this bush. A nice hook does land onto Vin there. In comes the suppression, but Vin able to get out. Responds with the wild charge, and down goes Naomi. Ken will be next. It's a 2-for-0 trade, a double kill going to the side of Clay.
After a solid turtle pit dance, RRQ somehow find a big engage, and despite having the less dynamic, the less fast engage with that rock pick, Vin was able to find an amazing wild charge, and I think that was just what set the deal for RRQ. Falcon needs to make sure that they maintain distance, because otherwise RRQ have a lot more potential to burst them down and also go for those big engages. And quick mention on the items right here, R7 has the genius one. He's going for early DPS, trying to make sure that he can keep the game rolling long enough for Skylar to try and scale into that late game.
Not only that, but you know, having that R7, having the Genius Wand already is going to scale really well, or complement really well. Clay especially, as he's already quite bursty and has that magic penetration, but paired with that item, you know, Falcon's going to be careful how they approach it, but Vin...
Yeah, Vin's going to try to come in, use the conceal play. Justin, though, here to help. Nice suppression onto Clay, will get wild charged up. Justin using one of his own. Now Zipex going to try to catch some distance. Getting that passive off, but Albert moving on to Justin here. Decimation locks in, and down goes Justin. Skylar and the rest of them are going to try to take this final tower. I mean, it's just one tap away as Zipex and Naomi are pushed back to base.
It's just such a tough situation to be in, man. RRQ, they do it yet again. Even though Justin was able to secure a counter engage using the stolen wild charge, it's just not enough. There's not enough combo coming in, and Falcon really seems to be the one on the back foot here. They're losing to RRQ in terms of speed, and as nice to mention, and this kind of matchup, speed will kill you. Tempo is of utmost importance.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think much is going to happen here. R7's just too fast.
R7 is way, way too fast for sure. And this is why the Joytech is just so annoying, right? Again and again, he's just been able to dash towards the back line of Falcon, and they can pretty much, they can't really do anything to try and stop him. And in this early game, this is why it's so dangerous, because you don't have enough crowd control, you don't have enough burst damage, and this is why that Vengeance spell as well is just so annoying on a mobile hero like this Joy.
Yeah, this is, we've seen Joy pop up so many times now, and I feel like that success rate is really apparent in the XP lane.
Vin will bite the bullet there. Yellow Flash trying to move on to Clay there. Will use Brilliance to get out. Falcon now taking cover over the turtle pivot. Albert trying to make it in. Will take the turtle. A beautiful retribution. Hook does land on to Skylar. Skylar trying to get away here. R7 now getting on to Zipex. Zipex goes down. Clay in a very bad situation. The taunt comes in. He finds him, but the battle still pursues under the purple buff. R7 trying to get them down. Albert will fall. A nice pick. Overall, a 3-for-1 trade, but RQ does take the turtle.
Oh, it seems like Yellow Flash still wants to go for a bit more though, but R7, look at him just denying Justin any kind of presence, but he might just a bit of more than he can chew. But no, he is able to escape with the mobility, and despite getting the turtle, RRQ got punished heavily in that fight.
That's the best thing they can do, right? If they're able to get those objectives here for RRQ, at least you have that going for you into the mid-late game transition. So, but what we're seeing again is the pretty much the pendulum of tempo between both these teams. First, it was Falcon, RRQ got it back, and now it's Falcon once again.
Oh, but a nice hook does come in. Wild charge coming down from Vin. Brilliance comes out. Naomi taking a little bit of damage. Yellow Flash does secure a tower, though, on the top side. Albert now coming to help out the team. RQ will disengage. Falcon taking a little bit of revenue, though, in the mid and the top lane.
So they hold on to it. It's one hit away there on the bottom side, tier 1. Still looking for a map advantage here. Naomi!
Ooh, R7 should be able to get away from this, but it is a lot of damage from Zipex. He's going to need to be careful because Falcon is hovering down this bot lane.
Every time Falcon gets an engage, RRQ, it seems like their go-to response is to fight fire with fire and aggress back. And this is making it very difficult for Naomi to get a lot of value with these iron hooks. Because even if someone gets hooked, they don't back away. They all go in at the same time. And with Clay, for example, having the immunity with the Brilliance order is just going to allow him to just buy so much more time. And Falcon is definitely struggling to deal with this, but they still are sitting at a 2K gold lead, and that is significant, especially with how they play.
Well, this is big, right? Zipex finally getting that BOD. A first lord of the game is going to be up here. Justin holding on to that wild charge. Everybody, not sure if they want to commit to this just yet. It is going to be Ken and Albert dancing around it. But you see everybody managing the waves the best they can before they get in position for the fight here. Ken and Albert still at a stalemate. And also Naomi waiting patiently there. I think he did spot out R7. But still looking for the best advantage point for both teams. Yellow Flash getting vision as well. Who goes for it first?
Yeah, Falcon loves to start these lords first, try to push them in. But wait a second, Naomi locks on. Vin takes a lot of damage, and the stolen wild charge. Vin goes down. Albert now trying to lock in the back line. Naomi goes down. Albert on the run, though, as Ken and Justin try to chase. Yellow Flash on the bot side, trying to lock on to Clay here. Clay does get stunned, will get stunned again, but Yellow Flash is just here to delay. Albert finds the backside, though, and locks down Justin. Zipex taking a lot of damage. R7 finds him. This could be bad. Ken now moving on to R7. It's a bloodbath, boys. Clay goes down. Overall, 3-for-2 still, but a fight still pursues. RQ on the backside. Ken back onto the Lord.
Falcon with a very intelligent approach right here. Every time Naomi is able to get an engage, Vin counters with the wild charge. So right there, they used everything to ensure that Vin gets taken out before he's able to do anything. And in retaliation, in the beginning of the fight at least, RRQ was only able to secure the kill onto Naomi, but I think Falcon needs to be careful when the fight drags on like that, because Zipex, if he is getting jumped on by R7 with no protection, that is game over for him.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing, man. You know, we saw that there. R7 just unleashing on the backside, especially in those extended fights. And once again, we find ourselves in the Lord dance. Both teams still looking for positioning. pretty much more or less the same thing. Is it going to be Naomi that lands the hook here first? As everybody gets situated, Zipex trying to get that orange buff. Lord's going to go ahead and reset. No one pushing the go just yet.
Yeah, nobody pulling that trigger just yet. Skylar is going to kind of dance around. We got to keep our eyes on Naomi. He seems to be the initiator. The major problem here is, as Arashi said, Zipex hasn't come online in this mid-game. The Clint just doesn't seem as fearsome, and without him, they just can't output the damage.
But you can see, tanky items are being built by the side of Falcon, so the damage, the burst potential from RRQ is slowly but surely dissipating. And as you mentioned, ZipX is only going to get stronger and stronger. So I think for the most part, it's going to be in the hands of R7. You see that once he pops his ultimate, the electrifying beats, that's where Falcon just gets a bit more bold and they make a play onto him.
Nice play too. R7 going to finally go down. You're fast, but not fast enough. Ken now, here comes the concealed play. Watch for Naomi. They're going to claim over this Lord Pit. RQ force to back off. ZipX holding the back line, getting some nice shots off. A lot of damage on the Vin. ZipX finds it. Skylar using the go away along with the Brilliant, doing a lot of damage, but he's taken out by Justin. Clay will fall next. It's a 4-for-0 trade, and the Lord will go to Falcon.
RRQ, man, they just don't know when to back down. They lost the initial engage, they got their members picked off, they still went for the 4v5, for the 3v5, and eventually they pay for a 4-for-0, and Falcon, they jump on the opportunity, they secure the neutral objective, and they're getting turrets left and right. What a disastrous moment for RRQ.
Big disaster there, and at the same time, ZipX just picked up the Malefic Roar, so now this damage for that Clint's going to be even more online at this point. And it's crucial, right? RRQ is going to have to defend against this one. Yes, they were down a member earlier on. They still decided to fight it. Look at the gold lead already for Falcon as they press the issue into the base here.
Yeah, but with Skylar, they should be able to melt down this Lord. It is just Lord 1, Yellow Flash with the split, keeping them at bay. One minion still stands. ZipX getting a couple passive shots, trying to make them onto this base. Can't quite connect just yet. Falcon now moving up to the top side here. R7 going to come into the backside. Vin uses a conceal play, trying to find someone, or maybe just trying to create some space, but Falcon doesn't want to give it up. A nice hook does come down. Vin tries to survive, but ZipX takes him out. R7 forced to retreat. Justin falls though. Clay able to capitalize. This could be bad. Skylar moving in. Yellow Flash goes down next. Albert finds it, but Naomi then finds him. This is what we call pushing the tempo.
Another hook, but R7's still going to press it on.
He wants to keep pushing. ZipX can't get away from it. R7! Man, this joy is online. Ken and Naomi forced to retreat. Clay with his back, but R7 keeps on pushing under 2 towers. But the hook comes in. Falcons trying to climb something, but just can't.
They just keep fighting and fighting, and eventually they will come out on top. This is the RRQ playstyle, and it's so nerve-wracking because you have no idea what's going to happen. What is for sure though is that the marksman right here is just playing such a key role in these big team fights, man. Whenever Skylar is able to free hit, you see that Falcon just start getting shredded. But if you can see, if ZipX is the one left alone, he is the one dealing that damage. So it just seems like for both teams, the pickoff, the burst is what matters, right? If Falcon can get a pickoff first, RRQ start to falter. But if RRQ can get to the back line, that is where Falcon are forced to retreat with all their members unless they want to lose ZipX or Justin.
I just think it's so perfect that basically this matchup comes down to tempo, and you have the joy here with the beats, right? For us all. So, you know, that's how we saw it unfold. But, I mean, you make good points here, Arashi, and at the same time, you have to take note, RRQ with that play, that defense and initiation, they whittled down that gold lead. What, 5K at one point here for Falcon? So now they put themselves in a position again where they can be very confident in this next Lord coming up in about 10 seconds. And really, if they can find a pickoff early on, that's going to be the best case for them. R7 already picking up a Divine Glaive here. Vin with the Immortality. Those are crucial for this next Lord fight.
It's just how they play, man. They go for a solid late game picks, but they just keep going at you and trade kills, and they're going for a fight again.
Ooh, that is a big resource wasted. Vin trying to get the wild charge down. Suppression does lock onto R7, but he may be able to escape this. Has the shield. He's not trying to escape. He wants to find a kill, and he finds it, but he pays the price. Yellow Flash is going to lock on. He's sitting on top of Albert right now. Ken goes down to the backside. Skylar finds a beautiful angle, and now they're going to disengage a 2-for-1 trade to the side of RRQ.
honestly, man, the DPS coming from RRQ is just so lethal right now. Melissa and a Lunox in the late game is the worst of both worlds for the members of Falcon, but Naomi still finds that hook, man. It's insane.
Definitely insane, but the hooks just don't seem to be enough right now. Play will take the Lord. Yellow Flash will get knocked up. Vin gonna go down to the Immortality. Won't survive that one. Yellow Flash, though, is on top of Albert here. He's gonna try to back off, but Skylar found him. Locked on. Yellow Flash forced to flash away. This is looking a little grim for Falcon.
So as you're seeing these fights break out here, Skylar is just able to unleash, right? A lot of the times it's R7 doing what Joy does best. It's a distraction. You distract the enemy team here, you whittle them down, Clay is that burst, and Skylar's just kind of in the back, you know, unleashing here. Now, Falcon Esports, if they want to turn the tide here, first, they need the successful defense against this Lord in the mid lane, do their best there, and then from at that point, they've got to get past the R7 issue, and it's honestly going to come down to that lockdown. That's what we've been seeing with the Bloody Hunt combination or the hooks here, but now here's the Lord in the mid side.
Yeah, I like the fact that they tried to get it down as much as possible before it connects onto the inhibitor. RQ going to play it very disciplined here. They know their advantage isn't so great just yet, and that, I think, is where Falcon messed up in their last push. They stayed a little bit too long.
And look at the waves here being manipulated by RRQ. They're making sure that it all comes at the same time. You can see that Falcon is being split up quite a bit, but RRQ, they won't be able to get a pick off unless they want to go under the turret. That is a bit too bold from them. They will show discipline and back away. And I think that's what's very important, Naisu. Like you said, rationing your crowd control to ensure that the right targets don't get to have a role in the big fight is so critical for Falcon.
Well, you can chalk that up as a successful defense now that both teams have had. But look at Falcon. They're going to go ahead and look for a pick. They know that Albert's there, but they still have to be very cautious on how they approach it. Ooh. That's going to be an Iron Hook missing. Albert knows where they are. The purple buff fight's going to ensue. Oh. But it looks like it was taken by Ken.
But then he gets knocked up. Will go down. Skylar starting out put a lot of damage, melting down Yellow Flash as well. Justin trying to escape here. The rest of the team on the wall. Maybe want to try to re-engage this. Naomi uses the conceal play, another material down. RQ possibly going for the re-engage. Here comes the conceal play. R7 Hook pushing the front side. Wall does come down. This will secure the first inhibitor for RRQ.
It's such a tough situation. The tankiest members from the side of Falcon, Glue as well as at Fredrin, they have a very good mix of defensive, physical and magical defense. But at this point, with the Divine Glaives coming in, with a full slot, a full item Melissa, it's just not enough. The longer the fight goes, the more the DPS of RRQ is going to show out to just make that difference. So Falcon needs to find the right targets at this point. If they want to trade members, it might just benefit them because at the end of the day, if the DPS members from both teams are taken out, the members with the tankier, the more sustainable heroes like the Fredrin, like the Glue, can absolutely take control of that later stage of the fight.
Yeah, and this is the biggest thing, right? You see how much, you pointed out the Divine Glaives, Arashi, how much magic damage and burst is there from RRQ. That's why Falcon's forced to take, you know what, they had 3 Athena shields across the board, couple Radiant armors here, but still they're finding it hard to even contest in a lot of these fights just because they can't get to the back line. And that's the struggle that Justin has to solve, or even Naomi.
Yeah, Naomi tries to lock on to Vin, but once again, he's using it on the tank. Immortalities will pop. Ken will go down. Naomi now on the run, but R7 doesn't want to let it happen. Back onto the river, though. A little bit of a fight ensues. Skylar gonna chase down Justin. Justin goes down. Yellow Flash looking for Clay, but the Brilliance comes out and stops
R7.
Zipex. Goes down, R7 all the way in enemy territory, under the base, and that there is the problem. The lack of mobility from that Clint just can't go against R7 now. They are going to focus on Yellow Flash. That is a 5-man wipe. The Immortality does pop. Tries to use the Winter Truncheon. Don't think he's going to get away from this one. RQ will move on to the base, and that is it for game 1 in a best of 5.
You can hear the crowd as RRQ takes first blood in the series. It was a back and forth between these two teams setting the tempo, but eventually RRQ Hoshi comes out on top.
What a wild playstyle, man. Every time you think that, wow, they made a mistake, they lost 4 members for nothing. The next fight, they just come in and wipe the whole opposing team instead. It's just such a random situation, and Falcon, you can tell that they're just confused. What the heck did they do here? I mean, R7 on the Joy though, definitely a big thorn in their sides.
R7 was deep into the base. You saw actually the whole game, R7 was everywhere. You know, and I feel like that's the thing about Joy and why it works so well, especially you park it in the side lane like that, it just causes havoc. I mean, Arashi, you called it. You know, you called it in the draft. And just like, there's the pendulum, right? The pendulum is swinging between these two teams. And I also got to say, RRQ Hoshi, this is the play style I feel like that they favor the most. You know, they can just, again, go head-to-head against a team, that aggression, and it shows. A lot of the times, it might look messy, but a lot of it is calculated, right? So, I mean, we're going to have that game broken down further, but also, again, the M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. And aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day, so save the date. Log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with our friends.
I always love celebrating with my friends.
With friends.
With friends.
And now we are friends as well. Now we're friends.
Left hand, right hand?
There you go.
I don't know.
Right?
However that works.
It's all good. Well, again, we're going to have this even broken down further, the aggression here from both these teams. Boys on the analyst stand, take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu, and everybody on the caster desk. Welcome back here on the analyst panel with Mirko, Assassin Dave, and Ulf. We're going to break down game number 1. That was back and forth early on and even in the later stages.
We saw that there was a lot of control from Falcon already. They're doing their game, they're playing their game, I mean. With Naomi just landing the hooks, they have the burst damage in the early stages with the Clint. But then again, Clay and Skylar happened in that game. That's how they turned it around.
It's all about the power spikes hitting, right? And RQ really waited for that Lunox and Melissa to hit those late game power spikes to finally take control of the game. But Dave, we actually had a discussion here, right? What could a Falcon actually picked up earlier on if they wanted to really control that early game?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of problems with Falcon's draft. Early phases seems okay, but you saw the mid to late game. Just feel like they're lacking damage. Every time Naomi land a hook, land the ultimate, the target doesn't die. And when you have a pick-com like that, it's going to be a lot of problem. We're talking about maybe you can take out a Brody or even a Bruno, right, for some damage.
Yeah.
But, and especially the last team fight, you saw how Franco with the ultimate on the Grok, and he just stayed alive.
Yeah. I think it's more about the order of the picks, right? They fourth picked the Clint, knowing that there's already a Lunox. The side of RQ can flex that Lunox, knowing that the Clint is not gonna be a problem anymore. They picked out the Melissa instead. Surely they forfeited some of the early stages, but in the latter portions, you felt that there was a lot of strength on the side of RQ Hoshi. So I think it's more on the order of picks for Falcon Esports.
And also I think it's about understanding the assignment, right? That's my favorite word here on the analyst panel, is because early on, remember, Falcon Esports, they kind of drafted for that early game. They controlled a lot of the neutral objectives and even the early to mid-team fights, but they did not capitalize enough when they had those wins, and they didn't punish RQ as much. RQ were able to actually keep the gold lead at about like 4,000, around there, not really going up a lot. And that's how RQ were able to build this comeback, right? They were so patient, and look at how they were allocating the gold over to Skylar and Clay on the Lunox.
That, and on top of that, Naomi was constantly targeting the Grok. We're mentioning they're already kind of missing damage. Yeah. And if you use the ultimate on the Grok, you saw that, I think, one turtle fight when Naomi ulted the Grok, and they don't have enough damage to burst Grok down, that's when RQ turned the entire fight around. Because if you waste all your important skills, especially the most crucial ultimate in the entire game for the side of Falcon, it's kind of GGWPs for the side.
Yeah, I know. There was a lot of outstanding performances in the latter portions. You saw R7 just perform so well in the last few sequences of the game. It was amazing. It was a big problem for the side of Falcon Esports. But then again, you see Skylar. I think that this guy has grown a lot.
Yep.
Specifically, like, comparing his performance in M3 and now in M4, now he's like up in the sky, like a true Skylar, dude. He played so well and played it so aggressively. And was, even when they're not farmed yet, he was very aggressive already in the map.
And I think this is the style that RQ needs to constantly be going for, right? They're a team that really likes team fighting, very heavily mechanical based. So if that's the way they like to play, complete the drafts in this style of play almost every single time. Because if not, then you'll see what happened yesterday up against Blacklist International, right? Up against Blacklist, it felt like in these drafts when they didn't get that team fight or skirmish heavy compositions, they really just fell flat. But now we are going to take a look at the item build. And honestly, for me, my eyes are set on Skylar. Like, look at that. Winter Truncheon, that's the only defensive item he has.
That one is amazing. But look at Clay though. If I am seeing this correctly, he kind of opted for some tank items.
Yeah,
am I seeing this correctly? I am seeing this correctly,
it's the
right?
Cursed Mask, yeah.
Wow, that is unheard of. This probably is the first time that there's a Lunox who is like, he has to provide the damage, but eventually has to opt for some defensive items so that he can last a few more seconds in a team fight, sustain back, and then dish out the damage afterwards.
But I do want to bring it back to Skylar's build again. He didn't have boost in the late game, or sell it for the Winter Truncheon. This guy has full damage build. I mean, and also Melissa is such a great pick in this scenario, right? Once you have the Melissa, Glue cannot reach him, and Frederick cannot reach her. Like, I don't think there are too many characters that can actually get a hold of Melissa. And then he just stay in the back, throw the skill 2, and start doing free damage. Let's take a look at the comparison here for the team fight participation.
Wow, interestingly enough, honestly, yeah, Skylar, right? The carry, the rich guy, but take a look at the Sandbag and the Forgotten One. Yellow Flash is doing so much here on that glue. It's a pick that really excels here up against these kind of compositions, but in the later stage, like we mentioned, very easy to burst down, to melt down on that Lunox, on even the Melissa. And at this point, we need to talk about that Joy, right? Joy has seen a resurgence in the upper brackets and even the later stages of the playoffs here, or knockout stages at M4. Why do you think that is?
I guess this is actually Dave who mentioned in one of his casts. This, probably the X-Blade Joy is much better, and I totally agree with it. I think that this is the better utilization of the hero. You can see how much space he can do, and even in the latter portions, you don't supplement as much burst damage, but you have sustained damage.
Yeah.
So that's very important.
Now, with Joy, the thing about it is the key is Vengeance, right? Like, once you activate the ultimate, you get so much shield with a skill 2 and the ult, and then when you get to the backline, such as Clint, remember, Clint cannot qual control the Joy. He's completely immune, right? He runs on top of you, activate the Vengeance. If you hit him, it's not good. If you don't hit him, it's not good. It's really, really criminal.
Well, it's time to take a look at the MVP for game number 1. I wonder who it is. The Joy that really wreaked havoc across the map and played it so well. R7, every single time you give him Joy, he takes that MVP. He takes the game onto his own hands.
Yep, 739, 73.3%. Kill participation. This guy was popping off. He was on the Clint, and he was also on Justin the whole time, right? Xyp9x and Justin were just running for their lives, dear lives, the entire time. They couldn't do too much to this Joy. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't do enough damage to kill him because of all the sustained shield that he has.
There was a meta game that we saw where Esmeralda and Uranus and Masha as well. That was, what, 2 seasons ago? What they do is to get in front on top of the marksman. And that is not the case anymore, because you see, like Benedetta usually, surely they go to the marksman, but they don't like really stay in front of the marksman. Joy fills that role. Now he's very tanky. He also supplements damage. You cannot really take out the Joy as a marksman. It's specifically a Clint, right? You will not have enough against a Joy, and you will always be taken out by the Joy.
And I feel like Joy is an easier version of Benedetta, right? Don't you feel that? Like,
yeah.
Because you can reach the backline so easily now. Initially, when Joy first came out, I feel like it's kind of hard to hit the beat. But now, like, every good player knows how to hit the beat so easily.
That's right.
They amplify the damage. And let's take a look at the heat map right here. This is R7 on the Joy, obviously starting off a lot on even at 5 to 10 minutes, he's still hanging out on the bottom side.
Yeah, this is, I think, R7's style play, right? A lot of Joys, a lot of Benedettas, when we see the 5 to 10 minute mark of that heat map, we usually see them very active on the map, even around the gold lane. But here, you can see that it's very fixated around mostly the XP in the mid lane. R7 likes to buy time as a distraction for his team, not just team fighting across the map. And here, we get to see it unfold again. What was he able to do in the highlights?
Do not be surprised if some of the first few minutes of the game, it will be Falcon. Eventually, though, Joy, coming out from R7, finds his opening, finds his groove, pun intended, as now the punishments coming out from RQ has already started. At this point, because of the fact that R7 is a big nuisance in the front lines, you can see that Clay and Skylar had a better amount of time bought by this R7 Joy. Look at him go. Like, he goes to the back lines and it makes both Skylar and Clay freely hit onto the front lines of Falcon Esports.
And I think, again, it's exactly what I mentioned early on, right? It felt like in the early stages when Falcon had that lead, they weren't able to really capitalize. They weren't able to fully capitalize on a lot of these team fight wins because R7 was still alive. Because he had that shielding, the sustainability, the DPS, and even the Vengeance that really started to put a huge obstacle onto Falcon's mid-game power spike.
And because Falcon didn't have a lot of quad control, the biggest quad control come from the Franco's Bloody Hunt ultimate. So like the ultimate was frequently used not on Joy. I mean, sometimes you would think, okay, if I pick a Franco, that's to target the Joy, right? But unfortunately, R7 is so good at his engage timer, when to cut in, when to flank the backline. It makes Naomi's job really, really difficult in the last match.
How are you supposed to lock him down, right? At this point, it's just the Kaja. That's the only one.
So maybe the way to go for Falcon is just go for damage. Yeah. Let's go. Falcon needs damage in game number 2.
Well, we'll see. That's it for us on the analyst stand. We're going to throw it over to the casters.
Thank you very much. I like to call that Wolf Big Damn. That's what they need for Falcon Esports, and we'll see if they bring it to game 2. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Trex and Arashi. And before we get talking about the next game, we want to mention there is a TikTok Live Carnival Cheer Up for M4 watch event. There's matches on TikTok. Participate and cheer up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. Now, also take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive info about all the rewards you can get. The M4 Pass, again, is live now. It offers the exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, the M4 Beatrix figurine like you see on our desk, the emote, the Sacred Statue, Spawn Event Recall effect, and the Avatar Border, and the Trail effect. They all await you now. You can get Aulus's special skin, the War Lion, for free by completing tasks as well. And starting, actually it's already started on December 24th, the M4 support chest will also be available in-game. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass XP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. Not sure what that's going to be, but it's mysterious. On the day of M4 Finals, happening on the 15th of January, expect to get an Avatar Border for free. And in the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Now, with that being said, I gotta ask you guys, we're only a couple minutes away here from the draft. Arashi, you're the big mind here. What does Falcon need to do adjusting into game number 2?
Well, first of all, they have to play with their win condition for sure. We did mention that when the marksman was able to actually output that damage, when Zipex was actually safe from the threat of R7, he can output some damage as well. It seems like they were excelling when they were going for the pick-off gameplay, and when they can make sure that the dive, the mechanical heroes from RRQ gets curbed. So they have to try and play along with that win condition. And of course, be careful with the trading, man, because when you're against a team with so much late game, with a Lunox, with a Melissa, the last thing you want to do is keep trading kills back and forth. And of course, against RRQ, that's easier said than done, but Falcon needs to find a way to be more calculative, because like we mentioned, man, we've seen it happen. When they can get a clean game and not leave any opportunities, they can just steamroll.
Well, we're going to have to see if they steamroll, but we are going to take a short break here while things get situated here for the players. So sit tight with us. We'll be back after the short break.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Breathe up your life through a wonderful journey.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Boots Scrap, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's reached the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as Onic Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Buttiskrock unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secure the win. Onic clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes during matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness, and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great. Up until yesterday, 8 teams were eliminated from the M4 World Championship, and Day 5 was nothing short of electric. The first series was all incendiary in the Sanayan Tennis Indoor Stadium as both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports are fighting for their lives. The Turkish squad was playing with fire on the field, and it looked like Falcon's wings were smoldered as they were behind 1-2. Rise from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix, Falcon Esports soared high through the game and won 2 consecutive games, removing Incendio Supremacy from the tournament. Next is the RRQ Kingdom hosting the Blacklist Agents at their home turf.
The Sang Raja started the series promising with Albert's Fanny slashing through into game number 1. Then the defending world champions clapped back with Y's unstoppable Frederick. But RRQ pushed back with their home ground buff and tied the series. Ultimately, the Queen's Estes sealed the deal for Blacklist and sent RRQ Hoshi to the lower bracket. This might be the preview of the grand finals, and the road to greatness does not end here. Which team shall advance and which will perish? Let's check it out. Dare to be great.
If you cannot.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know don't ever win. I'm controlling all my victories. It's something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Don't just go. You're a man of saving. Just go. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road to
Welcome back to Triple Header Day here at M4, day number 7. If you're just joining us, RRQ and Falcon are already off to the start, and it's RRQ that draws first blood in the series. It's up 1-0 for them. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Trex and Arashi. And before we took that break, Arashi, you gave the thoughts on Game 2. What can Falcon do to adjust here? And now, Trex, I'm going to ask you, right? You said a couple things about that Clint pick, specifically from ZipX. Do you think, I mean, for Falcon Esports, should they have gone with a different pick? Do you think it really comes down to that, or was it something else? Because, hey, Naomi was landing some hooks, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get the kills.
Well, there was definitely a few major problems. I don't think only in the draft, but in the game itself. First of all, the Clint. We were kind of debating how it would fare. I think it could be viable, but definitely not while a Joy is on the field. And the analysis said it, how do we take down Joy? I think right now the best way to take down Joy, just ban it.
Yeah.
It's definitely an issue, especially with a lack of mobility hero like Clint. I think, honestly, the Melissa could have been better for Falcon, because at least then you have the go away. Right now, another big issue, Naomi. Every time he got the hook on Divin, they were just using so many utilities, and if they don't get rid of Vin, the wild charge comes in, and they literally have a huge death threat in the midst of their territory. So it's just kind of an issue. Naomi's going to need to be a bit more careful about who they're going to focus in on here, who they're going to hook, and just on these engages. I have a feeling they may not even put him on the Franco this time and switch up the draft almost completely.
And if you look at the damage here from the hero pick recap from the previous game, you can see that it is so one-sided, especially in just damage output, right? Justin and Zipex at 85, the highest is like 86k. Everyone else is just so high above him, and that is why you just have to be very careful when you're up against RRQ, especially on that late game, on those late game heroes, because they don't play it like they're trying to scale. They play it to just bring the fight to you instead.
I mean, these numbers here just paint that picture of how much of a better time Skylar was able to have to just kind of freely hit the way that he wanted to, right? And usually, I mean, from game to game, whichever team is going at it, if your gold lane can be in that position, that mindset throughout the game, you're going to profit. You're going to see it there. And a lot of that started with, again, pendulum, tempo. It started from Falcon. Yes, they got first blood. They maintained that, the M4 statistic for themselves of being #1, but still, RRQ, they know how to adjust from it. They made the right changes. They got the tempo in their favor, and then things continued on. And yes, R7 being on that Joy was a big part of that component. So I'm pretty sure either it's contested or at the same time it's banned out. Joy is going to be taken out because from a majority of the teams that have picked Joy so far, put it in the XP lane, it's done wonders for them. And as we even take a look at this player head-to-head, right? Clay and Justin. Take note of the numbers as well. Now, Justin having a little bit more in his favor in terms of everything, all right, statistically. But that's just, I feel like Justin is a little more proactive in terms of decision-making as a player, and Clay being that, he kind of falls more in that team play style, right? Because everybody else is doing stuff, especially, for example, Albert. When he can unleash in the jungle, Clay is usually that follow-up for him, especially if he, let's say he gets his hands on the Eve, which was banned out in the previous game. You're going to see that utility playstyle really shine.
Here's the thing, right? Falcon, yes, they have those great statistics. They have that first blood rate. They have the aggression. But when it comes to some of the micro mechanics in those team fights, they got a little sloppy in game 1. They overstayed their welcome in the first push. And then as we went into more Lord fights, they always seem to be the ones who want to try to engage the Lord first. They always seem the ones who want to start the fight. And yes, that can be great, but sometimes you want to play a little bit more reactionary, and when they engage in these fights, they got a little bit too spread out. Yellow Flash would try to go to the back line, and then out of nowhere, the rest of his team is getting invaded by R7, and then they're not able to catch up to Yellow Flash. So it just seemed like they need to bring it in a bit more, tighten up a little bit more. Yes, be aggressive, but be aggressive as a unit, and if your plan fails and you hook the wrong person, you have to know when to disengage.
Exactly, just knowing the tempo and the flow of the fight, right? When the things are not working in your favor, they need to know when to back up, and when things are working for them, they have to know when to actually punish RRQ for maximum value. And on the note, by the way, about Clay versus Justin in the stats, Clay has always been a lot more reactive, but sometimes not in the way that you would expect, because he was playing defensively on Yves, but on that Lunox, he wasn't diving in, he wasn't trying to get those pickups. All he did was escort Skylar, so anyone who dives towards the back line gets a good chunk of burst damage coming in, both physical and magical, and that is a huge deterrent to anyone just trying to go in and deny that backline damage. So something like that can be actually applied by Falcon as well in game number 2.
Oh, great points here from both of you, and we're already here. Few bans out for both teams. There's the third one for the first phase from Falcon. They're going to take out the Joy. Great choice here. The Eve and the Carry. Pretty much 3 picks that are better taken out, right? Especially if you have this play style. And now you don't have to worry about the Joy just kind of causing havoc in the backside. And RRQ, they take out the 1-1. They take out the Faramis. I feel like even Faramis is still kind of one of those picks that if you leave it open, you're forced to play against that Colt Altar, so better to take out the 1-1. I'm wondering if it's going to be another marksman choice here. It's not, it's the Kadita for their last ban.
Kaja is open. Kaja is open right now, and that is something that both teams either always ban or always pick, and Falcon is going to lock that in immediately. And I think this could definitely be huge, but you could tell they were taking a while with that third ban, and I'm guessing that's the debate, right? It's like, if we really want to ban this Kadita, do we give them the Kaja? What do we get in response? Glue, still open, couple choices, still free for them, but yes, a lot on the line with that.
You know, even with this Kaja lock-in here, and from what we saw previously from RRQ, and I feel like this was when I say refinement of RRQ, their playstyle, I'm talking about their macro playstyle. You pointed this out earlier, you know, Falcon goes in with that aggression, but if something can be said about RRQ, the fact that they've learned to deal with that push and pull play style, especially on the macro level, it's apparent from the way that these games go. And taking a look at Ken here, this quote, I think I want to meet RRQ Hoshi because we are good friends. At MSC 2022, RRQ said they wanted to meet us in the grand finals, but it didn't happen. So now I want to beat them, right? So strong words from Ken.
Massive confidence from Ken for sure. Now we have to see, will he get a hero that just really benefits him? It is going to be that Martis, and we've seen Ken just completely dominate on such a very strong aggressive pick. And now with the Kaja, there's a potential for Falcon to just do so much more early game because RRQ, once again, going for that Lunox very early on, can still be flexed out, but Falcon also has their hands on that Harith that is a lot more dynamic, a lot more AoE and burst damage compared to a Clint.
Most definitely, and I think, I'm wondering with this Harith, yes, it could be a flex pick, but honestly, I just feel like it's going to the gold lane, right? I don't think we've seen Harith mid. Have we seen Harith mid at all yet, this M4?
This M4, I'm not sure, but we've seen it before.
Of course it's possible, yes, but I got a feeling ZipX has played it before. He's done well with it, so not a whole lot of flexibility on the side of Falcon. Yes, it is there, but I don't think we're going to see it. Now, Grok will get locked in here, and with the glue pick already, my guess is the Grok will be Rome here. Now, the Lunox pick, right? Up front, they don't waste any time. They pick it up. They had a great game with it last time. How do you feel about it, Nicer?
Lunox is, I mean, the damage, the burst potential is always there. One thing that I like most about it, and I feel like it's a little underappreciated, is just the brilliance relationship with a lot of, I mean, the way that you can have that advantage in terms of those early skirmishes, those fights. I mean, a lot of the times you can bait out quite a few ultimates. And again, going back to macro playstyle and even on the micro level, that's usually what we've seen here. I mean, from teams at this caliber at this point in the knockout stage. So Lunox still a solid choice, but even more so. I mean, you've got Glue, you've got Grok, you have that front line pretty much under control, and not to mention, I mean, we've seen some crazy things just alone from Grok with the wild charge setups or even the split from Glue. So already the first three choices are solid here for RRQ, whereas I feel like, again, Falcon specifically, you rely, anytime you have a Kaja, you are relying on that pick potential, that divine judgment, and I mean, if you have to use it defensively for appeal, then you don't have that advantage anymore. So you want to be able to match that up. Right now, if this is that Harith, most likely going in the hands of ZipX, we've seen Harith fall off really early on if you can't get those kills, and then you're just left with pretty much Zaman Force, you know, bouncing back and forth, and your damage just isn't there.
I think RRQ for sure understands that as well. They know that Falcon, they have a lot of pick potential. They have a strong jungler, a strong roamer with great crowd control, but they also need a strong mid laner to supplement that, to ensure that the mid lane isn't constantly shoved on, and to ensure that they have a numbers advantage if they are roaming around as well. 3 bans onto Justin, the main playmaker, and you have to wonder right now, in his shoes, what exactly can he go for? Because for the most part, right, the bulk of the quote-unquote meta heroes has been banned away. And Justin, we've seen that on more passive heroes, he really does not shine as brilliantly as he usually does on these playmaking heroes.
Definitely interesting, and I'm thinking the same thing. What does Justin go for here? The Kadita, the Valentina, the Farza, the Yve, all picked off. So there's not that, I mean, I don't think there's any more like zone area heroes. Of course, the Harith could still get flexed over, but definitely limiting down there onto his hero pool.
I think the only thing that I'm thinking of is maybe Lilia, right? But still, I guess it really depends where the Harith is going, and maybe still it's flex, but Lilia would be a good option. At least you can clear, you can push fast, and you still have, in a way, it's pretty much the counter relationship between baiting out ultimates from RRQ, because that's what we talked about with Brilliance from Lunox. So if you have the Lilia, you have that Black Shoes, you can hopefully, if you can, juke some things out and then get that advantage, because then you fall back on that Kaja pick for the Divine Judgment. Still, a lot of it relies on what else do you have? You know, can you, because it's great if you can get a pick off, but if you don't have that follow-up damage to actually get those kills, that's where you struggle. So even more so, RQ goes again with this durability route. Not only do they have Glue and Grok, but now they have Frederick.
Now this is a bit troublesome for Falcon, because previously RRQ, they don't really have the strongest of front lines. They had Vin on that Grok with full defensive items, and now it's a complete contrast. They are the ones with 3 heroes, and Falcon will be the ones trying to attempt to actually crack through the front line, and that seems to be their exact approach. Having the Harith, Granger, and Lilia, a strong mix of burst and DPS from multiple sources, right? Physical and magical. And in the late game, with items, Justin can definitely melt down multiple heroes at the same time. That is the power of the quote-unquote DPS of Lilia. But for RRQ, there you go. Three solid frontline heroes, 2 very solid backline characters. It's going to be a front-to-back.
I will say the problem, though, with Falcon when I look at it is very all or nothing here. High risk, high reward. Yes, lots of damage in your jungle. They're going to flex that Martis over to the EXP lane, but also a little bit squishy. I feel like in the early game with the Lilia, they will have nice wave clear. We've seen how well she does. They can put pressure on early on, but if they fail in that, it could become a big issue. So far, the Granger, a lot of people have very high hopes of it, but we haven't seen a great performance from it just yet. Even the Valley, when they used it, it had a great start, but eventually it fell off, and same thing went for, who else used it yesterday? I think Kai.
Did we see it being used during the RRQ Blacklist game? Perhaps.
We might have. But
there's
anyway,
so happening.
We're going to load into the land of Dawn here and just see how this game unfolds. Again, RRQ up 1 point in this best of 5. Can Falcon even the odds here?
There's going to be a killing spree on Ken with that Granger. I mean, he's used it before. We've seen that he is very good at kiting back, in particular, using this Granger. So considering that they're up against 3 very tanky frontline heroes, that DPS is definitely going to be coming in handy. But the Purifiers, you can see from the side of Falcon, will be critical in ensuring that Zipex and Justin do not get locked down. And you can tell that RRQ, they usually just rely on the pick of potential, so this is something that they have to keep in mind this time.
Oh.
Whoa.
No. Well, I was wondering about that matchup, you know, the Martis versus Glue matchup here, how that would pretty much play out. But, I mean, he's going to have the advantage, but look at the rotation here. Naomi and Ken making their way to the bottom side for R7, but gets the information. Now, I do also want to say that the thing about Granger, we've seen some amazing gameplay from the hero alone in different hands here, but what we have what we've seen is late game, eventually, even when you have a good start, Granger kind of falls off a little bit to the point where even the ultimate it's either you get that last killing blow or it just does no damage. And when you're talking about 3 tanky boys from RRQ, eventually it's going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah, but Ken doing a nice bit of damage. The problem is Naomi doesn't have that level 4 just yet. Falcon needs to at least wait for that, or at least wait for Justin to hit level 4 till they can really push the aggression.
Level 4 and Justin, that's definitely something they can try and attempt. They can be a lot more risky with their pushes. But on that point on the Granger, that is a very solid point. It's a very ability-reliant marksman, so in the early game, it's dangerous, and in the mid-game, it's going to be very strong, but in the late game, Skylar on this Beatrix will be out-damaging him quite a bit, but in the early game, though, that is where it's dangerous for our Q. You can see
Desanada didn't land the final one, though. R7 able to get away, and that is very important for RQ. As long as they don't let Ken pick up these early game kills, it'll be very good for them.
Yeah, right now, first turtle of the game going to be up here. Both teams just trying to get that advantage. R7's going to make his way here as it ensues, but Yellow Flash looking for an opening as well. Ken waiting patiently, a lot of poking going on. Here they go.
Nice retribution onto R7. R7 gonna get dragged back in. Vin trying to find it, just can't. Justin picks up Vin and R7. That is huge. Albert, though, walks in and takes the turtle with ease. No sweat off his back.
That is 2 kills traded for the turtle. In a way, it's not the worst of trades, but definitely, I think, going to be a bit of an advantage for Falcon in the early game, man. These heroes, the Lilia in particular, is just so strong. Building towards an enchanted talisman, not quite there just yet, but the cooldown boots you can see. Falcon is going to be very ability reliant, and the longer the game goes towards that mid-game, RRQ, they cannot be as reckless as they were in game number 1, because if Falcon gets snowballing, this team comp is a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the aggression from RRQ right now, trying to get into the jungle. This is the nest, right? Back to the keys to victory. They are trying to invade the nest here of Falcon and work around it because, honestly, Falcon has to also pay attention to Skylar. If they can find picks up there, give that little bit of advantage to ZipX, that's best case scenario for Falcon, especially mid-game, because you want to allow this Harith to get online as fast as possible, has that mystery shop too, so you can really play around those power spikes, those timings, and anything here, Arashi, that sticks out to you in terms of emblems.
Well, as usual, it's no real surprise because everyone wants to go for a bit more movement, but afterwards you can see an Avarice emblem being used by R7, so he knows that the lane is going to be scrappy. He will have opportunities to try and just whittle down the HP bars of Yellow Flash, so making full use of that. So there's going to be a faster power spike as far as items is concerned for R7, and quick note, he has a sprint instead of the Vengeance, so this is why he was able to be taken down so fast in the previous fight, but this also means that later on, he can stick to whoever he wants to. A glue on a split with a sprint.
Literally stick to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, that's usually what we see with just glues in general, but still, it's a good point because honestly, your whole objective here for R7 is to basically do the same thing we saw him do with Joy, right? Be just that annoying nuisance for Falcon. But right now, they're going to go ahead and fight for this second turtle of the game, half health.
Naomi able to lock onto Vin once again. Yellow Flash finds that kill. R7 trying to get into the back line with the split. Albert does take the turtle, though. Naomi taking a bit of damage. Ken goes down. Naomi and Yellow Flash now on the run. RQ responding fiercely.
That is quite catastrophic, man. Ken, the jungler, was the one that fell from Falcon, traded for Vin. This is the same thing we saw. Falcon, fearing the engage coming from Vin, targets him instead to ensure that there won't be a big wild charge. But in exchange, right, they leave their members vulnerable and out of cooldowns for RRQ to just punish afterwards. This is something that RRQ just really enjoys doing, and in Falcon, they just have to adjust and do something differently, man. Vin is ready to take the fall for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually looking for an angle here. Not sure if he's going to commit, but the pressure alone is exactly what's working here for RRQ. I mean, even around the purple buff.
A lot of damage does come on to Albert, but he is a tanky boy along with Vin. Clay also being some kill threat. ZipX does drop the Zaman's Force, trying to lock onto Vin here.
Still
going.
Need
to watch out for Skylar, though, doing a nice amount of damage. Ken and Naomi also here as well, but the disengage does happen.
So, I mean, this is the thing, right? Going back to that Granger pick, you want to have it for that early game advantage. The burst should be there, even in mid-game. But when you have this kind of a start, it's really tough here. And yes, these two are going to go at it here. I don't think anyone's going to go down. But still, it's a struggle for Ken at this point, especially because Albert now picking up that Radiant Armor. I mean, he's having a great game so far. Let's take a look at the items real quick here, Arashi.
Well, as you mentioned, Ken with the Hunter Strike, attempting to just get a lot more value, more chase, more slowdowns. And Justin now with the Enchanted Talisman, that's a lot of clear, a lot of DPS still. It only depends if RRQ actually stick around and crowd together for the damage to come through. And especially with the Radiant Armor completed for Albert, he's going to be a lot more comfortable just staying in the pit, contesting those neutral objectives. Is what we've seen happening since the first turtle.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that ZipX is just getting pushed in right now in his own lane, it is very, very bad, especially for this next neutral objective, because Skylar can now rotate down. And with that sniper, going to bring Justin down to about half health. Vin with the conceal play, but mainly just opening up space, drops a wall. Ken does a nice amount of damage with Vin with a wild charge. Albert takes the turtle, and down goes Ken. Clay comes in, trying to do some damage. We do see Zipex drop some Zaman's force, but it's still not enough. RQ taking claim over the land of Dawn.
It's been traded again for Ken, and that is just such a sad situation. Trading the roamer for the jungle again and again. And as Nice mentioned, the mid game is where Ken needs to shine and show the power of this Granger. But if he keeps getting picked off like this is not going well at all. RRQ finally increases the lead up to 1.6k gold, and in the midst of all that, they are still the ones able to find structures, turrets in the top and bottom lane. Falcon will slowly but surely lose control, and that is where RRQ shines, when they can set traps for their opponents in the bushes, and especially if you take a look at the items here, Skylar with the BOD, that's a lot of burst damage coming in from the Bandit's Rage or the Nibiru's Passion, so Falcon now needs to be very careful where they step, lest they get engaged on by Albert or Vin.
Not only that, okay, hold on, Vin.
Second wild charge does come down. Vin, though, will fall. Ken now moving on to Albert. Albert getting stunned up, getting slowed down, will get knocked up, able to dash through the wall, though. Naomi now trying to lock onto Skylar, but they find the distance. R7 with a huge stun onto 3 members. Snipe shot comes out, just misses. And now Falcon under the tower, no kills on the board other than Vin.
So that could have gone way worse for RRQ, but because of this lack of damage from Falcon, they weren't able to continue to follow up there. Now what's great, Ken was able to get a kill, right? Helps him a little bit in the itemization because earlier, before that, he was about 1,000 gold behind of Albert, plus about 2 levels. So, like you said, like we've been saying, he needs to be able to shine. There's the damage.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the Death Sonata right now. Naomi trying to come into the backside. Justin as well, diving under the tower. Skylar tries to hit above, but cannot weave. Albert now moving on to Naomi. Naomi will fall. Albert, look for Justin. Death Sonata comes out, but still not enough damage. Justin doesn't have the black shoes. Needs to try to walk away from this. Gonna walk right into R7, though. He's able to move, but he goes down. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the map.
That is so unfortunate. RRQ, they're trying to just make an outplay happen, but Skylar, as well as Vin, they preemptively use a lot of their resources, including the wild charge, and that is just patience being shown by Falcon, just juking it out, showing them different looks in order to just bait out those spells before going in. It paid off for them. They closed in the gold gap by about 1k, but now it's back to square one. RRQ contesting the Lord now without the presence of Zipex to try and benefit Falcon in this fight.
And they are going to hold down. We got to watch for Naomi hiding out in this mid bush. One other thing, Falcon has taken a few towers across the map. Now they're all going to try to group up here. Vin brings in the wild charge. Naomi annihilated. Now RQ wants to move in. Albert able to take the Lord. R7 into the backside, but Falcon needs to try to retreat. Maybe they want to push in though. Zipex does dash in, drops Saman's force. Instantly deleted. The Redder takes him out. Yellow Flash will be next. Ken though does find Clay. 2 for 3 on the map currently as Ken and Justin need to get away from this. It's a well fight, but RQ comes out on top.
Okay, they grab a couple kills there again on both sides, but you gotta be cautious here for Skylar. He's getting to the point where he's going to start carrying the damage department for RQ. They've got that nice gold lead here. Naomi has to be able to find Skylar as they assault the mid lane. Still, they also have to deal with this Lord marching on the top side.
On that point, Naisu, as you can see, Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar. So any kind of physical defense being built by Falcon right now is going to start getting shredded through. We saw the damage come through in the previous fight, and now with the Lord coming in, you can see that RRQ, they're sieging, but Vin also looking for a play.
Oh, big wild charge with the flicker. Justin taken down. Saman's force does drop. Albert on the front side. Ken does find Vin. This is a good play. R7 going to come back in. Yellow Flash wants to lock him up. Fresh comes in, and R7 goes down. Falcon able to defend that push.
That's a 2-for-1 for Falcon, but RRQ with the Lord and the empowered waves pushing in, they were able to get so many turrets. So in a way, not the worst situation, but of course ideally when they're so far ahead, I say so far, but when they're 2k gold ahead against a team like Falcon, as much as possible, they want to reduce the amount of kills, the amount of gold they let go into the hands of Ken. Because we saw in that fight, that Death Sonata, especially to the squishier targets on the side of RRQ, it still does quite a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, it does quite a bit here. And right, this is your time if you're Falcon to step on the gas if you can, right? this starts with Naomi, find a pickoff, get that numbers advantage. You're still working against a gold lead here. Now you're able to get a couple more items like we take a look, on the proper people here for Falcon. But at the same time, you still have to worry about Vin, R7, Albert just taking the brunt of that damage. And even if you focus on Clay, you still have to get past that brilliance. You still have to get past everyone to get to Skylar. If they can get Skylar off the board here, they lose a big impact on damage for RRQ. Now still, it's going to be pretty much a stalemate until things transition in about 30 seconds for that next Lord here. But Falcon's going to have to get more space on the map. They've got only 2 turrets. So right now, RRQ with a huge advantage in terms of space.
And with that space, look at ZipX. He's not doing very hot in terms of kills, but look at his items, man. One more item, well, at least 2 more items, actually, to get a full inventory slot. He is not too far
there's
behind
the Divine
Skylar. Exactly. That's a lot of damage still. This is a quote-unquote late-game Harith. He has the items available to be an actual threat to the tankier members because, remember, he does have a good amount of true damage in his kit. And along with that, Lilia with a Ice Queen's wand and a glowing wand, that is a nightmare for these beefy fighters that have to close distance, that will take a lot more damage from the burn, the percentage HP damage coming in from that glowing wand.
And it's a very well amount of damage distribution as well. You have a decent amount of magic damage, a decent amount of physical damage with Ken. So RQ has to decide how they want to build throughout this mid-phase. Vin is going to miss that wild charge. Actually, he does land on to Naomi, but Naomi able to get away. Albert holding down. ZipX goes down, though. Albert finds it. Justin will fall on the backside. R7 going to keep on moving. Skylar picking up a double kill. A 3-for-0 trade and a Lord over to the side of RRQ.
With 3 members down, this is a very tough situation to be in for the side of Falcon. RRQ is very good at this. They know you have your death timers still on cooldown. They will push and try and get as much as possible. And even once Falcon members respawn, they still have to contend with the Lord coming in. And with a Beatrix on the side of RRQ, they can just very slowly but surely siege down these turrets, and they have already begun to do so.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and lose that mid inhibitor turret here. Also the top one being whittled down. They've got to deal with the Lord as well. Falcon in full defense positions here as RRQ going to put their eyes on the bottom lane as well. Still a back and forth between both teams. Falcon looking at Naomi here. Can he find anything?
Oh, Vin will get suppressed here. Yellow Flash comes in, gets a few knockouts, but Naomi's deleted along with ZipX. Ken with the Destinata able to find Albert, but they've locked onto the base. They need to do something quick, trying to defend with all they can. Push the minions back, get them away because RQ's trying to end this. RQ gonna readjust the situation. Skylar able to clear waves. They have another wave of minions coming from the top side. Do they want to re-engage here? Skylar still at full health. Ken, Yellow Flash, and Justin all alone. Yellow Flash gonna try to move in. RQ with the dash and the darkness. Ken will go down. Now the base is gonna get focused in. Skylar shredding through, but no minions there. Vin finds a wild charge. Naomi does get knocked up, but Yellow Flash is here as well. Skylar forced to finally retreat, but another wave. Sniper shot comes in, just misses, and Falcon lives to see another day.
RRQ, they just stayed a bit too long. They want to try and end the game right there and then, but unfortunately, the waves have been cleared by Falcon. They knew what they have to do, and soon we'll take a look at a replay. That was a very chaotic chain of events. They all began with RRQ going for a good fight. They got the pickoff, they get the members low, and that was an insane snipe. And off the bat, Falcon's already on the back foot, but afterwards, right, despite how damaged it looks, RRQ understand that the members of Falcon have a lot of burst damage, so Skylar was unable to actually move forward and end that game, and now they are back to just waiting for the next Lord, because of course for both these teams, that comeback is still a very serious possibility.
Well, I mean, even looking at the items, right, you just need a little bit more time for Falcon to at least have the full items they need, right, at least across the board here. Now still, there was a great defense coming out from Falcon in the base. I mean, even Ken able to grab a couple kills. At this point, again, like, Granger's damage is kind of, is it there, unless you hit the right targets, but still, you can see this from RQ. They're pressing every situation they can. And a lot of it is, again, Skylar and Clay able to just freely be in the backside. And even Clay making those decisive decisions to flicker in, get those Chaos Bolts off. it shows just how strong RRQ is right now. Now that this Lord is for the taking, Falcon has to contest this if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, they have no inhibitors right now, so they definitely have to contest, but R7 comes in with a big stun. Finn gonna get that wild charge off. Falcon now on the run. Zipbacks drops him on force, but a little misplaced there. R7 just being the distraction that RRQ needs. He's gonna jump on top.
Oh my goodness.
Ken, very low. Ken goes down. Finn with the immortality, but Falcon now on the ropes. All of them low health, and a Lord coming soon.
Just like the joy, R7 does it on the glue in the same fashion, and it works so good.
RRQ. You understand that the main damage threat is going to be Ken on the Granger. They sent R7 after him, and during that split when he was mounted onto Ken, he preemptively placed the Slam to ensure that he can pull Ken back, and now RRQ are going for the kill.
Yeah, the Lord's gonna come in. They're gonna try to defend Yellow Flash, getting a couple decent knockups there. Black Shoes does pop for Justin. R7 trying to defend. Lord is locked on. Base getting chunked, trying to defend, but this will be it. RQ takes game number 2.
Wow.
Match point. RRQ here. What a performance. Still a pendulum between these two teams, but this time, RRQ again just coming out stronger.
I think their composition is just so much stronger in the late game. It's a bit of the same situation. There are moments where Falcon were able to get an advantage, but afterwards, RRQ just find that single moment, they get 3 kills onto Skylar, and just like that, that Beatrix damage in the mid-game, that was insane, man. 2 hits with the Nibiru, and you're just so low already.
Yeah, and Zipex had to get so close to be able to try to put up a fight, and by the time he went in there, Skylar readjusts positions and wipes him off the map. Look at them, another clean win for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what other adjustments have to be made here for Falcon, but even that Harith pick in the gold lane, it just struggled because of the fact that you never had that lane advantage. You know, you want that early kill, you want to be able to build with that mystery shop, and it just didn't work out for Falcon there. Now they're facing match point for RRQ. But before we have it breaking down further, we got to mention again that M4 Battle Night, it goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches, and you'll get Team Star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. Save the date, log in the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. And I know around the world right now, there's a lot of watch parties going on because we're getting down to the final few days here, right? This is the stakes are high at this point, and even more so if you're a Falcon fan out there. This possibly going into Game 3, it could possibly be their last game. They have to be able to adjust, and they don't have much time to do it, right? They've got to be able to adjust and get ready for that next match ahead of them.
Final days, hopefully not the final match for Falcon.
Hopefully.
I'm really hoping they at least bring us to a Game 4, maybe even stretch it out and bring us all the way to a Game 5. I mean, I think they really just need to change up the strategy. I would have liked the Martis in the jungle, personally. I think they tried to switch it up and be different, but it ended up working against them there.
Well, also on your screen right now, there's a QR code. We would love your guys' feedback, right? The satisfaction survey, as Trex, that nice close-up there as well. Yes. Let them know where that QR is. There it is.
Right here.
There it is. Go ahead and scan it. Let us know what you guys are feeling, how you're enjoying this whole M4 experience here, because it's been amazing up to this point. I mean, again, I think even as us as casters, we collectively agree that this is probably the most exciting M-Series that we've had. I mean, all these teams coming out swinging, and when it really comes down to the nitty-gritty, you see it in the drafts and the gameplay and how everyone has adjusted. I mean, from what we saw in the group stages up to now, it's been simply amazing.
I mean, even talking about the adjustments, you can see that Falcon were doing some interesting things, and maybe our friends at the analyst segment can do better at explaining it. So guys, take it away.
We'll take it away right here on the analyst stand. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mirko, Assassin Dave, and Ulf here back on the analyst stands for second game of the series, and man, we have a lot to say. I think starting with the draft, I think it was a bit too non-flexible. It was too solid.
Yeah, it feels like Falcon set up the game plan before the game even started, right? Like they wanted to pick the Granger, and you can see that from the draft, first picking Harith in the first round of the picks. And that was a little bit too crazy, because like, once Beatrix comes out and Harith didn't even take Vengeance, he can't do too much damage in the late game.
You saw that the bans were there, right? Hayabusa and Ling, you predicted that to happen.
Yeah.
Granger will be picked in that match. Unfortunately for Falcon, though, RQ Hoshi read through that, and they have prepared for it. And not only that, they got like one of the, if not 5 of the stronger heroes each role, right? Gru is the strongest XP laner. You also have like Beatrix, one of the standard pickups when the carry is banned. Fredrin is like one of the strongest, if not the strongest jungler right now. And of course the Grok. So everything that RQ Hoshi had in this game was meta. And for Falcon, although they're playing on their own side of the map, even when this is like their comfortable picks, they just can't win against the sheer firepower of RQ Hoshi.
I think the main problem for Falcon was, again, they wanted to pick the Granger. They already set up for the Granger, even though they knew they were up against a Grok, a Lunox, 2 heroes that could really just smash that back line, and on top of that, the glue, right?
Correct.
And as you can see right here, I mean, in the game itself as well, there was no way you were going to melt those members down on a Granger. Maybe early to mid, but once it got to mid to late, no.
Hey, I gotta give credit to Ken the Man, okay?
Ken the Man.
This guy was popping off. Despite all the difficulties, all the die potential coming from RQ, he was finding kills, right? He was finding those squishy backlines, and his aim was on point with the ultimate. And Rhapsody was one time in the mid lane, 1 skill finding 2 kills, the mid lane as well as the tank. So let's take a look at team fight participation right here. And it seemed like the highest will be Ken was 86% from the side of Falcon.
He's very active.
I agree, but if you're looking at RQ Hoshi, it's well-rounded. The lowest will be 67%, and like 80% of the kills will be for the glue as well as the Fredrin. Activating R7 as well as Albert earlier in this game, that allowed RQ Hoshi to be successful in the mid-game. Early game, it was quite shaky for both teams. Falcon finding some kills themselves, and RQ Hoshi just losing some influence in the map. But when it comes to those turtles and those Lord fights, that's where RQ Hoshi actually flourished. One thing I want to open up in this discussion is that RQ Hoshi actually held their ground when it comes to those turtle dances and those Lord dances. It kind of felt like Falcon didn't have any influence at all during those team fights.
Which is interesting, right? Because the way they drafted their composition is for that gold lane pressure and also the mid lane. Remember, they had the Lilia, they had the Kaja. Wave clear is not an issue for them. And especially with the Herod later on, you would expect him to get a lot more pressure done. But unfortunately, like Wolf said, the coordination around the Lord Dance was just not present. But here it is, the MVP for game number 2. It's Skylar, the man who has improved so much since M3. I think we mentioned about this in game number 1, but back at M3 it was Sin, right? Now it's his time to shine.
Absolutely. 6, 1, and 4 on the Beatrix. And one thing that maybe we cannot see through the stats that you're looking at is his accuracy with the render shots.
Yes.
The ultimate was
nerfed, by the way. Nerfed.
Nerfed.
And now I do want to point out with this MVP, the counterpart that Harris played by Zipix, right? Why not taking out a Vengeance? You know, because when you go against someone like Beatrix, Vengeance is a must-have. You know, in the late game, he doesn't even have the sustain to go to the backline to pose any threat to this marksman, which allows Skylar to even shine brighter and better in this particular game.
You know what, that was actually pretty interesting, right? The Vengeance, that's an option that they can go for, especially in the lane matchup. I think he's still opting to go for the Purify because of how much CC there was on the map. But here we're gonna see the heat map for Skylar, the gold laner, who is so active despite being a gold laner. Remember, in this meta, in this patch, you would usually think your gold laner would just stay in lane, control the minions, and farm up. But 5th to 10th minute, he was all over the map. He was actually stopping the punishment happening from Falcon by rotating to mid lane, just getting that Bennett ult and clearing the wave.
A double lane, right? At 5 minutes to 10 minutes, you get what? The gold in, as well as the mid lane. There's so much. It amplifies your farming speed. At the same time, because you're farming so well, you get more damage output as well. And that's what we felt all throughout this game. Skylar, after hitting a lot of shots, he deals a lot of damage.
And this also reveals the downside of the composition of Team Falcon, right? I mean, they couldn't give Granger any vision at all, and you can see Skylar here is able to roam around with the entire team. I usually say when you see the heat map for the goal lane, that kind of reveals the goal lane, the heat map for the entire team because they roam together the team here. And let's take a look at a highlight from this incredible marksman player. from RRQ.
I think the main thing I want to highlight here isn't just Skylar just yet because he wasn't in that team fight, but again, I think it's what Wolf said, right? The Lord Dance is just not going in favor of Falcon at all because of their positioning. Because early on, even here, they were able to actually get a few good trades, but they were just not in the proper position to take the turtle.
Oh, that's correct. You can see that even when Falcon is like winning some of the pickups, RRQ still manages to control the area and then eventually just overwhelm Falcon. This is one of the closer Lord Dances, but it didn't even look close because RRQ Hoshi just duly punished Falcon in there. And you can see that Skylar was really hitting. You can see the glue being a big problem for Falcon. Nobody from Falcon actually can stay in front of RRQ Hoshi for more than a second.
And that's the Harith I was talking about, right? If he had a Vengeance, because he was never being targeted to begin with, right? If he had a Vengeance, it would be a lot better. Twice in his highlights, you've seen that he jumped in, he got one shot out of Beatrix SMG, and it was just too much damage for him to take.
So basically, when they actually found out how to properly Lord Dance, it was too late. 4,000 gold lead built up by RRQ Hoshi, and there was not much you can do up against such a massive lead for a composition that was built for the late game, right? But Assassin Dave, Wolf, and Mirko, we're done here on the Analyst Stand, analyzing game number 2. We're gonna throw it over to Mara and Clara with an interview.
RRQ Hoshi fans, we got celebrities up in here, pretty popular, Clara.
Yes, the actress, Celine, and the singer, Stefan.
Thank you. Hi.
We're so curious, which players are your favorites?
Ya.
Which player?
Suka sama siapa sih playernya? Ada yang suka nggak di antara playernya?
Aku suka Albert.
Albert. Role di in-game jungler juga?
Aku jungler juga.
Oh, he's jungler, so he's idolized Albert.
So you play? Okay.
I play.
What rank?
Mythical Glory.
Mythical Glory. He's pretty good. Okay, if you can compare your style to any of the player and you feel like, you know what? If I go one-on-one, we're the same. Who is that?
Absolutely Albert.
Wah, sekelas Albert nih. Bukan salah digoleng.
Ya semoga ya, tapi sepertinya teman-teman bilang seperti itu.
Kata temannya.
Kata teman.
His friends say that he's just like Albert.
Albert.
Okay, we gotta check that out. But how has this experience so far for you? It's been a few days, and now they're battling to make it to the finals. What do you guys think about their performance so far?
Gimana ngelihat dari pertandingannya, datang ke sini juga, Kak Selin?
Actually, ini benar-benar tempat yang sangat seru ya, apalagi untuk kita kayak pecinta games dan mengadakan acara-acara yang seperti ini tuh cukup membuat kebersamaan bareng gitu. Akhirnya bisa saling bertemu. Apalagi dengan kamu, aku juga sering lihat YouTube kamu main game.
Terima kasih Kak Selin. Jadi malu ya.
Pro player.
Yeah. I know. Troller ya. Oke. Tapi how about you? Gimana kamu ngelihat pertandingan dari RRQ, perjalanannya, the journey of RRQ?
Wah, seru banget ya. Sempat di lower bracket ya. Tapi aku yakin sih kekalahan itu salah satu hal untuk membuat kita lebih maju lagi. Jadi aku percaya RRQ akan menang.
We believe
RRQ will win. Yes.
I think you know what they need some pumping up to do. So what's our message for them to get them pumped up so they can perform better for the next game?
Maybe you want to sing some song? Maybe
kita kan nyanyi buat Kak Selin nih. Sekarang nyanyi buat RRQ dong. Let's go.
Boleh di sini ya. Ya udah, aku ini lagu aku spesial, liriknya aku ganti buat RRQ.
Special lyrics.
Special lyrics.
Ternyata belum siap aku kalau RRQ kalah, karena aku yakin RRQ kan menang. Kita dukung Indonesia akan menang. I love you.
I love you too, Kak Selin.
Wow. For sure, that's going to motivate them. So let's get this game 3 started. Casters, please.
What a great voice right there. And again, we're excited for this. It is match point. If you're just joining us again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Trex and Arashi. And holy moly, it's a series, right? I think we're all collectively hoping that it's not a sweep, at least here on the desk. But Still, time will tell as Game 3 is upon us, but before that, the M4 Pass is also upon us, and it's available now. Complete all active tasks, and you should reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Also, M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle tasks in game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus also awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. There's also free access to all heroes, and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. With that being said, this is a crucial match point. Falcon needs to adjust here, Arashi.
We saw that in the last stages of that previous game. Actually, Naomi was able to adjust and find the pick of the Divine Judgment onto Skylar. But at that point, they've lost so many turrets, they have so many waves pushing in against them, so they have to try and get that kind of adjustments, that kind of playmaking a bit earlier in the game, right? Identify the source of damage, the source of your problems, and make sure that you can deal with them, you know, on the fly during the game. Because if you wait till 15 minutes, it's gonna be a bit too late.
You know, I said it in the very beginning before these games started, Naomi and Vin are going to be important to their team's success. And right now, Vin is finding the sets more. Naomi having trouble finding the correct target. Once again, a lot of those Divine Judgments getting locked onto Vin. Things of that nature, not finding Skylar. And like you said, by the time they do, it's just a little bit too late.
I mean, looking here, the previous game, the hero pick recap, I mean, even looking at the damage, right? It was there for Justin, and even Ken was catching up. Like, he had a pretty bad or rough start, I would say, and that's something you don't want on this Granger pick. And I believe, Trex, you even mentioned, you know, you would have rather seen that Martis in the jungle. At least you have that durability, that utility there. So I'm wondering, you know, if we see actually Ken adjust for this game number 3, does he go something more along the safer route where he can contest those objectives, those neutral turtles, especially early on, instead of giving them up here? Because what we saw from RQ even across the board was just a lot of everything falling into place for them. But again, on R7, the fact that he played that glue like he did the Joy the previous game, I feel like you need an answer for that too. If you're Falcon Esports, you got to be able to handle R7 and just allow either to that lane matchup to be in your favor with Yellow Flash, or even allow ZipX to shine like we've seen him do before in this tournament up to this point.
R7 really seems to be the kryptonite of Falcon Esports right here, because we saw that in game number 1, it was the lack of crowd control and the lack of damage, of course, on against a Joy with a Vengeance, easier said than done. But then in game number 2, is the fact that Glue was just so tanky and so quick with the sprint, remember? So they just didn't have enough DPS and crowd control to deal with him either. So they have to try and find something, have a solution for that problem, because it's been the same thing again and again. And it's gonna suck if it's gonna be the same thing for the 3rd time.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die right now for Falcon. They need to, game 1, you get crazy. Game 2, you get wild, but this time I think get back to the basics, keep it simple, and do what works.
We're gonna find out, see what works for Falcon here as we load up into the draft for game number 3. RRQ going to be on the blue side, Falcon on the red, looking for 2 priority picks that they can take after trading. We're almost through the first phase of these bans as well. Faramis, Kadita, Kaja taken out by RRQ. Falcon taking out the marksman, still focusing there, trying to limit the options here for Skylar.
But I mean, it feels like Skylar's already shown that whatever he gets, yes, of course, you don't want to let the 1-1 or the carry out, but at the same time, RQ is used to them banning that, and Skylar has shown that he can play the Beatrix, he can even play the Melissa well. Right now, it's ZipX who's having trouble in the gold lane, and on match point, was this the right choice, Arashi?
Well, I think only time will tell, but for RRQ, they understand the requirement to have a secondary DPS just in case Falcon goes for those beefier frontline composition, because you see that they banned out 2 very strong marksmen, and of course this Grok ban though. seems to be quite interesting. Has Vin just been so annoying with the counter engage, so tanky on that Grok with the crowd control immunity that Falcons finally said that is the main problem, enough is enough.
Well, I think so, right? You take out the Grok, targeting Vin here. They might lock in. Maybe they decide to take the Joy for Falcon. You know, if they really want to park that in the XP lane, there's still glue available too, which we saw here on screen. And it looks like, yeah, it's going to be glue locked in plus the Valentina.
I like it. I mean, I do like it, and I think, yes, Vin was a major problem on that Grok, and as we creep into Game 3, you have to get a bit more open in these bans, in these drafts. You need to maybe start targeting a bit more. Make Vin come at a different angle with a different hero, and maybe that'll be the kink in the armor. Now, Justin, once again, on this Valentina, he only lost his first game on that in Game 1. We still know he can be very good for it, but hold on. Because with that Grok being banned, you let the Joy through.
That is I don't know if I can say unfortunate situation for Falcon.
They planned it, but
yeah, I guess they have calculated the risk. We'll have to see if the math checks out. But with the Joy, with a Fredrin, again, so flexible coming in from RRQ, and yet so strong. These heroes they have picked up, they can be considered prio picks as well as flags picks. So definitely not something Falcon want to go up against without preparation. But Naomi decides, okay, let's go with the Franco yet again. Given the right situations, it can still work out. They just have to, again, make sure that they understand there's a lot of DPS. There's going to be a very mobile hero in that Joy in the back line. What is the solution? Can they get enough stuns, enough burst damage, something to deter R7 just walking all over the back line?
I'm wondering if this is almost too risky of a game to see Ken on the Fanny, right? Because I feel like, again, you have a Franco picked up, you've got Glue and Valentina. Valentina's going to be looking for the ultimates to take here and utilize well, but still, even if you land those hooks from Naomi, you need that follow-up damage because that's what they lacked previously, right? You need to be able to get that kill and finish someone off because they've, up to this point, the past 2 games, they've really struggled with that. And so this also is going to be a big portion for ZipX specifically. The portion of the game where he needs to get the advantage in lane, transition to mid to late game, and really just kind of pop off here. So you can already see too, right? They do take out the Harith from RQ, decides to take out the Harith. They don't want to allow that to happen because, I mean, in most cases, if Harith can get early advantage, get those kills needed on the mystery shop, she's usually the one to just kind of, or he's usually the one to just pop off. But Melissa even banning out. So I'm wondering, with all these marksman bans coming out, what is ZipX going to play here?
He's going to pick up the Beatrix here, I think, unless the side of RQ decides to ban it. I feel like there's the plan, right? We ban out all these marksmen. We pick up the Beatrix first here, possibly. That's my guess. And then what do you leave with Skylar? Yes, there is the Beatrix, and it's honestly a very clean draft because RQ almost worked against themselves, banning out that Harith, and Falcon called their bluff.
I wonder if Falcon's plan is to use the Wesker as a deterrent for all this dive coming in from RRQ. But RRQ also saw that with the Hilda being banned out, with the Melissa being banned out, that usually means that they want to go for maybe an assassin, right? Someone that can get pushed away by the go-away and get really destroyed in the early game by a Hilda. But for RRQ, it's going to be a Kufra as well as a Claude. Skylar does play a very mean Claude, but we haven't seen Vin on the Kufra that often. The final pick for the side of Falcon will be that Martis though, and I think according to Trex's will, it might just be going into the jungle.
Good. I like it. I like it. I'm happy. Good job, Falcon. I definitely like it. I think the thing they're going to need to be careful though is that Joy, right? R7. He's a monster, and maybe they need to use Naomi as more of a peel for him instead of an engage, and they need to keep it tight. Once again in the last game, ZipX would go in alone. The rest of the team isn't even at the Lord Pit yet. They get a little too split up. But if they can stay together, then it doesn't matter if Joy comes in.
I mean, not only that, but we saw this previously, right? Same pickups. The Joy and the Lunox complement, how they complement each other, especially when that Genius Wand is locked in here. The burst is almost too much to handle, so you've got to work around that. Falcon, they're going to be looking to get those hooks, get the numbers advantage into the fights, and really just allow this time, hopefully, for ZipX to shine on this Beatrix. But again, it's match point here for RRQ. Can Falcon Esports extend the series as we load into the Land of Dawn?
Oof. Early on, let's take a look at a bit of the matchups here, as well as the emblems. Of course, R7 with the Mystery Shop and the Vengeance, already going to be such a nuisance. But you can see that in the early game, of course, it's going to be jungling as usual for Albert and Ken. But now on this signature Martis, we'll see if Ken can demolish or decimate, rather, the members of RRQ. Naomi has that extra bit of cooldown, and Yellow Flash is copying, going with that Avarice emblem as well, trying to get a bit more of an early lead.
I do like the way Naomi's playing here as well. He's being a little bit more aggressive. He's not just following Justin around, he's getting vision for his team, and that's what they need to do.
Well, they already get the flicker.
Oh, R7 taking a bit of damage there, forced to back off. Cade, play down, half health as well. Naomi picks up the first blood. Falcon keeping to their percentage rate, but will it win the game?
Well, that's a big play, right? I mean, already starting the tempo here. Falcon going to be able to play around that still, even Yellow Flash bullying R7. This is kind of typical for early game.
Ooh, that is good. But R7, I mean, that's all shield. That's not even a health bar.
Yeah, he has like literally an invisible amount of HP. Only one. That's crazy. He has the Vengeance though, that saved his life, but he needs to be a bit more careful. Glue is a very strong laner, so he needs to keep that in mind when he's contesting. But I think right now, Falcon is having a better time contesting the mid area until Albert makes a play.
Oh, Justin, Appraiser's Wrath comes in. Justin gets away, and these are the clutch moments that may pull Falcon through this early phase.
So they hold on to the lead here. I mean, that's twice now. Once for each team where someone got away with a sliver of health. So still, you can feel the tension here. Now also, as we're taking a look at Vin, you know, this Kufra pick, man, from time after time on multiple teams has worked wonders. And so Falcon Esports definitely going to keep an eye on that. But the fight for the turtle breaks out.
Yes, Albert getting a nice position over. Yellow Flash tries to get in the backside. Vin will get the Tyrant's Revenge onto him, but Vin then comes on top. I mean, Yellow Flash comes on top of Vin. Ken gonna try to push Albert away from this turtle. Wants to regain position. Albert goes down. And Naomi goes down. Ken as well, and Albert takes the turtle. I had a mislook at those health bars. It was Falcon that was getting melted. A double kill for R7. RRQ reclaiming the map.
It's like a 3-4-0 for RRQ plus the turtle. That is not how you want to have an early game when you have that Franco and that Valentina. Somehow, some way, they just overestimate their capabilities, and RRQ, once again, with some very, I don't know, risky plays, coming out on top yet again. This is insane, and they're already having a bit of an item lead, and they continue to pressure Falcon yet again.
That is not good, my dude, right? I mean, R7 getting that lead here, especially, they're still going.
Yeah, Ken very low. Albert finds him once again. That's 4-1, a 1,000 gold lead at only 3 minutes.
So remember, right? Okay, still going.
They're still going. Vin gonna get locked down. Zipex trying to find Skylar. Skylar hits that blazing duet and melts him down.
It's you know, it's crazy. They don't stop at all. And again, initially it looked like they were gonna lose, right? They lost the first blood, but it doesn't even matter. They just keep going at you. You just need to expect it. You cannot keep, I don't know, expecting something different. They just keep doing this. Nothing has changed in all 3 games they've been playing. And Albert right here on that Fredrin is just being more oppressive than ever onto Ken's jungle.
I mean, man, I feel like Albert's learned maybe something in that matchup against Blacklist International here. He's playing phenomenally so far on this Fredrin, and I mean throughout the series as a whole. And that's the thing, right? You have Fredrin available to you, plus Vin on the Kufra. That front line and the pick-off potential, or the setup potential rather, is really good here. R7 too, you know, the fact that he was able to get 2 early kills, even though he struggled in that first pretty much push in the bottom side, able to survive transition very well. And he's back to his comfort, right? This is what we saw from game 1.
Yeah, and R7 just going to continue to harass this back line, but a nice suppression does come down. Clay will be the first of all, but a big Tyrant's Rage. Yellow Flash and Ken now running for the hills as R7 locks on. The taunt comes on to Yellow Flash. He's going to land on top of Vin. Misses the dash. Going to have to jump off and get back to safety, but R7 and Albert do not want to let that happen. Naomi with a nice flicker hook brings Vin under and collects the kill, puts it in his pocket, and now Falcon going to try to make a move on to this turtle.
Amidst all that chaos, Naomi finds a chance to go for the flicker Iron Hook combo, and now R7 alone against 4 people, getting taken out, and RRQ are still going for the turtle though.
Yeah, now Yellow Flash, Naomi, and Justin are going to try to make their move. Ken
battle.
is at half health, but Albert takes the turtle once again. Falcon having a lot of trouble claiming these neutral objectives.
Albert with the no there. You know, he's not going to lose that retribution battle here. But still, I mean, Falcon able to find a couple picks. That's crucial for them. They can still use that to their advantage, trying to get the pendulum swinging in their favor. Check out the M4 stats here. Falcon first blood rate, still, it's even higher now, right? It went up. 94.44%. But is it enough? I mean, again, when we looked at the team head-to-head, the fact that they had that statistic, does it transition into winning games? That's the big question.
Yeah, Zipek's going to bring out the Nabir's Passion. Vin taking a lot of damage. Ken will find him. Falcon not going to press their luck too much. Go back to the jungle, recalibrate, rethink out your situations.
For RRQ, man, they have to slow down quite a bit. This time, if they just go in all the way, there's just a lot of punishing moments here coming in from Yellow Flash with the Slam Pass combo, Justin with the Terrify, as well as the Nibir's Passion that we saw earlier, just decimating them, especially because ZipX has the first item power spike, and for Skylar on the Claude, he needs one more item to just reach that optimum Claude initial power spike, and that is usually at 7 to 8 minutes, so for now, Falcon still has a chance to try and push the tempo.
Well, he's pushing the tempo there. R7 in the nest here, right? He go ahead, pretty much just leash that purple buff for Ken here. But now, I guess the big question is, where do they find their moments? If you're RRQ or even Falcon, it looks like it's going to be reliant on Vin again.
Yeah, big stun onto the wall. Yellow Flash will get melted down. Skylar picking up his first kill in this game, putting him a little bit ahead of Zipex here.
You can see the difference in, I don't know, the solutions, because with the,
Wow.
Oh, wait, never mind.
R7 getting deleted. Naomi misses the hook. I got a feeling it's going to be a disengage here. Back to you, Arashi.
Well, once it's back to me, the fight breaks open yet again. Justin will be able to escape, fortunately. And RRQ goes for the turtle because, as I was mentioning, Clay on that Lunox can deal so much damage to the glue that Yellow Flash cannot be as oppressive as R7, but now the engage opens up again.
Comes in, a lot of damage coming in. Vin getting melted low, but Naomi will be the first to fall. It's Yellow Flash on top of him, but they want to lock on to Justin. Justin using the Brilliant Assist to try to get away. Ken looking for something, trying to just escape, but Justin will fall. Skylar picks it up. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Wait a second, Zipex. Looking for Skylar. Doesn't use the dash. Yellow Flash does get the stun though. Vin with Tyrant's Rage knocks Yellow Flash up against the wall. Yellow Flash is a bulky boy. He should be able to walk away from this safely. Overall, the turtle does go to the side of RRQ once again, but it's still a 2-for-2 trade.
It's a small victory, but again, you have to wonder who does it benefit? Who has a stronger late game when they keep trading kills like this, especially because R7, look at him. It's the same story from game number 1. He just keeps going in and out, and there's no real apparent solution coming in from Falcon. Take a look at the items right here. Ken on his signature Martis only has a Hunter Strike. That is not nearly enough to deal with all the potential damage coming in from the side of RRQ. As we were talking about earlier, the Golden Staff is competed for Skylar as well. So in those big team fights, they have to worry about Clay just nuking the tanks, or they can worry about Skylar just shredding everyone at the same time. So many problems for Falcon to deal with.
A lot of problems here for them to deal with, but they are in a position, they have the tools they need to turn this back in their favor here. And it really just starts, again, allowing, you have Zipex picking up Malefic Roar. The damage is gonna be there, so that follow-up from the Iron Hook, when it lands from Naomi, Zipex has to make sure he's there, meanwhile avoiding, especially Vin. You see him jumping around all over the map here. So at this point, 9 minutes in, Lord's gonna be up here shortly. Falcon has to hold on the best they can, and it's gonna come down to either that hook or Justin, but here comes Vin.
Oh, Vin wastes a lot, getting shredded down. Zipex unable to find the kill though. Snipe shot does come out, does not land, but a hook does. Vin will go down finally. Zipex finds it, the conceal play comes out. Play forced to use a Brilliance just to get away here. Keep an eye on Albert coming in the backside. Suppression does land down, but Clay goes down as well. Albert now up against Yellow Flash. Justin holding the back. Zipex keeping his distance, trying to lock on R7. Dashing around like a maniac. Hits the ultimate. Zipex goes down, but it's a 1-for-1. A beautiful trade. 3-for-1 currently on the map. Falcon finally winning out in a team fight, but Albert doesn't want to let it go down stale. Skylar also here. Albert will take the Lord pit, but he's going to back off. A nice win for Falcon.
Everyone's so low from Falcon, but the only casualty is ZipX, and that is taken at the cost of R7's life. So for now, Falcon is still getting a bit of an advantage. If RRQ cannot deal with ZipX on that Beatrix, this can be quite a problem for them.
Oh, Naomi does get Tyrant's Rage. A lot of damage onto Naomi. Doesn't land the hook, will be the first to fall. Now Yellow Flash and Justin and Ken need to think. Vin brought down to about 20%. Albert now on the front side. Yellow Flash on the run. Zipex with a snipe shot lands on a Skylar, but he's still not down. Vin very low. The rest of them come in. Ken takes the first objective of the past 2 games. Able to take it a big win there, but at what cost? 2 members down. RQ not letting up.
Now with 2 members down, what can RRQ find in exchange for that? Because otherwise, that is still a very good situation for Falcon. They've equalized on the gold difference, and as we mentioned, ZipX is scaling further and further into the late game. And of course, RRQ can very easily dive towards him, using the Joy, using the Claude as well. But there's a lot more problems right now with the crowd control being used more efficiently. Falcon has adjusted, and they're going for Albert.
Oh, nice suppression. Albert will get deleted there. R7 and Clay forced to back off. Falcon gonna move down onto this mid-tier 3 tower. Will they keep going? On the boss side, Lord has connected to tier 2, but Skylar makes quick work of that. Falcon now gonna move, take another tower away from RQ, and now the map is red, boys.
They made a huge shift here in momentum just from that Lord take again. The work, and you saw earlier, I mean, even when they grabbed and secured that Lord, the celebration from Naomi, they knew that this would give them the lead they were looking for throughout the game. And again, you're seeing it, right? Naomi landing the hooks here, and the follow-up from ZipX is the damage is there, right? He's got, what, 3, almost 4 items on this Beatrix. So as they continue to siege down the base of RRQ, they're just waiting on those inhibitor turrets. It's going to come down to that next Lord. So RRQ's got to be very cautious on how they approach it. Vin does not want to overextend, especially if he puts him in a bad position, because that's something we see a lot of the times when Kufra is picked. Yes, the playmake potential is there, but you also are at risk of putting yourself in a bad position. Then you just get focused down, or you get bloodied hunt by Naomi. So they can't lose Vin here, and R7, as much as he's been trying.
Vin does get the Tyrant's Rage. McKennan's there to help out. Yellow Flash will be able to back off. Skylar down very, very low. ZipX has great positioning on this team fight. Albert forced to try to walk away, able to hit the dash, but gets pulled back to the team. A lot of damage. R7 not able to invade the back line as usual. Albert falls. Ken picks up the kill. Naomi wants more. He's keeping his distance, misses the hook, but Falcon is not letting up. This could be the tilt.
There's Albert is still not back on the Land of Dawn, so Falcon goes for the siege right here. Conceal is being used, so it does seem like RRQ want to try and do something, but they gotta stop doing this, man. The whole shift in momentum happened because RRQ took a essentially free 3 versus 5 earlier before taking the Lord. So RRQ need to understand that at this point, if you are down 1 member, or if one of your members get picked off, cannot just go with your initial instinct of just going back in against the full roster of Falcon, because right now, as you mentioned, Naisu, ZipX is just doing so much damage, and he has a lot more range compared to Skylar. So he's having a lot more success in this front-to-back team fights, because Skylar is not allowed to dive towards the back line.
Falcon's doing an amazing job at just protecting ZipX specifically here, and Justin having a phenomenal game on this Valentina pick. So really it comes down again to how does this play down to the micro decisions for this Lord dance. You're going to see Yellow Flash do his best to zone out.
Oh, but it does get that wild charge on the Yellow Flash. Finn gets hooked in though. ZipX going to shred through. Lord down to about 50%. All members still on the field. Now Ken's going to try to make a move onto Albert here, push him away, try to get some position, and Ken will go down. That's retribution off the field for Falcon. RQ now going to try to make their advance. Chip down this Lord, conceal play does come in. ZipX has the snipe out. It's a Lord fight, and Albert wins. ZipX goes down. Skylar with the blazing duet. Naomi, Yellow Flash very low. Naomi forced to flicker away. Yellow Flash in a bad position, goes down as well. It's a 4-man wipeout for RRQ, and the Lord as well.
How do they keep doing this, man? These fights are all so chaotic, but somehow, some way, RRQ find a way to just turn it around. It's a 4-for-2 plus the Lord, and all was done due to the different maneuvers back and forth by RRQ. And now, with the Lord, with the waves in their favor, they're gonna make a decisive game-ending play.
Another thing to keep in mind there in that fight was Skylar, right? He just picked up the Malefic Roar, but he had the Corrosion Scythe already. So when he found the right moment to go in and slow everybody down, it was really hard for Falcon to even disengage, even though they wanted to. By that time, it was too late. They got whittled down, they got picked off, and now they've got to defend against this Lord pushing on the top side.
Luckily, they do still have their base turrets, and Zipex is still farmed up, so they make quick work of that Lord. Another thing to point out in that team fight, Ken once again kind of tries to push Albert away, but that puts him in a bad position. And Zipex already has the Renner out, so there's no defense against Skylar unless you just hit this amazing skill shot, which, I mean, at that point, he just has the wrong matchup. And like you said, Skylar just finds the perfect timing.
You know what's crazy though? The whole time, RRQ has one single method of approach. Jump on Yellow Flash, use Clay to burst him down, and then we'll go from there. It's the same thing again and again. It's insanity. And somehow, some way, they get a different result. It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense, but this is RQ and Falcon, and this is M4. It's not supposed to make sense.
Well, again, it's two teams with tempo, and throughout the series, honestly, it's been back and forth, right? At one point, RQ has the lead, Falcon will have the lead, and really, it's just coming down to these amazing team fights, and really, who can get the resources, or even, as Gideon likes to call it, the battle spell economy, right? It comes down to those decisions, the flicker plays, even from Vin, when he pairs it up with the conceal, it's really tough for Falcon to respond here, and they're gonna lose the purple buff as it's invaded, and right now, again, backs against the wall for Falcon.
Falcon is going to complete the majority of their items though here. The tanky members are going to get tankier. And honestly, I do think that in a straight front-to-back fight, Falcon has found so much more success compared to RRQ. It's only when RRQ were able to approach from multiple angles and split apart the front line of Falcon, where they're able to just confuse them and just make them think twice about using their ultimates, their battle spells, because the threats are coming from so many different directions. So for now, if RRQ can maintain this aggression, can continue to just confuse Falcon, they can just keep doing the same thing, and it might just pay off. But of course, this next Lord will be pivotal in deciding who comes out on top.
This could be a game-winning Lord here. Vin gonna check the bush. Falcon trying to get in position. Justin and Zipex being on the backside know that they've got to stay alive here. Justin holding on to the Lunox ultimate as now Lord half health.
Yeah, look at that Rainer shot. Checks the bush with it, so that is one utility down already. Should still have the Nibiru's passion ready to go. Uses it. Nice suppression. Vin does have the immortality though. Tries to pop it off. Justin able to take him out. This looks bad for Yellow Flash though, brought very low. Zipex does find Clay. It's the battle for the Lord, and the heat is on. Albert very low. Lord very low. And Yellow Flash finds it. A game-winning moment at that. Can they take it here? A full team wipe. And at this, Falcon may be able to win the game. They're going to push down the mid, send someone back to defend the base, and the death counters are clocking down.
And just like that, a turn the tide fight. Falcon marching into the base.
GG's, we're going to a game 4, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready.
Whew. Falcon, man. When the fight goes in their favor, when it's a front-to-back, when Zipex is able to just constantly just output that damage, basic attacking again, and again, that is where Falcon comes out on top. They show it again in a decisive manner, wiping out RRQ, taking the Lord, taking game number 3, man.
You know what? I love Mobile Legends.
I do too.
I freaking love Mobile Legends.
I mean, I just want to go back to the turn, the tempo, the pendulum here. At one point, as we were saying it, RRQ was up, what, 2K gold lead towards the end there, and the Falcons don't go down without fighting, right? They stick in it, they throw their best at RRQ, and you saw that team fight, one after another, they fell apart, right? And it was those decisive actions from Falcon again, and that's what I like to see from Zipex, right? Give him a marksman where he can do exactly that. He had an amazing game on this Beatrix, and I'm glad. I know collectively here again on the desk, we were hoping for Game 4, Game 5. I can't wait to see what unfolds here, but we've got to have this game broken down even further by the boys on the analyst desk. Stan, take it away.
What a game. Oh man, we're getting a game 4, and here on Analyst Stand, we're gonna break down game number 3. How was Falcon able to come back after RRQ came back from the comeback of Falcon?
I want to start with the draft, right? Obviously, the first thing you see different is this time, instead of having a Clint, we have a Franco and Beatrix. You saw the very last team fight when Ben jumped in by himself, he got two-shotted by the SMG. It was way too strong, the combo's really good, and Naomi on a Franco is an absolute monster. So this time, with the instant reflex on the body hunt on ultimate, they turn the fight around.
You know, RRQ already had like the control of the game the first few minutes, even with the control of the turtle. You can see it. There was a big blunder, however, from their side when they tried to fight into the zone of Falcon once again. And it all happened when Naomi lands all of these shots, right? The hooks. It looked really nice for Falcon when it happened. But if you're thinking about it, RRQ are actually giving them so much of an opening in those team fights. It's like RRQ are trying to win in fights where Falcon's advantage is off the roofs, instead of like taking the fights to them where they can just chill a bit, wait for Skylar to be farmed, wait for Clay to be farmed, and then take the fight.
Hey, but you gotta give credit Naomi. This guy's hook
That's
is
true.
just surprising. Out of this world, you don't expect it to come from nowhere, and next second you're gone.
That's the thing, right? Big respect again to Falcon Esports for playing with their strength. Even after losing 2 games in a row, they're still respected that, you know what, we have Naomi, we have this playmaker. This time, why not draft around that playmaking skill with more burst to help him when he does go for the catches? Because I think in game 1 and 2, whenever Naomi finds these crazy playmaking or crazy flashy plays, it never works out in the end because there's never enough damage to really burst him down and capitalize on that fact. But we are going to be taking a look at the items very shortly to dissect this game, because there's probably going to be a lot of surprising items here considering it's 18 minutes and there was so much action.
Let's take a look from Beatrix's perspective, right? You have the Blade Spirit, the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, and then last but not least, it has Claw to finish it off. You know, once you have this item, doesn't matter how much anti-heal you have with the SMG, this guy literally never dies unless you just avoid all the damage like the Wind of Nature, right? But when you don't have that on the Claw, this guy will shred everybody and go back to full HP.
What I noticed from RRQ, as well as Falcon, is that this is like a showdown of roamers. Vin with Blade Armor even in the end, so that they can at least match up and face the Falcon's damage output. You see him just look for the good angles. In fact, he's finding them. Even the usage of the ultimate, the challenge range is on point. However, Falcon just answered that correctly. Naomi, I guess in this roam versus roam matchup, he was the one who won it because of the fact that he's actually constantly hooking Finn away from his teammates. So even when it's attacked, you can shred him through because he's away from his teammates, which meant that RRQ will lose a very integral part of their composition right at the get-go.
And looking at both of the teams right here, right, we saw the items. It feels like both teams have, oh my, wait. Everything going to Falcon. Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, and Forgotten One. But back to my point, it feels like it was the allocation of damage that was just better for the side of Falcon, especially in these team fights around the neutral objectives in the later stage of the game. RRQ early on, how do they find so much success? The targeting from R7, Clay and Skylar. When they dove together onto the enemy back line. But in the later stages, they got a bit too safe. They played front to back with a dive composition, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually Falcon who played the front to back a lot better, right? Again, have to go back to the last team fight. Win was a little bit impatient when he jumped in. And when he did, it was this instant turnaround by the entire side of Falcon. No one actually died. They peeled like an onion, one layer at a time. Kill Win first, move on to Skylar, and then after that, it's GGWPs.
Now, we also noticed that if you are going for RQ's composition, it's natural that they go for front to back. They want to go and initiate with Kufra, and then you have the joy through the backlines, and eventually you have the Claude to go there with the Blazing Duet. That was duly punished by the side of Falcon. What they did was to isolate Vin first, right? Using Naomi's initiation with the hook, and then instantly just you bite onto that Kufra, then you burst him down easily. Then, of course, eventually you have the damage shuffle from Justin, cleanup coming up from the Martis from Ken.
Well, honestly, obviously here, we gotta give a massive shout out to the MVP for game number 3, Justin on the Valentina. We actually doubted this Valentina pick because there's not a lot of big ultimates to steal away from the enemy team, but they picked it early. They dictated the drafts, forcing RRQ not to go for these big ultimates, and in the end, Valentina surprisingly did so much damage because this, I think, is the main weakness point for Valentina in this patch, right? Doesn't feel like he does enough damage.
Right, absolutely. He doesn't have that much burst compared to some other mages, but look at this guy, 90.3% kill participation. The biggest thing about Valentina is a lot of mobility and self-sufficiency, right? This guy can just carry himself walking around because he has mobility on top of the fact he has a flicker, and he has a lot of quad control that builds into it, right? If he goes on quad, it can kind of disrupt him from using that ultimate properly. So with that being said, let's take a look at the highlight, actually the heat map of Justin here to see how this mid lane rotates. You can see a lot of focuses on the EXP lane in the early game, but mostly in the mid lane.
Which is interesting because normally you want to go to the gold lane, right? Instead of the XP lane. I think that the understanding here for Falcon is that first turtle, yeah, let's give that to our opponents, RQ. They have Fredrin, we have Martis. We don't have the best chance, best shot at the first turtle, but maybe the second turtle, that is where we can flourish. That's why they prioritize it, looking at the XP lane first before going back to the mid lane. Good adjustment coming out from Justin.
No, I do want to say though, if you get a chance to look at Naomi's heat map here, I'm pretty sure he was actually going to top lane to help a lot more, right? Because again, they're wombo comboing together. The main damage source still came from Beatrix, but nonetheless, Naomi played an instrumental part in this team fight. Let's take a look at this hooks and the highlights of the MVP.
Naomi always just, again, everywhere on the map, but I think here in the highlights we can actually use this to talk about the neutral objective control and mainly the turtle dance / lord dances, right? Because that's the main weakness for Falcon Esports, where they're very uncoordinated. You know, they're very messy when it comes down to those turtle neutral objective takes, and RRQ are able to punish them there. But in any other fight, Falcon, they can match RRQ. Even here, right, you're seeing it, the main mistake for Falcon was we're just not in position.
Yeah, and RRQ is winning. Until this point, they're winning the Lord fights. They are controlling the Lord dances up until this point where Vin, unfortunately, was far too forward for his teammates. Skylar being poked to 20% HP was a big problem already for RQ because now Naomi as well as Ken will be a threat to him. Justin was playing so well in this match as well. And look at Zipix, right? He's fronting against RQ. The fact that RQ lost a lot of HP onto Skylar was already the big problem when that Lord fight started.
Now, I just want to go back to the focus of this combo, right? I mean, the Franco and Beatrix was absolutely insane. You saw how quickly every target was shredded after Franco issued the ultimate. Going to the next team, are we going to let Franco out again for Falcon? That's going to be the win condition, but if it does, are you going to pair that with some burst damage?
Fun fact, right? They don't need to ban it. They can pick it away. Vin is a good Franco player himself. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are at our end here in the analyst panel. We're going to throw it back over to the caster, so take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen, and welcome back. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Trex and Arashi, and we're in a heated series here. It is now 2-1. It's still technically match point for RRQ, but can Falcon even the odds again and take us to game 5? That is the big question here. And we all know it starts in the draft, right? You guys made a good point there on the analyst stand. The relationship between that Franco pick, having the Beatrix there, it's very similar to what we've seen with Kaja and Lunox, right? That's what we were talking about before. And so now you kind of have this, I just feel like you have both teams competing for that relationship alone within the heroes, but at the same time, when it comes to playstyle, right? We've seen this now. The statistic went up. Falcon, the question was, does that first blood really matter? Does it give them the momentum in this tempo-based pendulum swinging game, Arashi?
I think against RRQ, first blood alone isn't enough. Of course, if they are able to actually get, let's say, a 2K, 3K gold lead, that is a lot more significant, and we've seen them use such a gold lead to try and just strangle their opponents, right? The Burmese pythons, we call them. But I mean, honestly, against RRQ, you do see that even when they have a gold disadvantage, when they have a numbers disadvantage, they find ways to find a good fight. And so I think it's just really important to understand, again, what are your win conditions? In that previous fight, they need to go for a front to back. They have to make sure that their advantage in that game, which is a more consistent DPS source in that Beatrix compared to a Claude, she needs to stay protected. And if the Beatrix survives, you saw that in that final fight, he just kept hitting and hitting, and there was no real solution. So if they can try and find something similar, right? A solution that works and solutions to RRQ's own solutions to the problem, I think they can very very convincingly win yet another game.
Another important thing you talked about the Franco is Naomi this time came online, right? Was actually landing the hooks onto the right people, able to catch Albert off, able to keep the tempo at a at least even pace through a lot of that game. And this time as well, instead of getting too out of the ordinary with their draft, they put Zipex on a Beatrix.
Yep.
And that, I think, was the deciding factor in all of that.
And keep in mind, part of why that's happening is because they have banned away that Grok. In game number 1 and 2, the Grok was so annoying because if you hook him, he's tanky and he can go for a counter engage. That is no longer a problem here. So with the Grok banned away, Vin was on something similar, right? A hero that can just dash through and engage a fight, but he's not nearly as fearsome as that Grok. So I think that was a very smart ban that was a bit overlooked by RRQ.
I mean, Vin at that point was more so like, he had the Kufra, and we were talking about this throughout the game. A lot of the times with Kufra, it's kind of high risk, high reward. Yes, you can land some amazing things, especially because now, you know, with the changes, you can't hear him charge up, wind up in the bush. But if he puts himself out of position, you kind of just get whittled down. Yes, you have, you know, a little bit of an escape with the bouncing ball, but still you, with that corrosive scythe, with the slows, the amount of CC, you can't get away, and then you lose that big kind of frontline capability, whereas when Vin had the Grok, like the previous games, before it was banned out, the hook would land, and then you'd see this initiation with the wild charge, and it would work for them. So those are a lot of these little interactions between these hero picks and why they matter so much here, because Falcon kind of figured that out. Now, do they have another game plan for this next matchup here? As we take a look at the hero pick recap, you can even see, right? Damage-wise, Zipex wasn't too far ahead of Skylar. I mean, the thing was this, is he got to really capitalize on the fact that Naomi was just landing hook after hook, whereas Skylar really had to find initiations, right, with the Blazing Duet here. And, I mean, at certain points, Skylar was there, but he had a really hard time. And even R7, like what we've seen previously, where he's been able to just kind of unleash on the backside with that joy, this just didn't happen for them in the previous game.
Well, they had a way to finally kind of deal with R7 a little bit. Previously, we didn't really get to see Ken on something that can help peel, help create space. Same thing, I feel like Zipex just had a bit more movement on the Beatrix, and that one play, I think it was first Lord or third Turtle, when Arch 7 chases him all the way under that tier 3 tower, and he goes down, Zipex goes down, but he at least takes R7 with him. So I think overall, just a much cleaner game from draft to macro and micro mechanics all over the board. I feel like Falcon just played better.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they have a lot of ways that can actually work out in this game. So I think RRQ for sure will be trying to adjust, try and find something different. And this is the scary part, right? Are they going to try and go for something stronger in the late game, something a bit more consistent? Or are they just going to go and just bank it all in the early game? Because RRQ has shown that they can do both. And right now, the draft for RRQ isn't drastically different, but for Falcon, as we mentioned, that Grok ban has been such a valuable tool that they've been able to use in game number 3.
Well, draft already upon us here. A couple bans already out. We said the Fairmist, Kadita taken out here. We'll see if they stick with similar ban patterns for RRQ, but they are going to have that first priority pick. And really, I mean, if this is going to be a carry ban from Falcon, this is kind of what we've seen, right? There's the Kaja. Could this be the carry? If not, it might get taken away in priority for RRQ.
I think Falcon wants to ban the carry here, right? I think overall, these drafts may come out very similar to last game.
Eve.
Maybe a different pick. Eve is open this time. So definitely a possible pick. And it has been something that is very contested for by everyone, but they go for that Lunox still. I mean, Clay's he's done great with it. So it hasn't failed him, but this is going to give possibly the glue and the Eve over to the side of Falcon here.
Because for RRQ, they want that magic burst damage to deal with these tanks, man. Lunok is one of the only mages that can do so, and we saw them try that strategy again and again, almost desperately in game number 3. So it's definitely a core part of their pickoff gameplay, having enough burst damage to ensure that whoever gets stunned or knocked up or caught by them can get bursted down. Unfortunately, then for Falcon, they can go for that Beatrix that can essentially, especially in that late game, do the exact same thing. We saw it happen, and that's why the Franco Beatrix combo is just so dangerous.
Yeah, there's a lot open here. I mean, even the glue, right? There's the Valentina gonna be locked. There's the glue. So something similar, right? And again, a massive game previously from Justin here on that Valentina. So they lock it in. If it's not broke, you know, don't fix it. They can work around with it.
What's so clean about the Valentina too is, all right, yeah, you can pick the Eve, right? Because we also get the real manipulation. So I'm thinking the Eve, but really this just works so much better in a sense because you still have some great mobility. Justin does so well with this hero, even without the ult stealing, but hold on a second, a little quote from Oh My Venus.
Yeah, pretty much. RQ didn't ban the Estes, right? At all. Maybe that is one of the reasons they lose. That's some heated.
As Dave would say,
yeah, she would say, right? But going back to these picks, there it is. You know, not too much is changing here, even for RRQ. They're going to lock in the Fredrin. They're going to put that most likely in the hands of Albert once again. Focus on those objectives, looking for that clean sweep of Turtles early game. And hopefully this time, R7 has an easier time on this Joy like he did, what, game 1?
Depends on the draft coming in from Falcon here. If they have enough damage to just threaten him in the early game, we saw that even all the way to the late game, R7 on this Joy wasn't able to just stand in the front, and with Naomi on the Franco again, that is a very threatening bloody hunt that can be used to shut down R7's movement.
I mean, I think this is literally the same exact draft
so far,
of last game. It's coming down to who's going to call the bluff, right? Are we going to just, do both teams believe that it was just a skill diff, that it was just RQ feels like they could have just played better? We don't think we need to switch out the composition, and right now, things still looking exactly the same.
Right, a Hilda ban to just hint at the fact that there's a possibility that Falcon can go for an assassin, but of course now there's a bit more knowledge in the hands of RRQ. They ban away the Harith, so denying that potential lead game coming in from ZipX. But honestly, we saw that the Harith really wasn't as dangerous, and for Falcon, it's going to be that Melissa yet again.
We'll see, right, if RQ decides to go with a similar ban they did previous game, because still what's left open is that Beatrix, and that was an amazing game for ZipX previously. They could just be going for a pretty much the same draft at this point unless there is a curveball here. But Falcon, I mean, if they go in with the same game plan, it's going to be a good game for them. There it is. There's the Hayabusa, right? So do they just go ahead and lock in that Beatrix?
Of course, of course. I mean, like I said, it's exactly what they wanted. They're going to lock in the Beatrix. Now, does RQ now have an answer up their sleeve for that? We already know most likely they're going to pick up that Claude again, but it's all going to come down to what they put in as their roam, really.
Right, I mean, the roamer has more presence, right, in the hands of Vin. That can work as well.
They're just going the same.
Wow, it's the exact same thing, you're right. I mean, honestly, I always said that Vin was good at picking off people. Kufro is more of a huge team fight kind of hero. So we'll see, again, can he get more success here? RRQ, man, doing the same exact thing, hoping for a different result. This is crazy.
I mean, you know,
wow.
Well, since we've already talked about this draft last time, I guess we don't really have to talk anymore.
Skip.
Yeah, we'll just fast forward to the Landodon. But no, jokes aside, why not, right? I mean, we actually saw this in their previous series, even I think it was with the Blacklist International, where it was pretty much the same draft that they went with from game to game. But that just pretty much says that RRQ was confident in what they had the previous game. It's just unfortunate for them they lost those last couple of team fights because they did have the lead. They had quite a bit of a lead here, but Falcon happy with what they had against it to counter this draft, and it's going to come down once again to those minute decisions if they can get the snowball. And I think still even in the jungle, right? Really, where does that fall in place? Who grabs this first blood?
It's a confusing situation, and I think there's going to be a lot of deja vu here. There's going to be so many moments and movements that's going to look so similar, so familiar to us, and it's going to be very confusing, man.
Well, confusing or not, it's the same draft for the next game. The Land of Dawn awaits. It's RRQ and Falcon. Match point still for RRQ.
Right. For the most part, I don't think there's any real big difference in the emblems. So again, this is an uncanny, similar game. I wonder if RRQ are going to do things differently, because in the early game, we did see that there's a lot of HP bars getting very, very low, but the first blood eventually was picked up by Falcon. So we'll see if RRQ can break the trend and actually get that first blood this time.
I think the only difference here is this time the XP lane is on the top side.
So that's how we know we're not, time, we didn't time travel.
It's not a glitch, guys. We're not in the Matrix. It's okay.
Well, I mean, still, the fact here is Falcon looking to take this to Game 5, and if they're happy with what they drafted previously, they might as well continue it. I think the biggest thing here for Vin specifically is to be a little bit more cautious on those initiations, but if you want to just take that risk, go for it. You do have, that match advantage too, but still, I feel like even R7, right, going against Yellow Flash, notice the difference too. Yellow Flash running with a flicker instead of the sprint like we saw previously, he makes it work, right? But I do think that Falcon has this draft figured out for now.
But we can already see the presence from both teams now, but I got a feeling they may take it a little bit slower than what we've seen in the past. Not as aggressive in this first 2 minutes.
Well, we have to see. I mean, R7 already doing so much better against the Glue here. So small differences, but for the most part, I think we can see the big bulk of difference coming in as far as the turtle fight is considered, right? Because for both these teams, they definitely want to go aggressive towards that turtle, and I think that's where we're going to see the decisive moment in who gets the early game.
Well, Turtle now spawned here. Both junglers in position, half health. R7 trying to clear that lane as well to get here with Clay. Vin making his way as well. Naomi also getting that level 4 available. Who takes it?
Cannon's in a very bad spot in between 3 members, but finally Falcon is here to help. Clay finds the turtle. Ken, stuck against the wall, will go down. So that is a first blood for the side of RQ. Yellow Flash sitting on top of R7, wants to find revenge for his team. Will succeed in that one, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Turtle goes to RRQ.
The first blood goes to RRQ as well, so already a change. Again, we're just being reminded it's not the same game, but in the mid lane, it's the same situation, right? Aggression, wave pushing, and I think the matchup we need to take a look at is also in that gold lane. If ZipX can still get a huge lead in the early game, there's no reason why he can't replicate the same results of the previous game. That is something that RRQ needs to keep in mind, and maybe try and spend more time and resources to ensure that Skylar is the one snowballing instead.
Well, check out this M4 stat here. Albert is the 3rd player to surpass 200 kills in M-Series, joining Chica Guys and Oheb. So Albert, obviously, I mean, everybody knows at this point, Albert is a incredible player, really a component here for RRQ to work around. But even as a team, I mean, I would say that RRQ in general, across the board, especially with, the way that they've refined their play style on the macro and micro level, everything is apparent. But in terms of aggression, the aggressive play style, they like to go at it.
Ooh, Skylar taking a lot of damage. Ken doesn't want to let him go. Skylar able to be on my way, but Zigzaps has locked on. Vin goes down. They're going to look for it. Naomi in the tower, nice hook, and they find him. That's 2 kills for the side of the Falcons.
There's 2 kills, and RRQ has no real answer. The early game from Falcon, yet again, showing to be very, very strong. The Beatrix and the Franco being a very deadly combo. For RRQ, though, they're just trying to recover and still waiting for the next neutral objective. Albert is still farming pretty okay, but the longer he lets this go on, the more he is susceptible to getting taken out by the damage that is scaling from the side of Falcon.
Wow, look at that. The bottom turret already chunked down. It's almost completely gone here. ZipX, similar like last game, he's having a pretty good time on this Beatrix as now they fight for the turtle.
Yeah, Albert's going to take his time this time, along with RQ. Look at Vin, cocking up, trying to land something, does not land though. Yellow Flash is on to Albert though. Albert takes the turtle, and now it's a battle. In the middle, Ken able to take out Vin, but Skylar takes out Ken. It's a 1-for-2 currently. No, 3 members of Falcon down. Albert finds Yellow Flash in the final moments of that fight. RQ takes the advantage.
That's a 3-for-2 for RRQ. They're able to get a huge combo going in, and of course with all the AoE they have in this early game, they got a bit of a lead. But later on, if they replicate the same kind of playstyle, remember ZipX will be out damaging Skylar unless he gets nuked in the initial engage before that. So that's something that RRQ needs to adjust once they go into the mid-game. Looking at the emblems right now, Demon Slayer for both jungles, nothing real too surprising, but with all the mages going Mystery Shop, both teams are trying to go for early game aggression.
Well, Albert got that, right? And I mean, even looking at emblems, looking at items here, the one thing that's apparent is why Fredrin is picked so often. You see that clump that Falcon really goes into when they're team fighting, especially around Naomi. But with the taunt and with the CC there, it's so strong here with this Fredrin pick, especially when things kind of just fall into place and that burst potential is there with Clay and that damage over time from Skylar when he gets the Blazing Duet off. Now, it is going to take Skylar a little bit longer here to get to that online point for this Claude, but still, you can't count ZipX out just yet, right? He hasn't died. He's done a pretty good job farming up, and he's got the 4 assists. So weapon mastery Beatrix here is going to be scary as the game goes on.
Of course, Naomi trying his best to ensure that Beatrix will actually be successful in the late game. Araki tries to defend this turret, but it's just too low. They'll be forced to back away as ZipX picks up that BOD. That's a lot of burst damage to anyone that gets set up by Naomi. And remember, in the late game, AoE will be favoring the side of Falcon, right? Justin going up against Clay. The Lunos has a lot of damage, but in the late game, it's only going to be single target. Whereas we saw that Justin in the late game on the Valentina, that's a lot of damage output to multiple people and multiple applications of the crowd control.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Falcon want. And this is why ZipX now going to be able to rotate up onto this lane. Wait, a nice shot.
Whoa,
comes
we missed.
on. Albert will get terrified. Ken able to secure it. Albert finally goes down. Turtle over to the side of Falcon, and Ken wants more. Finds Vin. Clay able to pick up Ken though, so it's 2 for 1 currently. Make that a 3 for 1. Justin wants to try to lock onto R7, but R7's very slippery. Tries to readjust himself, thinks it over, doesn't want to dive too deep because right now Falcon is on the rise.
Wow, unfortunate for RRQ there. Skylar was not there for that fight because, I mean, a Blazing Duet at that point would have been crucial for that. But Falcon able to get the advantage, now building on this gold lead.
And that's exactly what I meant, like, taking that tower, Falcon focusing onto that gold lane was extremely important to how they move into the mid phase of this game. Skylar, on the other hand, gonna need to stay down here if they don't want to lose any more towers.
That's why RRQ, they just keep going head to head, trying to go mechanics against mechanics. But honestly, if Falcon has set up so successfully to give themselves a huge one-man advantage and denying the Blazing Duet from that big team fight, RRQ at some point need to understand that there are some fights they need to back away from or at least approach differently. Maybe wait out some of the ultimates and then go in when Falcon is not expecting it.
Oh, big Tyrant's Rage. They're going to capitalize. Justin goes down, and that's a nice kill into the pocket of Skylar. Try to get a little bit of chip damage onto that tower as Falcon decides to take off. But while this is happening, ZipX claims more ground, taking away a tower on the top side.
Falcon's basically just making wins around the map where they can find them because, I mean, you got to watch out for Vin, right? The setup potential is there. You've also got to work on these objectives because as everything transitions on, we're only moments away from that first Lord here, and you want to be able to have that space to work with. So right now, Falcon still having that little bit of lead in terms of gold. ZipX now picking up the Malefic Roar here. That's going to be massive in terms of damage department. So RRQ, they got to be cautious how they approach this Lord. Skylar as well wants to be able to time that Blazing Duet, especially if for some reason Albert gets those taunts off that knock up on multiple members of Falcon.
For the next fight though, RRQ, Clay will have the glowing one ready, so that's a lot more DPS as Finn tries to engage a fight.
Oh, but he gets shut down. No Tyrant's Rage for RRQ. Wait a second. R7 into the backside with the Blazing Duet. It's enough chip damage to take down ZipX and Naomi. RRQ showing dominance right now in these team fights. Yellow Flash now come back in along with Ken. Of course, use a flicker. Ken doesn't have does have the decimation, but decides not to use it there. Falcon able to at least push them away from the Lord, but they lose a lot in that team fight.
Not only that, R7 just took the purple.
R7 takes the purple, which is, again, another insult to injury for the side of Falcon. Unfortunate for them, this is what we'll be talking about. R7 was able to go in towards that back line, and ZipX is not nearly strong enough to be a solo threat towards that Joy, and Finn goes in again.
That was a beautiful cancel on that Tyrant's Rage. Falcon now may have a little bit of a possibility for this. It's a Lord battle. Ken takes it, but
A couple members getting low. R7 found by Naomi. It's a beautiful hook. Vin misses it. The outplay from Zipex is beautiful. Ken now going to try to move on to Skylar here. Push him back. RRQ against the ropes.
That's a weird back and forth coming in from RRQ. And Vin, so desperate to find the knockup onto Zipex. It just wasn't working out. Unfortunately, as nicely mentioned, on the Kufra, missing the Tyrant's Revenge is gonna actually leave you in such a vulnerable state, and Zipex completely took advantage of that. And for now, with all the members being so tanky, RRQ needs to find a different method of fighting aside from just picking off one of the tankier members. Maybe diving more towards Zipex and denying that DPS will work. I mean, we saw that successfully play out in the previous team fight.
Well, right now, they've got to deal with this Lord on the top side. It is just the first one, so should be able to make quick work of it. Naomi, though, waiting for an angle if he can find one to get that numbers advantage. The tier 2 in the mid lane is going to go down here. Falcon, full tempo mode here, 4K gold lead, and they're going for another turret.
Definitely pushing the tempo for sure. Falcon trying to give everyone around the world a show right now, but we cannot count RQ out just yet.
If you count RQ out, you've seen what they can do, man. They can be behind in gold, behind in numbers as well. It doesn't even matter. You need to take them seriously at every turn, and we've seen that in this game, at least, they found a bit more success in those big team fights. Of course, the next one wasn't that good, but they make adjustments on the fly. This is what they're famous for. So you can see that Falcon is still very much respecting the possibility of RRQ just coming out with a very unexpected play. They stick S4 just in case there's a death bush somewhere with 5 members from RRQ inside it.
I mean, even with all that said about RRQ, right now, Falcon, you can say the same about them, right? I mean, they work really well with this gold lead, and they've been doing an amazing job at just protecting Zipex, and this was the case that they needed to solve when it came to Game 3 and now Game 4, right? Zipex had a great time farming up. He's protected well from Naomi and Yellow Flash, and they're going to push it down to the bottom side.
Naomi lands a hook on Skylar. That's a big pick. Falcon now with the numbers advantage. Going to try to push this lead. All damage off the board for RQ. R7 won't be able to do much against this lineup without someone else coming in. Minions now encroaching in onto the mid side. It does have a defense, so Vin tries to come in. Gonna get stunned, immobilized, but Albert does find the taunt onto Justin, but Zipex brings out the Beer's passion. R7 will fall. Ken able to still rise up, gets a double kill onto Vin. Falcon backing off, but finds so much in that push.
Justin still alive after doing all that damage, and with 3 members down, Falcon goes for the aggressive play. They might just go for the end here. They have the tools to make it happen.
They're definitely going to try it. Brilliance comes out to dodge the hook, but Skylar back on the field. Going to need to be a little bit careful here. Even though he's behind, he still packs a punch. Lord back on the field.
This might be a Holy Mary play from Albert. Trying to get in position to even take this, but getting it locked down.
Ooh, Zipex melting down Albert. Albert forced dash. No Hail Mary play here. Naomi was waiting. Sniper out. Locked and loaded. Lands. That's a lot of damage. Boom. This is huge for Falcon.
I was waiting for a boom goes the dynamite, but just like that, Falcon securing another Lord, furthering that gold lead, and they are prepped and ready to go for this march into the base that could just bring us to a Game 5 here.
RP is struggling so hard right now because even if Skylar wants to go in the blazing duet towards that back line, he can go with the Wind of Nature, but Justin is still doing an insane amount of damage as well, and that is what is denying him the chance to just shut down Zipex, and this Beatrix is just so much damage coming out from the side of the Falcons.
Definitely a lot of damage. Vin trying to push out. Yellow Flash along with holding it. Lord will get melted out, but Skylar with the blazing duet. Not enough though. Ken still in the field. Vin will be the first to fall in this fight. Ken down as well. Clay finally finds it. Albert will be next. A double kill for Clay. Justin still looking for something. It's 2 for 2 currently, but Falcon maybe staying a little bit too long. Yellow Flash needs to be careful here. R7 and Skylar onto it, and that is a pause.
Well, okay. Oof. That was heated. Not expecting that either, but
I'm heated.
Yep. This heated match, and I gotta say, man, I was watching Yellow Flash. And, you know, Skylar was working on him, but still, it was a 2 for 2 trade. They were holding on there. And it's, I mean, down to this moment, right? It looked like Falcon, like you mentioned, overstayed a little bit. So could RRQ turn that around? You're still working against a massive lead here for Falcon. Space advantage, item advantage. It's going to be a big blunder if something happens to Falcon and they let this one slip out of their hands.
For RRQ though, it's a breath of fresh air they're really required to try and even attempt to come back. Fortunately, it all went to the hands of Clay, so now if they want to go for more pickoffs, definitely the Chaos Balls are going to do a lot more damage, so that is good, but would you rather have the kills in the hands of Clay or the hands of Skylar? Because right now, both of them have, I don't know, they are having an equally difficult time trying to get to that back line. And even R7, you see that Falcon has adjusted and they're using all their crowd control to ensure that R7 cannot get an easy dive in. At this point, if RRQ wants to try and get someone in the back line, someone towards ZipX, I think they're required to sacrifice someone to that bloody hunt. You have to pick either Clay, Skylar, or R7. One of them needs to take the crowd control.
I feel like as long as ZipX runs free, he's going to be able to possibly carry Falcons to new heights right now. RQ, as we can see, there is a little bit of troubleshooting happening right now. Not the greatest time for that to happen, but it is still a heated match, as Nice who said. And honestly, I don't care who wins out in the best of 5 of this. I do hope that Falcon wins this one, because after these games, I want a full 5.
Well, we're jumping back in after that little break here. And as we catch up, it is Falcon going to go ahead and retreat, regenerate, and get ready for the next objective push. Still, it was a 2-for-2 trade. Falcon having quite a bit of immortalities available to them as well. But still, like Arashi mentioned, RQ's got to be able to solve the issue of ZipX, take out that impactful damage, and meanwhile, even avoid all those iron hooks that have been on point so far from Naomi.
On that note, we saw that play in the bottom side where Naomi was able to hook Skylar despite everyone being in the same spot. RRQ need to coordinate and again, decide who needs to take the iron hook, worst case scenario if it cannot be dodged. But if you look at the items right here, R7 already adapting his build, going for the blade armor instead, ensuring that he needs, to survive just a bit longer, being that much more annoying for ZipX to deal with. But of course, with all the items completed for ZipX, including the Has Claws, there's a chance he can just out-sustain the damage coming in from a semi-tank Joy.
Well, right now, Conceal Play going to come out here. I think they just want to avoid these hooks. Skylar picking up the Corrosive Scythe. That's going to be a key pickup for this Claude as they try to figure out how to get to the back line of Falcon.
You know, right now, this is the point where Falcon wants to use the lane advantage. They want to try to keep that bottom lane pushed in so that RQ has to keep on sending someone over. They have the minion advantage. They have a big macro play here. I don't think they need to be too aggressive, honestly. They could have an easy Lord. The only advantage that RQ has, though, is this Joy, who should be able to clean that lane very quickly and still move so fast back to the Lord pit.
On the issue of turrets as well, there's only one being taken by RRQ.
Uh-oh.
The rest of the turrets are available, but look at that.
Ooh, Yellow Flash gets brought very low, but Vin gets hooked in. Albert trying to help out. R7 in the backside trying to lock on to ZipX. ZipX just too bulky. R7 wants it, forced to retreat now. Namir's passion comes out, and Justin finds R7. Next might be Albert. He's a bulky boy, though. Snipe shot comes in. Immortality pops. Albert's still on the field, not enough. Ken finds him. Now it's 3 up against 5, and a Luminous Lord on the field. This is rough.
That was a rough time to get picked off in a bad position there. Skylar, if you notice, he couldn't even join that fight because he was half health, and somehow Yellow Flash was able to attach himself to Skylar, forcing him even further back to heal up. And just like that, again, Falcon grabs themselves a Lord, looking to siege the base of RRQ.
Most definitely, Falcon gonna move in onto this inhibitor. They break it down. Play Vin. Vin's gonna get hooked. Can't finish the Tyrant's Revenge. Will go down. ZipX picking it up. Skylar with the blazing duet though. Naomi brought low, able to get away with a sliver of health. R7 trying to help out, but Ken is now here. He has an immortality, so you know he's ready to go. Minions do land on. Lord has not spawned yet. I don't know if Falcon wants to push so deep, but they have a huge gold advantage. Lord finally on the field now. Falcon gonna think about how they want to do this push.
They're just sieging slowly but surely, and that range advantage is just so annoying. And we can see that Skylar, he can't even go in full towards the backline. He just has to try and dance around and use the max range of the Blazing Duet. And Clay gets chucked down, and Falcon makes their move.
Good, Albert trying to push this Lord a little bit to the bottom side. Ken comes in, Albert, R7, very, very low. Albert goes down first, Lord onto the base. Falcon closing the distance, bridging the gap, and taking us to game number 5.
We wouldn't want it any other way.
I love Mobile Legends.
5 games is what we want here in this type of match. And at the same time, in this triple header day, crucial game ahead of us, Sarashi.
It's a chance for Falcon to come in with a reverse sweep, and that is a scary prospect for RRQ. The momentum right now is on the side of Falcon because of their 2 insane performances, and we know for a fact that RRQ, occasionally, they do struggle in that mental aspect. That is the main question that a lot of fans had in mind for RRQ for M4. We have to see, can they adapt? Can they find something different? And will they repeat the same draft?
I mean, why not, right? It worked for them. It worked. Both teams rolled with the same draft, but you could even see how excited Falcon was there. Even Naomi having a massive game again on this Franco. I don't think RRQ wants to give this Franco up, or possibly even the Beatrix assign, because that's twice in a row now. Even ZipX has just popped off.
Most definitely, just did a wonderful job. Falcon, I mean, catching their tempo, but I'm sure some of the big brains over there can break this down better, so over to our beautiful analysis.
The Burmese Python strikes back. It's equal 2-2 currently. Back at it again on the analyst panel. It's me, Mirko, Assassin Dave, and we have Ulf from the Philippines. But Assassin Dave, start us off. Falcon, what an incredible performance here in Game 4.
Absolutely. Feels deja vu, right? They did this to Incendio. Can they do the same thing again today? RQ is ready for the challenge. Now, I gotta say, don't change what's broken. They had the exact same draft compared to the previous game, and it's working out for them.
It's the complete reverse for RRQ Hoshi, right? It's literally the same draft from both teams. But the thing is, you see RRQ being defeated in the previous game, the game prior. They didn't change anything from the draft, but they also didn't change anything from their playstyle. They wanted to go and pierce through the front-to-back composition of Falcon. It didn't work in game number 3. It's obviously not going to work in game number 4.
It feels like in game number 4, it's literally for both of the teams very similar drafts, but for Falcon, they made those proper adaptations to get the early game a bit more smooth. They were able to transition over to the mid game and even to the later stage just pretty smoothly with their front to back. But for RRQ, it felt like same draft, but nothing really changed at all. That's the thing right now. No improvements made.
And I gotta give credit to Naomi. This guy's an absolute monster.
Bro, what the heck?
So how can you be so decisive on a Franco? Like, it's usually when you play any other tank, any other roam, you can say, oh, I'm gonna engage on me, stuff like that. But when you play Franco, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna engage, but there's a chance I might miss, you know? And he just got in the miss.
What makes it more impressive is he's up against Finn, a Franco player. So he knows how Francos think, and Naomi's able to outthink the Franco player. But now we're gonna take a look at the item builds here for game number 4 to see what they went for. Because again, in terms of the playstyle, they didn't change. Itemization, did they change?
I don't think so. Like, it's the standard for both teams, and you can expect the same result because of that. I mean, Albert, you can give credit where credit's due. He played well at the early stages. They played well when he's controlling the Lord dance as well as Turtle dance. But it kind of felt like this particular game number 4, Falcon already had, 4 games or 3 games of troubleshooting on understanding how RRQ operates around the Turtle area as well as the Lord area. So this means that the main strength of RRQ in this series is completely nullified, added to the fact that they are playing the same heroes. There's really insanity on the side of RRQ Hoshi to decide that this is how they wanted to approach Falcon.
You can take a look at total towers taken and total objectives taken, right? It's heavily leaning towards Falcon's favor. That just shows you they come in with a clear, crystal game plan. They know exactly what they wanted, and they have the actual execution to make it happen. Let's take a look at the actual team fight participation. You can see everything one more time got taken over by Falcon Esports.
Man, look at this. Rich Guy, the carry, Zipix, and Yellow Flash taking the sandbag and the Forgotten One. These two side laners have been, the key factors in their victories in Game 3 and even Game 4 now. And we might as well be looking at this at a reverse sweep, the way Falcon are playing, the adjustments they're making, the small ones, even in the Lord dances that we've been criticizing from Game 1 and 2. Instantly, we saw such a massive progression from them.
I would say because of the fact that they also read through what RQ is doing. R7 has been playing splendid joy. He went game number 1, he was the MVP. Game number 3 was phenomenal as well. And in this game, but then again, you kind of read through what he's trying to do. He wants to go to the backlines where the Beatrix is. Surely you know that already. That's why they were able to nullify that. While Yellow Flash was very creative on how he plays the glue. Very difficult for RQ to deal with.
It was about the cover, the peel. Perfect this time from Falcon, but MVP here, we're going to give it over to Yellow Flash. The man who did both, disrupt the enemy backline, but also providing cover to his own.
This guy acted as a bait, right? You see the very last team fight. He was in the mid lane, distracting the entire RQ, and just when they saw, okay, this is left alone Yellow Flash, left alone pile of glue. Maybe let's, clean this up first, throw it in the trash. But just when they thought that, the entire set of Falcon collapsed, right? Especially with led by Naomi with a Franco, and that just turned everything around. I like the way how Falcon plays. I think going to the next game, what do you think RQ need to do to disrupt this?
Oh my goodness, well ban it, number 1, or maybe just take it for themselves. Surely you are very comfortable with the glue. I'm pretty sure that R7 can play this as well. Like, he plays a lot of glue, we know that he controls it well. Even his playstyle on trying to make the plays for his team when it comes to those defense, like isolating his opponents, peeling against his teammate, against his opponent. So that might be the answer for RQ.
Here we are going to see the heat map, right, for Yellow Flash. Minute 5 to minute 10. Again, still very active, still staying though mostly on the XP lane, acting as that distraction. He needs to constantly be, micromanaging these waves in the side lanes, but also providing that frontline pressure that the team needs. And I think he just does it really well here. You can see it's a bit darker around the mid towards, the top
area.
side river.
Yeah. Then you can see that this is why Yellow Flash kill participation is so high. Even in the beginning, when we do the team-to-team comparison, Yellow Flash kill participation or team fight participation is a little bit higher, right, compared to the counterpart R7, to show you like the entire side of the Falcon, they play more of a unit. They play 5-man team fights. They like to take advantage of numbers, and that's exactly what they're doing here with this. Let's take a look at a highlight for our MVP today, Yellow Flash.
A very important kill onto R7 with, again, glue being activated earlier on. And come the 4-minute mark, this will be the Lord Dance. Normally, RQ Hoshi wins this, especially if Albert holds the Frederick. But this time, there is a lot of retaliation coming out from Falcon. Ken securing that turtle and the kill afterwards. That was very much the deal breaker for Falcon in this game.
We need to give credit to Ken, man, because the amount of lords and turtles he was able to steal in this game was absolutely amazing. It was crucial to the comeback that Falcon was able to amount to.
And also, you got to see the positioning from the entire side of Falcon, right? It's so hard to get to Zipix. And RQ knows this better than anyone else. They're in the game. They have to get to Zipix. They have to somehow get to this Beatrix, but they couldn't. They just can't. It's so hard to get to that. And I think because of that, it kind of gives RQ confusion of what do we do? Do we even initiate? Do we not initiate? And Falcon took advantage of that and played really decisive, finding whatever hook they can. Every target they found is exactly like last game. The history repeats itself, which is a 2-shot annihilation.
So, again, for me personally, I feel like the Kufra pick just hasn't worked out, right? Up against a Franco, and honestly, up against so much that can really stop that setup from happening. It's going to be really tough to pull off that Kufra, and it was even harder earlier.
And maybe just don't let the Falcon just play their very comfortable style as you saw in back-to-back games.
We're going to throw it to our hosts, Mara and Clara. Take it away.
Lord Breaker, the song intense, and here we are, Clara and Mara, with 5 beautiful Indonesian girls, pro player, girlfriends, and of course, they will say something about this match, Mara.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Who's girlfriend? Tell us who your partner is.
Pacarnya siapa aja? Orang udah pada tahu sih ya. Ini Ayang Babes-nya dari Bogor nih.
Hey.
Esa, from Bogor.
Eca.
Mana ya?
Queenie.
Who their player partner is.
Nggak usah tau gini ya.
Queenie, Skylar.
Okay.
Lipi.
Finn.
Albert, and?
I'm here just to accompany her.
Supportive friend.
Pro player.
Okay, now, For sure, you know the situation right now being pro players. They were up by 2. They needed one more to do a sweep. Falcon made a comeback. Give us an inside scoop of what your
Jadi
partners
gimana
must
nih?
be feeling
Sekarang
right
kan
now.
mereka lagi main terus hampir menang, tiba-tiba kebalik. Kira-kira mereka ngerasain apa sih?
What's going through their
Apa nih
mind right
kira-kira
now?
nih?
You know them.
I don't know. Maybe in the backstage he's just calming himself down and preset for the next game.
He's calming himself down
Ya,
right
jadi
now.
dibikin santai aja dan harus reset. Pokoknya karena ini tinggal 1 game lagi ya. Oke, kalau dari Lipi, dari Lipi mungkin kira-kira
How does he deal with stress in this situation?
Mungkin bakal cuci muka dulu, terus ya bakal reset, tenangin satu sama lain. Yang penting tetap percaya satu sama lain.
Okay, washing their face first.
Oh, he washes
And
his
refresh,
face.
refresh the mood and then cheering up each other.
So that's the
Probably
secret.
That Finn will do.
Refresh, wash the face. I wonder who their facial sponsor is.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Queenie?
Halo?
Hello.
Go to smoking. Ya mungkin mereka merokok dulu.
Menenangkan diri ya, ngerelaksasi diri.
Bagi mereka kalau sebat itu kayak relaxnya mereka lah.
Oke, tapi kalau dari Deden from Bogor gimana ini?
Ya mungkin saling nenangin aja, terus saling semangatin sih mereka ngobrol-ngobrol, terus reset.
Oke, talk to each other and calming and cheering for each other. It's the most important thing.
He's the one that usually does the pep talk.
Siapa nih yang biasanya yang paling suka nyemangatin siapa sih kalau di antara anak-anak RRQC? Finn ya?
Finn is the most vocal. And you know what? We're gonna take a look to see if that pep talk worked because we're gonna go to game number 5 and determine who the winner is. Casters.
We are on the verge of a possible reverse sweep here by Falcon. Can RRQ and the Kingdom hold on here? It's a best of 5 going 5 games. That's how we want it here to start the day. Again, I'm Nice-Yu, joined here on the desk with Trex, Arashi. Boys, how we feeling?
I'm ecstatic right now. I mean, this is what we asked for. We come to the world stage, we want some great games, and so far, the past few days have not disappointed, but this one especially. I mean, it's 2-2, and not just that, but RRQ takes the first 2, brings them to match point, and now Falcon trying to contest for the reverse sweep.
Question, Arashi, what if it's the same exact draft? Are we going to expect that from both teams? Or is it going to be something different? Is this the time that we see possibly maybe Albert doesn't play the Fredrin, pulls out one of those assassin picks?
I feel like the logical approach is to try and do something different, man. They tried it twice. It played out more or less the same way, so I think something needs to change for sure. I mean, Jay said it, right? 60 to 70% of the game all relies on the initial draft already, so I think something can be improved there, and the execution can get a bit of work as well. Man, I'm excited, but I'm also a bit anxious about the whole thing, being an Indonesian.
Well,
can't blame me.
Hey, that's okay,
can't
man.
blame you.
I'm sure a lot of people feel that way, but also too, I mean, we talked about a lot of things here in the draft, and even with game 3 and 4 being very similar drafts, exactly the same, I gotta say, the fact that it's weird because Claude, a lot of the times we've seen it work wonders, and other times it's like the damage isn't there. And I feel like if you look back at the previous game, there was a lot of moments where, you're waiting for that big blazing duet moment from Skylar, but then it just fizzles out. It wasn't there at all. And I mean, when you have those tanky boys across from you that Falcon had, the Franco, the Glue, and everything else, and even the Martez pick, how do you even get to the back line here? And ZipX allowing, or pretty much his team allowing him to get to that point where he can freely farm up, get to, maybe 1 or 2 items, running that weapon mastery on the Beatrix. I would be surprised if he even gets his hands on this pick again because, I mean, Arashi, break down this hero pick recap here from the previous game, even though same picks from game 3.
Even the same picks, you see a bit of contrast, but point still stands. Right now, R7 and Skylar, they're doing a lot of damage still, but it's just not enough. Skylar does a lot of damage to everyone, but it's not to the right targets, right? He just is forced to use the Blazing Duet just barely on the max range, and that's doing a lot of damage to the Martis, to the Franco, to the Glue. But the Valentina as well as the Beatrix are relatively untouched. And in fact, if when Skylar goes in, it's almost a reverse. They're the ones getting bursted down instead.
Again, I think that's the picture was painted there. The damage for both of those gold laners previous game was very similar. But Skylar, with the Blazing Duet, it's spread across multiple members of Falcon, and they're quite tanky. They just heal it back up. Whereas ZipX was really able to concentrate that damage on the targets they needed. A lot of the times, again, being Naomi, whoever he lands the Iron Hook on. So if you're RRQ, you really want to approach this draft with a different mindset here and not maybe even allowing the Beatrix or the Franco to go in the hands of Falcon here. Play around, again, the headline of this matchup is the tempo. Who will start that tempo? Who maintains it? And better yet, if they can keep it on their side.
I mean, to maintain that tempo for RRQ, they require a lot of pick-off damage as well. They've been trying to utilize the Lunox as much as possible, but clearly so far it has not been working as much as intended. And maybe a different roamer with more lockdown can work as well. Because when they're able to actually lock down members from Falcon and shut them down all the way from the early game, we see that that is where they're able to get control. That is where they're able to get those value pickoffs and turn the game around. They need crowd control and they need damage.
Well, we're going to find out here as we have the draft of the final game. And there is a difference. Already, the Franco is banned out. The respect is there from RRQ.
But will it make the difference? There is a difference, but will it make the difference? I do like the Franco ban. You know, Falcon learned at Game 3 that they needed to ban out Vin's Grok. And now in Game 5, RRQ making an important decision here, banning out that Franco. Now, this is going to now leave the Kaja possibly open, or it's going to force Falcon to not ban out the carry, but either way, so now Kaja open, and we saw Vin play it the other day.
Kaja, or do you take the Eve?
Ooh.
It's neither. They take the glue.
All right, so they felt like it was too tanky, it's too annoying. We saw that R7 was able to use it very well in the game number 2, so I think they go for it again. But as we mentioned, the Kaja is available, and if Falcon really values that DPS, that damage, single target damage, they can just deal with tanks. They can pick up a gold laner early on as well. So much potential here. The Jeeve, as we mentioned, is available if they want to go for more utility and maybe a bit more of healing reduction with the Necklace of Durance as well. So it's so insane that we can't really predict because we have no idea. We've seen the same draft twice, and now that we're in the final game, we have no idea what to expect.
True, but I mean, this is definitely throwing a little bit of a wrench into things, and hold on a second. Now, with the Kaja pick, that's not the one I want to focus on because Falcon picking up the Lunox, don't want to give that to the hands of Clay, and honestly, just like RQ is picking it so much, it is still a great pick for Falcon because it can be that deciding factor in bursting down this glue, bursting down R7 when it tries to invade.
I believe ZipX has played the Lunox in the gold lane as well, so again, multiple possibilities coming in from Falcon, and they are the ones now with the good crowd control, with the good source of burst damage, but RRQ counters with the Beatrix and the Fredrin, and that is Skylar on his quote-unquote signature hero.
I like this, right? Already a couple changes going here. RRQ able to secure that Beatrix pick like we've been talking about a lot, not going in the hands of ZipX, and then you still have Albert most likely running this Fredrin, right? It is a solid choice, a hero to just go in for the objectives. You have the utility, you've got the CC, and the best thing too is if you can land it on multiple members, now you have the Beatrix there to unleash. Like you guys mentioned, AoE damage is going to be big in this fight. Again, the final game between these two teams. Last pickup though, from Falcon will be that Valentina once again.
And that guarantees the Lunox most likely into the gold lane. Yes, a little bit of flexibility. We see maybe the Valentina go into the jungle ever so slightly, but I don't think that's going to happen here. This is going to mean ZipX gold lane up against Skylar with that Beatrix. The table has definitely been flipped.
And now that's a lot of magic damage coming in from the side of Falcon. So most likely with the Hilda ban, they're trying to go for, I guess, an assassin, a physical damage assassin makes sense here. They have 3 heroes that does magical damage already. So more one-dimensional compared to RRQ. They recognize the threat, the potential of an assassin. They ban away that Fanny, and the final ban is going to be the Eve.
Well, already, right? Last couple choices here. Go ahead and dealing with the Fanny. They don't want, I mean, they don't want to go against that matchup, right? The Assassin matchup. You've already got the Fredrin here on the board. Eve was a great last ban as well from Falcon. They take that utility out. It's going to force something here on Clay to respond, especially to that Valentina again, and be cautious of exactly what ultimates you're providing here. Because right now, there's not many great choices, right, for Justin to take.
Lilia, Farza come to mind, right? A possibility there for Clay. Of course, I think at this point you just kind of have to give up the fact that, like, yes, they're going to steal our ultimate. We just have to use it better here. My question is, I'm sure you have a thought on the mage, but also, what do we see in the jungle from Ken?
What we see in the jungle, considering it's a lot of burst damage, something a bit more aggressive. The Martis is still a possibility.
Lane?
If he wants to go for that Granger, that can still be used as well if they want to just go full all in the early game. That's what they seem to be very good at doing. But for the side of RRQ, remember, with such a composition, they need a solid late game long range mage as well. But for Falcon, it's going to be Uranus.
This is a little risky, right?
Yes.
Uranus is not, I mean, there was once upon a time that this was a very high priority pick for the XP lane, but now people kind of like to debate, is it a good choice still to park in that lane? Yes, you're pretty much, I mean, at some point you're kind of unkillable. You have a lot of sustain, a lot of durability, but really, what do you provide for your team here in comparison to what you're going to see across from you, which is that glue? There's the Farsa pick, like you guys mentioned, and it's rounded out with the Lolita.
I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, yes, the Uranus used to be a decent pick, but right now with the standing of marksmen and these DHS builds, these speed builds, it's not going to be easy for him. And he doesn't have, I mean, right now, I don't think he has sustainability against glue. Maybe he will be able to stalemate R7, and if Falcon can just focus into the gold lane, maybe they can catch a win that way. But the final question is, once again, what does Ken pick up here for the jungle? He's sitting looking at that marksman page right now. I was thinking something more in the lines of the Assassins, but Granger? Granger.
It makes sense, man. It's a lot of burst damage in the early game. It's the long-range kill secure Death Sonata. It will be that Granger, and this is a complete flip, right? This is Falcon going all in the early game, maybe banking on a split push Uranus in the late game, but for RRQ, it's team fight all the way to add to their crowd control. Even a Numeron Blast on a Lolita, it makes sense, but will it work?
I don't know. So much is on the line right now. And the Granger failed in game 1. If Falcon wins it in game 5, it's going to be a statement.
That's going to be a redemption arc for Ken alone here. Falcon, though, I mean, both team compositions, they've got their win conditions. It's going to come down to the execution factor and who can set the pace first, set the tempo, as that's been the story, the narrative between these two teams here. And now we're down to that final match as we just wait to load up here. Again, two teams, the lives are on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5. Will the kingdom thrive or the Falcons soar on? We're about to find out.
Just like that, we're into the game. Looking at the emblems, nothing too crazy. Killing spree yet again in the hands of Ken on that Granger, trying to make sure that he can go as aggressive as possible. And remember, from so far away, this roster, this composition coming in from Falcon can just instantly pick someone off. So in the early game, it's definitely a safe play coming in from RRQ, logically speaking, but sometimes RRQ, they don't operate by basic logic.
Oh, already trying to make a gank on his Zipex, and this is what I wanted to see Falcon do, but RRQ taking the initiative over that gold lane.
Well, right now, you can see, right? They need to focus as much as possible on ZipX, not allowing him to get an advantage here in that gold lane matchup. Skylar needs to be able to come online as fast as possible as well, and still the objective game is going to be up to Albert and Ken. Can Ken get the tempo on this Granger pick? That is going to be crucial for him as the fight for even the purple buff. The tension is here. Vin getting in position.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Naomi there. Albert has claimed that position. Ken maybe going to try to pull something here. Big stun on Justin. Justin able to flicker away. Yellow flash also coming in, but the Appraisal's Wrath deletes Ken. First blood to the side of RRQ.
It's first blood for RRQ, and that is Ken shut down again in the early game. We're seeing glimpses from game number 2 right here. That is not the start that a Granger wants in this game. And with that pressure, they're already trying to translate that to the other side lanes. Clay on this far side has been very actively roaming around. This is what they need to do. Abuse that mobility from the wings by wings.
Yeah, I think biggest thing here, you use that mobility to your advantage. You find picks if you can. If not, secure the objectives, right? That's exactly what RRQ is going to do here with this first turtle. Just going to go cleanly in their hands, able to continue to build on this tempo.
Whoa! And trying to get the play.
Oh!
Will get stunned here. Vin trying to cock it low, but they both respond. Ken goes down. Vin finds the kill. Justin tries to help out, but not fast enough. That's 2 deaths for Ken in only 2.5 minutes.
It's a death for Ken, but on the bright side, they were able to take Skylar out, but they used so much time and resources to ensure that result. In the mid lane, both are trying to build for a Clock of Destiny. The burst damage from the mid lane definitely favors Clay in the early stage. This range coming in from the Feather Airstrike is something that Falcon hasn't been dealing with in the past few games.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, Naomi being on this Kaja, it's a little bit different here, right? Instead of that Franco, you've got to put yourself in a position to be able to get that divine judgment off, and finding the right target as well is going to be difficult with 3 tanky boys here. Look at the pressure on the purple buff.
Albert just continues to come in, Clay creating space for his team to claim this buff. Vin about to use that Nona blast. Ken finds R7. A nice play. The stun does land down on a Falcon, so they can't push the objective too much. So they trade a purple buff. Oh, Zipex finding Skylar in the off lane as well. Falcon trying to keep the tempo.
Early game Lunox damage. If you're a squishy mage, you do not want to deal with that. This is showing again the flexibility of ZipX and how much you're trading when you try and shut down Ken. RRQ is spending so much time, but they're allowing ZipX, the man who was carrying the past 2 games, to actually have a good time in the lane.
Well, at the same time, I'm wondering here, right? With ZipX having that lead now, again, Skylar's died twice. So that already puts you in a good position if you're ZipX here. A little action in the mid lane, not going to convert into anything just yet, but still, transitioning mid-game, you've got to be careful of that damage from this Lunox pick. Has the Mystery Shop, will be able to scale quite quickly, especially if more kills go in favor of ZipX. You can see already attention being put there on the top side. Turtle now up here. The turtle dance going to ensue. Albert in position.
Yeah, and Clay does not have the feathered airstrike right now, so the sniper shot does come down. Vin with the moon on blast, trying to create space. Watch Zipex, comes in, gets some nice damage. Skylar takes the turtle. Albert finds Naomi. Now Ken with a lot of range, dropping that Death Sonata, but Yellow Flash a little bit too deep. Will get deleted once again. Albert with a double kill. Justin tries to flicker, but Skylar finds him. Zipex trying to dodge. Nice flicker, but R7 is here along with the rest of the team. RQ wants suppression coming down, and Zipex, along with the rest of the team, fall. The crowd is wild, and RQ reigns supreme in the early game.
It's effectively a wipeout for RRQ, man. Every single member of Falcon fall, and this is what RRQ is able to do. Once they smell blood in the water, they just keep going. They don't let you escape. With that huge play, you can see Skylar recovers, having that BOD right now. That's a lot of burst damage, and Ken is just in such a tough situation. Only a Hunter Strike when he is supposed to be the main carry in the mid-game for the side of Falcon. It's just catastrophic, as R7 has a reading armor, so even if Justin wants to step in, if ZipX wants to try and burst him down, it's going to be very difficult, and Albert follows with a radiant armor of his own.
Not only that, but the whole fact that, you know, Skylar was struggling a little bit, but that whole interaction just put him in a great position, and at the same time, now Albert being even tankier with this lead here, he's 1,000 gold ahead of Ken. It's even going to be more difficult to get past Albert, get to the objectives. Conceal play coming out. They're still putting pressure here on the nest of the Falcons.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for Falcons right now, with already it being almost 4,000 gold deficit for them. Another turtle's going to be up in 20 seconds.
Oh, no.
Watch out. Ken almost gets stunned. A nice dash away, though. Now Naomi's going to hold the front side. Nice Renner shot onto Zipex, and the range of RQ right now is too much for the Falcons to handle.
Keep in mind, later on in the game, there is a Lolita in the hands of Vin. That Bulwark is going to block a lot of damage, but look at that.
That's going to be it. A nice pick. R7, though, doing a great job of surviving.
What?
It's not it. Zipex comes out of the clutch and finds him. But is this enough for Falcons to redeem themselves?
he bought so much time, right? R7 able to cause the distraction, secures the turtle, clean sweep now for RRQ, and it's a 3.5K gold lead. This is massive at 7 minutes into the game.
Oof. And they're still not stopping anytime soon, man. This is what they do. They just press on the tempo, and they have to be careful though. Naomi can still very easily go for a pickoff, but for now, they are in the jungle of Falcon, taking control of the Falcon's nest.
I mean, at this point, I don't even think Naomi can go for the pickoff. The moment he dives in there, if he does not find Skylar, he is going to get instantly shredded. Right now, RQ taking so much material on the map, it's looking very, very grim.
Here's the thing you have to do if you're Falcon, right? It's a 4K deficit for the team. You're gonna have to wait. Most likely, it might even be better just to give up that first Lord. Let RRQ take it, do your best to defend. You need to allow yourself for Ken to catch up a little bit here, and as well as Zipex. That's your main damage dealers. This is the downside of having a major gold lane, right? Oh, charge up though. They get the flicker out from, actually no, Justin just dashed out of that. So they get the Noon One blast out, but still, by the time the Lord comes up here, they're gonna have it available. Conceal though.
Oh, Naomi uses it to get away though. They're definitely testing the limits. Like Falcon, they're seeing, they're trying to bait, but RQ is not biting.
They're just like making sure that they go for the right engage. And honestly, if you're RRQ, you don't have to do anything too crazy. You have all the range to work with. The snipe coming in, you can use the feather airstrike to just chip away at the HP bars of Falcon. As long as you get the right target, I mean, Ken, Justin, and Zipex are all vulnerable to just getting bursted down. And if Yellow Flash or Naomi wants to try and do anything about it, there's DPS as well. This is why the balanced composition of RRQ is just so much more dangerous in the mid game unless Falcon got ahead.
Well, right now they're going to focus here. Bottom side, putting pressure where they can. Looks like they are just going to go ahead and give up this first Lord as RRQ is just going to go ahead and freely work on it. So Falcon just trying to find any type of win they can across the map, and right now there has to be space. That's their first turret of the game here. Now they're gonna have to defend against that Lord push. It is only the first one, should be fine, but still, Falcon trying to buy time here. And even if Naomi grabs any member of RRQ, they're gonna get claps down on. Again, whether it's Vin, R7, or even Albert, can Falcon actually respond to that and actually react to that clash down from RRQ, Arashi?
I feel like the only real solution here is to try and take out Skylar and then try and win out by way of DPS, because they do have a quote-unquote marksman in the jungle and they have a solid gold lane in form of Zipex, so they can still try and do that like they did in the previous game. Look at that burst damage though.
That is insane, and this is the range. This is the problem. Right now, even Justin can't dash in to get Clay's ultimate, right? Can't dash in. The only one he's been able to take right now is Vin. He just can't, none of them, Naomi, anyone can find the distance. For now, the Lord is coming in, gonna crash in on that inhibitor. The conceal play
my
down. Lot of
goodness!
burst damage, Clay finds him, Ken goes down. RQ reigning supreme.
What the heck is that damage? And this is what happens when you get this lead, this tempo in your favor. They're assaulting the base of Falcon.
I mean, they destroyed Ken without even using the feather airstrike. That's just so much damage coming in from both the feather airstrike and the snipe coming in from Skylar. This combo is devastating, and it just comes from so far away, you don't really have time to react to it.
I don't know if there's a way out of this, guys. I feel like Falcon is, they're sitting in the nest right now. They're sitting in the nest, and it is about to come crashing down. RQ is not taking their foot off the pedal.
Well, real quick, look at this stat here. M4 stats. RQ is ranked first in team damage dealt per minute with 13,981. That's basically big damn, right? I mean, that's a lot to deal with. And you're seeing it here in the game. Falcon can't respond right now to it. Look at that.
Huge burst coming in from Clay. He has the Divine Glaive as well right now, and you can see 2 bolts, that's all it takes. Look at the damage, man. 4 items already complete, and that's before you even factor in everyone else. So here's the same strategy. Long range, magic, and physical damage. 3 very beefy members with a ton of crowd control. Falcon has no assassin, no way to get behind the members of RRQ.
I mean, taking a look at some of these items, it's just Ken is so far behind right now. All he's got is the Malefic Roar, the Hunter's Strike. It's becoming a problem.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing, too, is you just don't have even if you find a pick, you have the follow-up damage. And let's say you do get one member of RRQ down, you still have to deal with everybody else. I mean, at this point, the lead is huge. Can they turn it around? It would be a Holy Mary play, possibly from Justin. He's holding on to the Numenon Blast here. They could work with that plus Naomi and hope that ZipX and Ken can stay alive. But right now, the next Lord is going to be up on us. Falcon trying to get in position. It's half health here. Albert continuing to work on it.
Vin with the flicker! Down goes ZipX. Ken will get stunned. R7 going to try to capitalize on this. The rest of RQ has found the blood. They smell it. Albert's going to hang out by this Lord, but Vin with the outplay.
He just predicts the position coming in from Falcon and gets a massive Numenon Blast, completely shutting down any kind of contest. And now without ZipX in the picture, it does seem like RRQ are trying to get some more, but the wave clear is still not that bad coming in from Falcon. Of course, if Naomi makes a play, it's still possible, but RRQ, they can just wait for this Lord to come in, make sure that they manage the waves properly, and just, again, wait for the right moment to burst down the members of Falcon from so far away, completely out of range.
Well, right now, Falcon, this could very well be their last opportunity here. Lord on the top side. Feathered Airstrike gonna come down.
There's no build up for this one. No time to set the map because Finn is trying to strike. Lord has closed the distance. Justin tries to respond with Unuron Blast of his own, but now RQ is here. They're trying to shred down the Lord, but not enough damage. Ken, Lord finally connecting. RQ biding their time. They know they got plenty of damage to do this. Justin working his way around the side. Yellow Flash trying to keep them at bay. Minions are gone, so RQ must back off, but another wave is coming. Beautiful render shot. ZipX goes down. Cray dropping the bombs from the air, and RQ wants this game. That is it. RQ has clipped the wings of the Falcons. Tonight they fall. The kingdom is proud, and RQ reigns supreme.
Reverse sweep denied. RRQ with a dominant fashion for game 5. What a massive play, massive game, and a great series to start the day.
They showed us 2 same exact drafts, and in the third game that can potentially go to Falcon, they completely switch it up, and they win in such dominant fashion. Who would have expected, man, the final game to be almost a stomp coming in from RRQ?
GG's well played. I gotta give it up to Falcon though. What an amazing performance. I love ZipX. I love this, going over, giving them all dabs, showing the respect. You could definitely tell Justin was a little bit upset there. He knows they lost the game, but still they made it this far. But tonight in Indonesia, RQ made the fans proud.
I mean, you can see it, right? The respect amongst the players here. This is really in the tournament where it gets much harder as you're rooting for multiple teams here, and eventually team after team has to get knocked out in the knockout stages. But Falcon should hold their head high. They had an amazing run in MSC and now here at M4, but it's RRQ that gets the victory.
They move on to the next step in the tournament. The Kingdom strikes back. RRQ denies the reverse sweep of Falcon. 3-2. Man, look at the fans. They're just ecstatic, man. Their guys got it done.
I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more when we're this close to the grand finals. You can't ask for anything more from Mobile Legends because right here on the world stage, both teams gave it their all. I mean, I'm happy with that performance. No matter who won at the end, I am happy with that performance.
Same. I mean, I completely agree with you. You know, it's like I said, it's always tough to see the team that gets knocked out here, but at the end of it all, it just comes down to what team gets that upper hand and performs better. And what better way to have it than go 5 games, go the distance in these last series in the last days of M4. As we get even further on into the tournament, we still have great matchups for today.
Exactly. This is only the first match. You could almost forget it because it was really such a close series, man. I think no one can say it was one-sided at all. It was so close. They had us at the edge of our seats, and I bet the audience, I mean, either disappointed or relieved. But anyways, let's hear from our guys back at the analyst section to see if they can actually give us a bit more insight to that game.
So Parashi, we're the guys at the analyst section. Mirko, Assassin Dave, and the man, the myth, the legend, Ulf. what a bittersweet match here, man. Unfortunately, one of these teams will be knocked out, and it was Falcon. They did super well, but 3-2 in the end. RRQ takes it pretty dominatingly, and we need to talk about the drafts because I believe it was mostly the drafts.
Absolutely. Coming to the last game, both teams are playing under belief. For RRQ, more focus on the actual logic, where Falcons, complete on belief. No, the Granger pick, right? You know there's Lolita that counters you. There's so much dot that can get to you.
Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa, and we still end up taking it. Now we're debating, is it going to take the Ling out, is it going to take the Granger, and decided to go with the Granger, and you saw how little impact he had the entire game.
And it went south badly for Falcon, as you saw. So we kind of prescribe RRQ Hoshi to not give the comfort of Falcon Esports, right? But they did the exact opposite. They gave the comfort, they gave the Granger, they allowed the Granger to happen, but they had precautions. That is when they drafted the Farsa and the Lolita. The last two picks were just so good against the composition that they wanted to have. So that really allowed them to win this game number 5.
I do want to mention, they did ban the Franco though.
They did, right?
Yeah.
So there were already adjustments made by both RRQ and Falcon towards the game, well, the final game here in Game 5. And I think for RRQ, the main changes were the ones that we criticized in Game 4. Remember, the Kufra pick not really doing any justice here. You could give it to Vin, man. 1-0 and 10. He set up so many of these plays, even though some of these Numenon blasts were not able to connect. It was there just to zone and to, you know, force Falcon Esports back away so that they can't really deal damage or can't be a threat towards the RRQ backline. And that's exactly what Lolita's job is.
No, I know we're looking at items, but I think the key to victory for RRQ this game is aggression they had early game, right? It felt like they let go of every concern they have. This is the last game on the table. We have to play with everything we got, and that's what they did. The early game invade kind of messed up the entire plan for Falcon. They need Granger to farm, because that's their hyper carry, and yet we saw Granger's farm get disrupted. He got taken down within the first minute, I believe, in the game, and he died twice in a row. I think the score was 1-2. Before the first hurdle.
And even like further gives us more justification on how good this Lolita pick is. Because the main damage dealers coming out from Falcon will be Lunox as well as the Granger. Two of the heroes that naturally are countered by the Bulwark with a second skill, a spammable skill even coming out from the Lolita. Now you do have the Uranus, which I thought will be a problem for the side of RRQ Hoshi, but it was the exact opposite. Because of the fact that Clay and Skylar are so farmed in this game, they melt down even the Uranus.
Game 3 and 4, it was all Falcon here. Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, Forgotten One. Now, we're seeing 4 RRQ members, right? We got Skylar, Clay, R7, and Vin. And honestly, like you mentioned, Wolf, I do believe that's exactly what happened, right? Falcon Esports wanted to get into that late stage where Zipix and Yellow Flash can excel. Unfortunately, they picked up a Granger that's very susceptible and vulnerable to these a lot of these invades, forcing these side laners to have to, you know, maneuver over to help Ken. And again, it's gonna just really halter their own farm. Zipix and Yellow Flash did pretty well in the laning phase, but when you're having to actually rotate to the jungle to save instead of invading enemy jungle, putting some more pressure on enemy team, it just takes away that late game centric composition that they have.
I think you hit a nail on the coffin there, right? Like when we look at Falcon, it was mainly the Zipix and Yellow Flash taking all the credit. But here you see the entire set of RRQ, they're playing together. They get, I think the entire roster was on the leaderboard. Now let's take a look at MVP. It's gonna be Vin with the setup, 1-0-10, 93% kill participation.
Wow, that's amazing. And even though you suggested the ultimate, right? There was even one time that he utilized it to get a kill onto the Granger, which is basically the earlier stages.
Yeah.
Overall, he's hitting his shots, even like utilizing the Numinal Blast at an angle from the purple buff of the opponent. Remember these plays, that happened maybe twice or thrice. When they wanted to invade against the purple buff of the Granger, what they did was to utilize the Numinal Blast, not for actually controlling the opponents, but more like zoning them out. The peel from the slow effect of the Numinal Blast in combination with the stun afterwards, you don't get a kill, but you get a small objective, the purple buff.
And I just really love the itemization coming from him. He knows that Ken was shut down so early on, so there's no real need to build that physical defense, right? He went straight for the Athena shield. Sure, dominance ice, but you know, that's not really to counter Ken.
It's more for, like, I used to say it's more for CDR, but that's taken away, right? So let's take a look at the heat map from Vin. You're absolutely right, the invade onto the blue buff from the Granger was insane, and the execution was flawless, right? The ultimate Nuance Blast was just to zone away. And then there are not too many skills that you can actually stop the ultimate from, you know, actually proceeding. And that's why it was so good. There was one time, I think we're talking about the same play there. Yeah. They were at the blue buff, used ultimate, I think stunned 3 people, right? Just to get the blue buff. That was so good from entire RRQ. They had a game plan set up, and they executed flawlessly. What a play.
And I think this is why Falcon actually went for the Granger instead of the Ling. It's going to be the same aggression, whether you're on the Ling or the Granger. And on the Ling, you're very dependent on that purple buff. Here, we're going to take a look at the MVP highlights to see again how it all unfolded. Ken here, this is the moment, right?
Look at that. No middle blessings to get the last hit. There's a lot of focus from RRQ Hoshi to shut down Ken in this game by taking away his purple buff, eventually giving Albert a big advantage. By the way, Albert played what, 4 games or what, 5 games on the Fedrin? It is not.
He's mature.
It's big, yeah. I think you saw how good he is. Sometimes he misses some shots, but when it comes to crucial Lord takes, that is where he flourishes.
And I still gotta say, you can see RRQ moving together as a unit this entire game, right?
That's true.
The silence kind of moving like yellow flashing in a way. They're always 5-on-5 team fight, and RRQ flourish when they play together, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Look at the zonage, look at the finish. Whew, just what a game coming out from the entire set of RRQ.
Nobody expected the final game to be 10,000 gold lead stomped by RRQ, right? Considering how the last 2 games played out, a lot of people had in their minds, yo, it's going to be a reverse sweep. Falcon are doing it up against one of the tournament favorites and the home crowd advantage teams here. Unfortunately for Falcon, they're going to be sent home. It's GG, well played. And from the analyst panel too, we're going to throw it over once again to our hosts for an interview.
Denying the reverse sweep, and now they're moving on to the lower bracket finals. RRQ Hoshi!
Yay! Semuanya pada semangat banget tentunya karena RRQ berhasil untuk ke-deny. Hampir aja dibalikin, tapi inilah mereka berhasil melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Job well done. And what I really like about the end was when you met up with Falcon. All of you shook their hand, and some of you even exchanged words with them. What were you telling the Falcon players at the end there? That was it seemed like a very emotional moment.
Tadi ngomong apa tuh pas ke The Falcon habis
Pas
menang?
udah di bawah apa pas di atas stage?
On the stage or
on the stage or on both? Both. If you express something.
On the stage, we just say like thank you and sorry.
Terima kasih dan
Bohong.
mohon maaf. Oh, bohong. He lied. What is it, Ciel? Apa yang sejujurnya?
Ya kayak gitu.
Kalau yang pas di bawah apa yang?
Kalau yang di bawah kita nyemangatin mereka lah. Karena they make a good fight, even if their country is no MPL, right? Yeah, but they can fight so
Well, that's right.
so strong lah.
Absolutely. I want to know though, who have you been fighting that you have this on your arm? What happened here?
Kenapa tangannya R7 tuh?
Buat gaya aja.
For style.
For style.
Style only.
For
You
style,
like.
okay.
But what happened after the 4th game, you came back into the 5th game and you come back stronger. Apa yang kamu lakuin sih pas lagi habis game 4 itu untuk ke game 5 kalian bisa makin kuat tuh?
Kita kan sempat mengulang draft ya, kalau kita lihat tadi sempat mengulang draft karena ekspektasi kita besar dengan draft tersebut di game sebelumnya. Cuma ternyata kita sadari kalau ekspektasi yang terlalu berlebihan itu tidak baik.
Oh, jadi lower expectation. So okay, they
Ekspektasinya harus diturunin lagi.
Okay, they learn about the previous draft and they make it better for the next draft, for the next match as well.
In moments like this, where it's really crucial to win this series, you only needed one more for the sweep and to move on right away to the lower bracket finals. How do you keep your team composed when the opponent is trying to make a reverse sweep and so you don't get tilted? How do you take that leadership? What do you say to their team so you don't get tilted and the mood doesn't change?
The most important thing RRQ Hoshi if is something like that happen is just breathe, deep breath.
Napas,
deep breath.
katanya napas aja dan santai aja. Pokoknya jangan sampai dibikin frustasi atau stres gitu ya.
Don't overthinking.
Jangan overthinking, itu kunci kemenangan jadi. Untuk game tadi bukan draft, bukan apa, tapi diri sendiri.
Diri sendiri, karena musuh terbesar kan diri sendiri katanya.
The biggest enemy is ourselves.
That's right. Oh, but wait. There is a game later on. Another Indonesian team, Onic. Now, what is your message to them? What do you want to say? They're coming up next.
Let's go Onic!
Go Onic! That's only the message.
Go Onic!
Okay. Oke, mereka kasih semangat aja kayaknya, nggak ada pesan-pesan atau mungkin sedikit kata-kata dari kalian ini yang lagi berjuang di lower bracket juga.
Ayolah ketemu kita.
Oh, he wants to meet Onic. Let's meet up. on the
all
lower
right.
bracket.
Let's see if that's gonna happen. Once again, congratulations to RRQ Hoshi.
Wow, semangat untuk RRQ Hoshi, RRQ Kingdom, thank you banget yang udah ada di sini juga, yang udah menyangati mereka. Dari Acil udah langsung turun saja bersama dengan Falcon, dengan coach di pojok, dan here we go, RRQ Hoshi.
That was a really great series, even though Falcon Esports came from a non-MPL region. They're really showing their capability and what they can do. And
right.
look, take a look at what happened. They gave RRQ Hoshi a very hard time. So salute to you, Falcon Esports. Keep working hard and perhaps we'll see you again next year. But for now, the real winner for today is RRQ Hoshi. They're really great.
That's right. 3 games they won it, and also we are gonna having another match. We have 3 best of 5 series for today.
Now, before we go, I'd just like to invite everybody to scan the QR code below. We want to know your feedback about your M4 experience. Let us know.
Scan ada di pojok-pojok pokoknya. Kasih tahu apa pendapat kalian tentang M4 yang sedang berjalan di Jakarta. Jadi jangan lupa langsung scan dan kasih masukan dan kritik, saran, serta segala yang kalian rasakan tentang M4. Langsung scan barcode di bawah ini.
Coming up next is another exciting game. It'll be the North American, the Valley, versus the Giants of Indonesia, Onic. So keep it here, only on Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
Dare to be great.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Gets taken out by who? Oh my, the Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my team is exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely needs more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach, so I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team, and then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games, so I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh, Mobas ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zayn because his commitment to the game is way greater than others, and then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama, which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart. But made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. It's new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. You know, I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world. Coming from a not so popular region with no organization, it was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3 where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from 3rd to 1st, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really couldn't have asked BTK to have done any more. It's just 5 friends in a looked down upon region, and we did the most for what we had for years and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal. But when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out at 3rd place. Of course you want to win it all. And being that close and seeing that it is possible, it really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out, and the Valley could go 4.
Valley are going to
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role respectively is super strong, pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you would really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. So at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Mobazane with the lethal double kill for Mobazane. Mobazane! What is this? He outplays a 1v4 and he's going for the Maniac. What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Mobazane, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zane, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Mobazane, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Mobazane.
My God, the hype about Mobazane is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Bootscrap, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secured a win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's risen the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as Onic Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Bootscrap unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. Onic clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes, ring matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great.
up until yesterday, 8 teams were eliminated from the M4 World Championship, and day 5 was nothing short of electric. The first series was all incendiary in the Sanayan Tennis Indoor Stadium, as both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports are fighting for their lives. The Turkish squad was playing with fire on the field, and it looked like Falcon's wings were smoldered as they were behind 1-2. Rise from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix, Falcon Esports soared high through the game and won 2 consecutive games, removing Incendio Supremacy from the tournament. Next is the RRQ Kingdom hosting the Blacklist Agents at their home turf. The Sang Raja started the series promising, with Albert's Fanny slashing through into game number 1. Then the defending world champions clapped back with Y's unstoppable Frederick. But RRQ pushed back with their home ground buff and tied the series. Ultimately, the Queen's Estes sealed the deal for Blacklist and sent RRQ Hoshi to the lower bracket. This might be the preview of the grand finals, and the road to greatness does not end here. Which team shall advance and which will perish? Let's check it out. Dare to be great.
If you cannot.
Dream-like breakthroughs, nightmare heartbreaks. This was day number 4 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The first series of the day saw the Myanmar representatives clash heads with S11 Gaming's Argentina. But it was a storm of feathers as Falcon Esports dismantles their opponents with a quick 2-0. While Falcon Esports might have taken the win, S11 Argentina deserves just as much praise. Next, Team Hawk started strong against Incendio Supremacy. But it was the Turkish Delights that staged a comeback and defeated the Malaysian champions. It's a bad day for the Malaysian fans. As not one, but both Malaysian representatives went down in one day. The Valley of North America showed what they are capable of with refined teamfight execution and prime display from Basic. Last but not least, the boys from Brazil stand tall behind the RRQ Kingdom fans. RRQ Akira pushes their lead early, but Occupied Thrones Amina fought valiantly to defend their thrones in Game 2 of the series. They eventually fell to the final Lord Charge to prepare for an intense day of competition, as there are only 8 teams left to battle for the crown in the Land of Dawn. Dare to be great.
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the abyssal wings.
Then, he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
No! Cheer up. I'm nothing like.
They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest sunshine now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest sunshine now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
touch the sky. touch the sky. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends and World Championships. We are down to another lower bracket match between the Valley and Onic Esports. Will the final Western team succeed in moving on, or will the Kings of the Sky block their path to victory? Give him space and it'll give you trouble for the entire game. Chicken is one of the top XP laners today, having multiple opponents needing to deal with him, but sometimes he still comes out on top. Representing the final Western team, it's the Valley, dude. Skyree's playmaking ability has no limits when it comes to engaging with his opponents or taking objectives. Give him anything and you'll see the full potential of that hero like no other. The sky's the limit for the Sky King Kylie.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone all across the globe. I have no idea why, but I feel so happy today. Welcome to the analyst stand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Trex. My earlier statement has absolutely nothing to do with our analysis, which, by the way, Trex, how are you feeling? You feeling excited, dude?
I'm very excited,
You
dude.
excited?
Very excited, dude. And
Sure?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes in 2 matches. I'm either gonna go up or I'm gonna go down.
I mean, those are the only 2 directions you can go.
Actually, you know what, Trex, I'm nervous for you because I was walking down the halls and I heard Onic Sobat starting to tumble. And when you hear the drums, when you hear the songs, you know, you can't help but think that, yo, this is against me. Like, I'm fighting this energy in Tennis Indoor Sinayan. This is tough.
Hey, with that being said, we gotta talk about the hot topic. MPL Slayers encounter MPL Sky Kings. Now, Leo, with the both of us, we have MPL in our regions.
We do.
If the Valley keeps on winning, does this mean the MPLs are overrated?
It's not that the MPLs are overrated. Part of me believes that maybe they need an MPL themselves, given how powerful they are, but also it's because I think this is just a sign of the times. We need to grow. The world needs to follow through.
You want an MPL in NA?
Of course, yes. Yes, we do. And I'm sure a lot of people around the world, after now 2 M series in a row, NA has performed very, very well. Right now, even if they lose today, tied with Myanmar as a top 3 region. So,
excuse
win
me,
or lose, it's a great day.
I thought your name is Trex, not Flex. All right, like, come on, dude, just calm down. But now we gotta talk about the predictions, because so far, looking at the predictions, people could get very, very nervous looking at this, where it looks like 2 people are voting for the Valley, Minon as well as Shamilo. What do you think about this?
I'm thinking about what Shamilo's thinking. I'm gonna hit him up later on and ask, yo, why the Valley? Whether win or lose, right?
But why not?
But why not? And it's the same stats when you go into the second page. It's 2 out of the 6. Like 1 in 3 believes that the Valley can do it. Trex,
do you believe?
I mean, honestly, it's going to probably be the hardest game the Valley, Mobazane, any of them have ever played on a world stage. Literally, the hardest game they've probably ever played in their lives. And I think it is possible, but the percentage may be less than 50-50.
It's the hardest game of their lives so far. They have a lot more games up ahead. But yeah, looking at both teams, I gotta say, a quite clear difference is the way of the jungler, because again, the Sky King and Mobazane keeping it very steady on the ground, because a tanky kind of jungler going up against a very damage, a very dash slash and hack and slash kind of jungler. But we're gonna talk about the people who hold the guns first. Let's talk about Basic here from the Valley.
Now, Basic had a very rough start in the group stage, and since the knockout stage, he has definitely unlocked full potential, securing 2 Maniacs in 1 series, on to just shredding through with the carry. If they have first pick, we already know that's going to be something extremely important for him.
All right, now we're looking at CW. What are we looking at here, Leo?
Also known as Chewe locally, right?
Yeah.
Calvin is a great gold laner, I believe top 5 overall worldwide, at least. Look back in 2022. And given the way that a lot is on the shoulders of the Sky King Kairi, CW is a constant threat. You always have to watch out for him, given his team fight participation is at what, 75% rounded out. That means
3 and 4 fights, you can expect that CW is going to go and finish what Kyrie starts or vice versa.
The great thing about being top 5 is a lot of people know you. The bad thing about top 5 is a lot of people know you. They will go after you. But now I want to go after to the casters because I'm a happy dude. I can't wait for the game to start. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, LaFell, Leo, and also Trax. My name is Jay. Joining me on the desk this time around is Mirko and Wolf. I think they're pretty much twinning this time around. I'm the one that's like the odd one out.
Yeah.
I mean,
we shared a lot of moments yesterday too.
you know, we shared a lot of moments the first 3 days. Apparently, we twin our shirts and everything. But the best part about what's going on to happen is, of course, is the lower brackets. Of course, M4 is powered by Moontime, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, Rewatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. So thank you very much for your support, and don't forget, M4 Pass is already available now. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. The exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting for you. So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great.
Dare to be great. And right now, man, my eyes are just on one thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's on the beautiful M4 Beatrix figurine. But like you mentioned, man, this is the big matchup. Wolf.
Yeah.
Onic versus the Valley, the MPL Slayers versus the MPL Sky King, right? Onic, we were watching Onic game, the Onic game yesterday.
Yeah, that was
at the hotel
from our room.
From your room, right? We shared a lot of moments, especially the Kyrie Hayabusa play. But the Valley, it feels like they have something about them where they can take down opponents that are super, super strong.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, they're called the MPL Slayers anyways, right? They have defeated champions. And interestingly, they have been facing champions one after the other. Another champion this time coming out from Indonesia. That is Sans, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and Keyboy. We saw their performance yesterday. Some questionable moments, but more like electrifying ones. And I'm excited to see more from them today.
I'm going to say it, right? I personally think that on esports right now are underperforming, right? Kyrie's been popping off, but every other member, they're underperforming. Meanwhile, for the Valley, everybody's in form. This is the best form we've seen Valley on, and when they do have that form, when they can coordinate the way they did back, like in M3 and back that they did against Todak, this is a scary team.
Definitely, this is a scary team, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget the Valley. Literally the antagonist, the MPL Slayers, under their body count, technically speaking, is MPL Malaysia and MPL Brazil. And it's just looking very solid.
Indonesia is gonna be next. If they want to reach at least, you know, nearer what they did in M3, they went to top 3 that time, but it was also Onic, at least Onic Philippines, that dropped them down to the lower bracket that time. It's still Kyrie and Coach Yep, though, that they will be facing today.
With that said, though, ladies and gentlemen, it is the MPL Slayers themselves walking in stage with swag, and they're looking to take down another MPL team. It is the Valley!
Dude, don't forget the dude, because that is their identity, right? Walking up on stage, it feels like even though everybody has their sights on this team, they're looking calm, they're looking composed, and they're looking confident, which is the best thing you should have coming into a big tournament like this, up against an opponent that is sometimes bigger than life.
It's the night and day when it comes to their performances during the group stages and, of course, the knockout stages. But that is also very true for their opponents right now. Onic Esports. They wouldn't want to be in this spot. They want to go to the grand finals as soon as possible. But here they are anyways. Can they take it against the Valley?
Earlier on today, we saw the Kings of Kings make their way into the next stage of the lower brackets. Now, the Sky King, the Season 10 champions, will make their way up on the stage with Boots to lead them. And this is their time. No room for mistakes.
No room for mistakes, ladies and gentlemen. The Valley looks like a very strong antagonist, and here comes the heroes to save the day against the villains of MPLs.
Give it up for Onic Esports!
A team that needs no introduction. A team that's been here for a long time. Unfortunately, M3, MSC fell flat for Onic Esports. But this is why there's even more pressure now for them to perform as a champion at M4.
There is a target, a crosshair
is.
onto Kyrie. Most importantly, as we saw from before. So everybody needs to step up for Onic Esports. And look at them go, the coaches. Between the three that you're looking at right now, two of them are Filipino, right? That's Coach Ev. This is not his first rodeo. That's also true with Coach Aldo. So this is also going to be a tough mental battle in the draft stages.
I think the most interesting part coming out from the side of Onic, right, is that we've seen the potential problem in their draft. It was proven once. You ban out Kyrie, Onic just could not perform on the stage. But the Valley, on the other hand, each of these members technically are star members and they can actually do it. But my hope is on Onic, but let's take a look at the team head-to-head. Wolf, what do you think?
Wow. You know, this is very interesting because I didn't know that the Valley had like more average GPM and more KDA ratio. For Onic, they're quite in the middle. Surely they have the same amount of average kills. But I'm surprised that it is Onic who's a team that's trailing behind when it comes to Lord Control and Turtle Control rate. Whereas for the Valley, there's a big improvement on how they control the objectives. If you just hide the team logos, I would have assumed that Onyx on the left side, but here you are, the Valley performing much better than Onic when it comes to raw stats.
It's crazy, right?
It's crazy.
It's absolutely insane that the Valley have better stats than one of the tournament favorites coming into this.
Exactly.
But Onic Esports, with their game against Echo, it really shattered a lot of their statistics, right? Mainly that KDA that was, I think, #1 yesterday, right? Now it's all the way down there, but this is the most picked and banned heroes for Onic Esports. Let's see what Aldo has preferred throughout M4.
Yeah, a lot of prior bans on the Fanny Hayabusa in the link. I think it's all about limiting the assassin pool so that Kyrie is able to outshine the enemy assassin. But don't forget, take a look at the most picks. Hayabusa high on that priority list, but also high priority on the banning list for the enemy teams. Let's take a look at the other side. It is also the Valley with the most pick and ban heroes.
Yeah, it's really not much difference, right? You know this. If you're looking at the Valley, this is their composition. You have Eve for Hoon, you have Lolita for Shark. Even through M3, he played that so much. The carry, you see how basic was able to utilize this hero to its full potential. And of course, Lapu-Lapu and Fredrin for both Zane and Fried Chicken. However, most banned hero, you have to look at that glue and as well as that joy. These will be one of their, or two of their comfort picks as well.
I think the most important thing about the Valley is they just need to play it to their comfort picks. Same could be said on the side of Onic, especially for Kyrie, but we also see a hero pool coming out from CW as well. The hidden carry from the side of Onic Esports is not, I refuse to believe it's just Kyrie, even though he did like a wonderful out-of-the-world plays, but just a lot of emphasis on CW, on the team as well. Kyrie is there to clean it up. The main bulk of the damage comes from the rest of the teams.
But because of that now, can we kind of say that a lot of teams understand how to go up against Onic, ban out Kyrie? That's what we saw from Echo after the Hayabusa game, and guess what? It worked. 5 bans to Kyrie, and they won the game.
Exactly. I mean, that was a big eye-opener for all the teams.
Correct.
And Onic would hate to be in that kind of situation where they're exposed.
I think the worst part, ladies and gents, is the fact that the timing could not be even worse. You're at the lower brackets, your strategy is wide exposed, everyone knows that, and it's like someone takes the answer of the exams and run rampant, share it on Telegram, share it on Instagram, everywhere, right? That, hey, these are the answers to the exam for the upcoming O-levels, and you're doomed.
By the way, don't try that at home.
Don't try that.
Don't do it.
Right? Again, we need to talk a little bit about this. The Valley, I think they're just pumped. They're glad to be here.
Yeah.
They have no pressure on them. They've got nothing to lose, right? Sure, they placed very high up, top 3 last M-Series World Championship, but still, this is a new roster. They're coming in fresh.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, on the side of Onic Esports, there was a set expectation for this team before M4. Now, everyone's saying it's Kyrie Esports. It's just Kyrie.
Yeah.
It's time for the 4 members, the other 4, to step up. It's now or never. Remember, you're in the lower brackets. If you don't perform now, when are you going to perform?
Exactly. A lot of weight on Onic Esports, not only just on Kyrie, but every other members. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Seconds away to the draft. Onic Esports going up against the Valley. It is drafting time.
See a lot of focus on the Fredrin for sure, but we know that these two teams,
wow,
like to pick up the carry, and I think that okay. So we're actually deep into it already.
Yeah.
Carry and glue for the Valley. It's going to be Grok and Eve for Onic Esports. Are they going for the Harith immediately this time, knowing that it is a hero that can go up against the carry, or will they go for a standard pick for CW, the Claude?
This is very fast, right? Early on already. I mean, if we take a look at a flashback yesterday, Onic Esports really liked playing on the red side. Well, they played on the red side, I think, the first 3 games of the series. Here, Karina, early on, a bit too early. Is that, I don't know, up against the glue, a carry, you leave these 2 heroes open. You pick up a Eve, which is solid, a Grok, but then the Karina shows up on someone like Kyrie.
Exactly. It's like, I don't know, it feels like it is the Valley's drop from the side of Onic. And on the other hand, it's Onic's drop on the side of the Valley. I think it's Onic Esports saying that, okay, look, we got to give a lot more respect over to Mobile Zane's Karina. But also another question, are we going to be seeing a tank Karina or an assassin Karina, knowing Kyrie's playstyle is very heavily assassin focused?
Well, I like what the Valley did here, right? They noticed that Onic Esports want to shut down Zane with the Fredrin ban and the pick to the Karina. So the Barats here is a solid pickup for them because they deny that option from Onic Esports.
100%. And this is also a good hero against the Karina in many regards, although it might struggle against Eve, so they might need a supplement to the Barats, maybe something like a Rafaela or a Matilda eventually. They should be looking for the other priority picks coming out from Onic Esports. I think something like a Kaja or a Valentina perhaps might be banned out, although there's already the E, so maybe you're just looking at the Kaja. Instead, it's going to be the focus onto CW. Don't be surprised if it's going to be like Leslie as well as the Beatrice, and that's the Matilda that we're talking about, the supplement to the Barats.
Yeah, but I like the fact that the Valley is banning away the Leslie because the true damage, especially when it lands a crit, is actually a lot of damage. And the way that you counter that is not by armor, it's by a maximum amount of damage. But let's take a look at a quote coming out from Yahui. Kyrie's really strong that we had to ban all of his comfort pick heroes. We highly respect him and also all of the Onic Esports members. I only believe in the first statement more because remember that time you had to ban like 3 heroes. I think that is a statement itself that Kyrie is not to be messed with.
Yeah, they don't care about like Glue, Kaja, just ban out Kyrie. I mean, that's what essentially they did. Now we're going to be looking for additional heroes here coming out from the bans of the Onic Esports. Matilda's already banned out. Maybe since they already banned out the Lolita, maybe they're looking for Rafaela or Cho as their next set of bans. Again, supplementary to this Barats, or maybe some Lilia. Maybe Lilia could be banned out here because it's decent. Well, there you go.
I like it. I love the Lilia ban, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, initially they wanted to really shut down Mobile Zane, but if that doesn't work, guess what? They haven't picked up a mid laner, and another big question mark to the mid lane is the Valley with Hoon. Sure, he's been having a lot of great performances, but his hero pool is still a massive question mark. With the E picked up in the Lilia ban, and now the Kufra has been picked up. I think Onic Esports now, they need to secure a physical damage carry in the gold lane, and they need to go for either an XP or roam. Depends on where this Grok is really going to go.
I think the biggest issue coming outside the Valley as well, it's like asking this question, how much tankiness do you want in a team? And the Valley's answer to this is yes. Look at that. Glue, Barat, and the Kufra, the main damage is mostly should be coming out from the carry. Technically speaking, the Barat does a lot of damage, and here you go. You ask for a Shredder, that's the Moskov coming out from Onic, as well as the Benedetta from Onic as well.
Okay, so despite having like a Kufra, you still pick up both Moskov as well as the Benedetta. Very crucial, very risky coming up from Onic Esports, but I guess they know exactly that they needed some sort of wave clear as well as they needed that damage. And there's the Valentina. The Grok will be the prime target here when it comes to like stealing your spells as well as the Eve.
which made it so that Hoon will actually play a very comfortable game.
Solid choice,
Yeah,
right?
solid choice.
But in this tournament so far, Hoon, Valentina.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a lot of that, right? So that's the big question now. Hoon on a new hero that he hasn't played a lot in M4. And throughout the tournament, we've seen that the Valley, they really perform when Hoon is performing on his comfort hero.
Yeah.
The Yves, the Lilia. So that's a question I want to raise before we get into the game.
Another question I also like to raise is that, is Onic ready? Because if the Valley, with the Valentina pick, I can take away the Grok ultimate, the wall charge away, that is a lot of CCs under the belt. There's a lot of ways that the Valley could engage. And speaking about engaging, we have to take a look at the execution. The drop has been locked and it's set and it's ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1.
It's time now or never. 0-0 in the best of 5. NA versus ID.
You can see already, Kyrie's going to be working on the purple buff with the help of CW, who opted to go for the Inspire. I mean, this is like the standard pickup for the Moscow anyways, but this is something that they can actually just take advantage of. If Mobazane closes the distance, could be good. White Chicken though.
Boots already very low, trying to get out. First blood over the Valley. Early, before the first minute of the game, Fwide already showing his class here in the world stage.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. The Valley is a very bloodthirsty kind of team, and that is going to be a big buff. But hold on a second, Keyboy taking a lot of damage.
Oh, Keyboy very, very low. Supercharge and Whom decide to back off, but this is already very aggressive movements from the Valley early on.
Onic Esports going for the roam grab meant that they want to control the minions. But because of that, you don't have the power of nature, the first skill coming up from the Grok, which means that you are not going to be easily poked out, and the Valley just took advantage of that. Despite Onic Esports having minion lane advantage, they still now get the advantage of the poke from the side of the Valley.
I think the interesting part about the battle spells is Sans going for the Purify as well. Even though after real world manipulation, the buff going back in, you're a lot more CC resistant. You still opt for that Purify. That means that Sans is just providing so much respect over to the side of the Valley, because the most important thing is Purify and real world manipulation. I should be safe, but Boots may not be.
You can see the respect already given by both of the teams early on, right? But the Valley, they're playing with full confidence. We said this when they were walking up on the stage. White Chicken is an absolute menace on the glue, and he's going in already into the mid lane too, just helping to get that mid lane pressure before the turtle spawns, even sending their mid laner over to the XP.
Interesting choice here coming out from Onic. Normally they pick up the Grok versus the glue in the XP lane, but instead going for the Benedetta. This means that they will just concede this turtle because they don't have control of that lane. And this allowed the Valley to snowball this time. 560 gold in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing about this aggression coming off of White Chicken, it's crazy that it's usually the Benedetta that actually rotates faster, but hold on a second. Supercharge jumping in. Okay, it doesn't touch, but Wolf, run me through the items.
Okay, so standard items, you have tough boots coming up from Boots, so that he'll be able to utilize the Eye for Night eventually when he's being chain stunned. As well as the fact that you have the Molten Essence available now for Kyrie for maximum
Chicken already putting the pressure down here, but Boots is going to be able to back him up for a bit. Uses the Eye for an Eye defensively, and White Chicken just gets out. Zane is a bit ahead now in the jungle matchup with better clearing so far. CW is getting that corrosion side, but at 3 minutes in, it feels like here, as we take a look at the emblems, again, it's just the Valley outperforming Onic early on.
Yeah, but that's because of the stats, right? The KDA is definitely leaning towards the Valley, but it's up to the discipline coming up from Onic. Taking a look at the the emblems, Electro Flash of both marksmen, they need to try to win the early game. They need to have a little bit sustain to stay longer in the early game during the landing phase so that they can get the items up. But in the meantime, Format in the mid lane, this could be trouble.
Oh. Again, both teams showing a lot of respect. Still only 1 kill on the board.
Yeah.
And that kill happened before the first minute of the game. Zane finally invading to the enemy jungle here, trying to get some space for Basic up top, who's going to be able to actually munch on the turret gold. That's half of the turret gold eaten away by Basic. And that's a lot of gold in his pockets early on.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke coming out from the Valley. That's the reason why they're leading by a little bit of gold, and that's the reason also why they were able to get a kill. Helping out White Chicken win that battle. But you can now see Onic Esports, it's now about farming. You can see them putting a lot of attention onto allowing CW to have farm, giving him the mid lane sometimes and the top lane as well. And then you have Benedetta onto the bottom lane, just cutting the minion waves.
Speaking of the Purifier, right, not just Sans, but also Basic, wild charge defensively by Keyboy, getting himself out of that position. They wanted to go for a dive, but Basic with his Purify is really hard to kill.
And not only just that, right, you can see the idea that Onic knows that, okay, a lot of turret energy is gone from my side, so the only way that I can do it, okay, that's Kyrie, I think off the screen, just took away the turtle from the Valley.
It's a trade, right? I mean, right now, Hoon is trying to make it a trade by rotating up top. Here, Flied, though, in a 1v1 against Boots again. It's another kill over to Flied. 2-0 now, up against Boots in the XP lane.
Unfortunately, Benedetta doesn't win against the Glue. In fact, it's heavily in favor of the Glue when it comes to the lane-to-lane matchup. But then again, you have to give it to Kyrie. He stole that turtle with the help of Boots. However, the Valley still equalizes with a kill. And Kyrie, does he win this battle? No, he doesn't.
No, he does not. Mobazane actually stealing that away.
He does.
He did. Oh, okay. He secured it with his retribution. Super Shock, though, jumping in with Time's Rage and Revenge cancel out with a wild charge. But it's going to be Hoon who answers back with a wild charge. Keyboy is going to fall, but Super Shock falls too. CW marching forward. Both of the roamers taken down, but it does seem like in terms of HP, Onic Esports have won the resource battle.
Yeah, and then in terms of the resource battle, the Valley, I feel like they're putting a lot of pressure. Hold on a second, that's a stun going out from CW. Nothing sticks for now, right?
Almost a stun, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
almost.
Basic is performing, man. I mean, there was a lot of questions, doubts about both of these members, Basic and Hoon, but so far he's been great. Sans, though, can be caught in the real world manipulation. That's what the Purify is for, to get him out of those sticky situations. And in the 5th minute of the game, we do have the item check.
Okay, so you can see that CW really marked when the Purify is out for Basic. That's when he went in favor. But yeah, when it comes to items, Kyrie with the casual defensive items. You have Molten Essence as well as the leg plates. What he's doing now is making the most out of the early game. Getting all these casual items first before he builds up on a big one, so that he's going to have a lot of value in the early game team fights.
Good barrier, a good take by Onic Esports. Still playing it slow, playing it objectively. 1 to 3 in kills, but in terms of map pressure, they are going to be winning with that gold lane turret, tier 1, taken down.
Yeah, that's because, you know, the Valley is actually focusing a lot on the bottom side. Their strongest lane is because of White Chicken creating so much space in the bottom side jungle, especially hard invading Onic side. Now, Onic, the only way they can play this is on the top side, but Super Shark charges up, doesn't really be able to connect. I feel like there's going to be a turtle dance.
That's going to be Keyboy jumping with a wild charge, and that's going to be CW in the back lines. He's so much for the time defense. He's going to be able to catch him off. That's Boots jumping in with the final blow. That's Hoon with a wild charge for himself. CW's going to be taken down. Sauce going to be taken low. White comes in and Super Shock too. It's a disaster for Onic, and they're looking to go for more. Kyrie's going to be mobilized, going to be taken down by Basic. It's 6-2 on the board. That trade went on for a 3-for-1 for the Valley.
It's just a very long drawn-out fight. The Valley has so much tankiness in there. Onic doesn't really have an answer. CW desperately need that Demon Hunter sword quickly.
Oh, look at the team fight coming out from the Valley. You have Super Shark jumping in, catching so many members of Onic, or zoning out the others. And then comes White Chicken, utilizing the ultimate, utilizing the full potential of the Glue. Getting on top of CW, that's gonna be a very difficult fight already for Onic. Without Chewe dealing the damage, even Kyrie's sustain will not be able to cut it. And the fact of the matter is, Mobazane was better on the retribution the 3rd time around. That means that they secure the turtle, they get the shields, then they team fight afterwards.
Oh, there's so much CC at the Valley. There's so many ways that they can engage. This is exactly what I was kind of concerned about when I saw Hoon locked in the Valentina against Onic. I think Onic right now, they need to try to get Moscow to scale as quickly as possible. That is the only chance that Onic can fight back.
Super Shark, that Tyrant's Rage is going to be cancelled out by Keyboy, who puts the barrier down. But Hoon has the wild charge, and that's why this Valentina is so value, right? The wild charge has been taken away a lot of times.
That makes it really scary. I always say, don't pick up the Grok when there's a Valentina. But the Valley picked it up last. Knowing that it could be picked up by the Valley, Onic Esports prompted to go for a Lilia and a Matilda ban. It's actually good bans, though. But then again, you give a very dangerous hero with a very dangerous ultimate. you can argue that they can steal like real-world manipulation, right? But the Grok ultimate, the Wild Charge, is a much more valuable ultimate again.
I agree with you, Wolf. It feels like the Wild Charge from Keyboy is the better pickup coming up from Hun because you get so much wave of engaging. I've seen this before in other matches, right? Where the Kufra can jump in very quickly, follow up very quickly with the Hun Wild Charge as well. It's a lot easier to execute this drop coming out on the side of the Valley. Onic, on the other hand, they need to try to play cross-match. They need to try to split up the Valley apart. Yeah. We've seen this kind of playstyle work before against the Valley, but I like how the Valley is adapting thus far.
I mean, it's a 1,000 gold lead for the Valley in with this composition. That's going to be a lot of damage placed on Superstar. Going to be caught. Basic dealing a lot of damage. Keyboy's going to be taking low, flickers out.
Wow.
Basic's going to be caught. Kyrie picks up the kill. It's the equalizer by Onic Esports. The Valley with a good movement back away. They are able to actually stop this from being a bit too much for them to handle. It's only a 2-for-0.
Yeah, great ambush coming out from Onic, staying in the right side bush of the mid lane, and then they baited Basic in.
Yes.
Super Shark being taken out means that there's no engage from the Valley.
Final blow, and a lot of damage will mean that Boots is going to fall for the 3rd time in this game. He does buy a lot of time for Onic Esports, though, to take the Lord. First Lord over to Onic.
I think the more important thing that Onic needs to take away defensive structures. Right now, Onic's side of the map, they're pretty healthy, but the Valley, on the other hand, that's a very weak open top side. Like what I mentioned, the Valley is slightly weak when all of these team members are spread apart. But Wolf, any item power spikes that we need to talk about?
Well, you know, you have 3 items for the Moscow. All of a sudden, Onic Esports' gold Dater has more gold compared to Basic, with just one team fight that they waited for the ambush, and then the Lord ends at the 9-minute mark, and now they are in a very comfortable spot. One thing that you may be questioning is the record on Boots 0 and 3, but because of Dominance Axe and Bloodlust Axe, I think that even after 3 deaths, he's going to be a nuisance to the backlines of the Valley. So that's one thing that they have to now think about.
Even though they fell behind early on, it feels like, again, that pressure that they have built up for themselves with the turret take up top has been doing them a lot of things. Onic Esports, again, maneuvering around that top lane of the map. White Chicken already backing off with Mobile Zane, giving them the respect as that's going to be tier 1 in the XP lane, taken down. White Chicken going to be sandwiched down, has a lot to actually back away from it. Tier 2 going to be taken down by Onic Esports as they look to siege down more turrets. Clean siege from Onic Esports, taking a whole lot of turrets.
It is very good from the side of Onic, right? I take down the Lord. It's not a Evolved Lord. It's not even a Luminous Lord yet, but you can see the impact that Onic. This is the Onic efficiency that I need in order to fight against the Valley. If you notice, when Onic's focusing all along on the top side, it is Boots on the bottom side, and I believe that's a orange buff steal.
It is.
Man, Sans is just being a big problem for the Valley this time. You see how aggressive he is? And even his usage of the Nova as well as the second skill, he's able to spot out where the members of the Valley are. I could have sworn that Super Shark's positioning around this purple buff bush that you're seeing Keyboy go, he just spotted it out and just forced Super Shark to reposition. And now they're owning the map just because of the vision that you can get from Sans. And this might be the reason why he's going for the Purify anyways.
Oh, that's so many ultimates. 3 ultimates used for Keyboy on that bottom side. No objective to take, right? Keyboy was taken down. That's a roamer. But they use a lot of resources. Can they even capitalize here with that take?
Yeah, the Valley literally had to devolve into where you're strong at, right? Ooga booga, I just want to kill. And that's how they're going to pick up this fight. There's a siege happening in the mid lane without Keyboy over there. But there's not enough minions coming out from the Valley because Onic has done the due diligence, right? 1 Lord take, I take down, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 turrets already gone and given a standing gold lead over for Onic.
Sans has just played this so well. He isn't giving Hun an opening to get his ultimate, even through the fact that they already killed out Keyboy. And when they go for the mid lane push, Sans was able to clear it out with the help, a little bit of help from CW. He's not giving anything for the side of the Valley, and even scouting out where Super Shark is. This Eve, this is the reason why they first picked this.
It's a Lord Dance again for Onic Esports, playing around it as they try to bait as many resources as possible. You can see the top lane here. Boots is going to be walking all the way back up there to provide a slow push. Sans is going to be spotted out by White Chicken, who opens up the map. Going to be poked down by Sans again. Sans needs to be very, very careful here. The mid lane's going to be pushed in by Basic as Onic Esports look for more.
Okay.
The real world inflation. Actually baits out the Purify there. Boots comes in, but it's going to be melted down before anything can happen for Onic Esports. Again, the Valley are so slick with it, but Onic used that death to create space to take the objective again.
Boots was the sacrificial lamb of Onic in order to get that neutral objective. The Valley literally being bloodthirsty kings themselves, they fell for that bait.
Yo, you can understand that was actually a great maneuver coming out from Onic Esports despite losing Boots eventually. Because you're gonna wonder, why would Sans commit the ultimate in the middle? Oh, the Winter Truncheon!
He buys the Winter so early! How do you stop this man? You think he's all mechanics, but then he brings out the macro. You think he's just micro and macro, then he brings out the knowledge. CW now jumping in against 3. What was that? CW! Jump! What? White Chicken going in for more. San's gonna be caught here. Has the Purify to get out, and Hoon jumps in again. The Wild Charge going back at it. Kyrie to be able to pick up the kill. Hoon gonna be taken low. White Chicken with the split still able to actually get out before Super Shark jumps in with Time Rage and the Revenge to take Sans down. Zane picks it up. Keyboy walks out. Onic Esports lose a 2-for-1, and that was a 4v4. Basic has been munching on the turrets, and they're gonna be able to take tier 2.
Yeah, that was a very bad fight for the side Onic. It is Kyrie that damage control, and not only just that, you saw how Keyboy literally locked up 3 members inside that awkward position. The Valley couldn't actually follow up. Had the Valley was able to just do whatever they want without Keyboy's wall, I think Onic could have lost even more right there.
I think it was definitely White Chicken who made it possible for them to win that fight. Was able to snag CW. If you're wondering why CW went there, it's because they have a little bit of combo, but it was actually the supplement coming out from White Chicken, utilizing the ultimate to really reposition CW into the zone where the Valley could just flicker and use Hoon's stolen Wild Charge to burst him down and eventually equalize the map. Despite Onic Esports winning the Lord Dance with all of their cheeky plays, the Valley just wins with superior amount of damage and superior meta heroes that they picked up.
Another thing I'm also kind of concerned about CW, look at the items, it's a very glass cannon. Technically speaking, Has Claws is his only hope. He needs to be able to land those auto attack. But look at from the side of the Valley, they have a lot of hard CCs. The main goal for Onic is as long as CW maintains his auto attacks, he should be able to out-sustain and hopefully win that fight. But looking at how the Valley's playing, you know White Chicken has CW on his crosshairs.
He needs to be the cleanup crew at this point, right? I mean, if he goes in the middle, or if he's in the fight early on, it's going to be a lot to deal with. Kyrie going to be caught. That's going to be the flicker and the revenge put in onto Kyrie, who's still going to be able to actually get out of the Truncheon 1 HP, baiting the entire team again! Keyboy going to be able to get out of it. White Chicken jumps in, but CW deals a lot of damage, and that's going to be Mobazane taken down. He's going to be able to maneuver around. White Chicken will be taken low. Has the split, getting more damage. Kyrie is going to be able to fall there in the back line. That's Basic and Hoon dealing damage. CW in the midst of it all now, up against White Chicken, who jumps in, stunned up. CW picks it up, 2-for-1 in favor of Onic Esports.
That snipe coming out of the CW ultimate only almost clips Hoon. If that had hit, I think that would be mega big damage coming out of the side of Onic. But Onic training Kyrie away, taking 2. But like I said, the Valleys do have their damage dealers.
The bait play coming out from Onic. And you see that is also started by Kyrie once again. CW as well as Sans, they were in a great position. And Kyrie just picking up the Winter Truncheon and then eventually getting the Immortality afterwards that allowed them to get more value out of that. Surely they lost Kyrie eventually in the process. They would have taken more. But then again, Onic Esports, they gave so much to CW because he's able to outplay White Chicken as well. There's so much bait plays coming out from Onic. Well, the Valley, they're just a battering ram. They're very strong right now, but they have to be not baited by Onic Esports.
Yes, they cannot be the bloodthirsty kings they're known for in M3. Right now, if you start to notice that Basic has already started to scale out of control, Onic needs to find a way to make sure that Basic stays stunned or far away. It's up to Kyrie to set it up, or it could be this. It could be Mobazane. CW landing the shots.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Zane. Zane's going to be zoned away right now. Hoon with the Wild Charge. Going to be able to connect, but there's no follow-up. Hoon's going to fall. 1 HP. No, he doesn't. He gets out with the conceal. Kyrie now with the Retribution secures it for Onic Esports. And that's an amazing bait for Onic. Mobazane taken low. In the bottom lane, you also see Super Shark, who's forced to back away with the pure damage coming in from that Moskov late game.
And the Valley just get out-danced by Onic Esports. That Lord that was amazing coming up from Onic. And you can see the combination from both Keyboy and CW. The dream combo with the Guardian's Banner and the Moskov Spear, right? That's what you want wanted to do. But then again, they found Mobazane. It was enough. The displacement coming up from the Grok block was more than enough for Mobazane to be low. And then he baited out Hoon, who went in for the flicker and the wild charge. CW was amazing this game.
Yeah, I feel like if we show the items right now, rest assured, all these items are already stacked. In terms of the gold lead, almost very even. But with Onic crashing on the top side, that's more gold lead over to the side of Onic.
Base turret up top taken down. That's a lot of pressure to work with now for Onic Esports. Quite trying to deal as much as he can, clearing out that enhanced mini wave. But now the mid lane comes down. Real world inflation shot down onto Super Shark to deal a little bit of poke. Zane is very, very low. That's a turret down. And Onic Esports have taken 2. Honestly, this is insane. They're still going for more, and there's no response from the Valley just yet. Keyboy gonna be caught there in the midst of it all, in front of everybody. White Chicken just trying to look for an opening here as Keyboy's gonna be brought back. That's the wild charge to get out of the split combo. And Onic Esports, they say they're happy with 2 base turrets, and they played a disciplined game backing up.
I think happy is an understatement there, Merkel. I am delighted if I'm an Onic fan, because cracking open 2 bases means that the Valley needs to put in more resources to defend the invasion coming up from the side of Onic, and it's up to how Onic play out the same fight.
Dude, okay, the Moskov, when he was hitting the turret,
yeah, I know.
Wide lost like half of his HP.
That is... That's going to be difficult for the Valley to deal with, and you're going to have to hand it to CW. He's the only gold laner that we're seeing use the Moscow, and he's playing it masterfully.
Glass cannon build.
Glass cannon. Yeah. I mean, if you're outplaying your opponents, right, it's okay to build glass cannon, but then again, if the Valley finds the opening, that's going to be difficult. Kyrie, again, minor objectives, but objectives still. They took away the purple buff.
Yeah, small wins, right?
Small wins, got to take it every day. Speaking about small wins, the Valley lost the bottom side lane turret as well. It's a bare open base of the Valley. Onic right now, they have to play around for the Lord Pit. They just need to gain a lot more map control at the bottom side. 30 seconds to that Lord, and you can start to see the potions being bought by the Valley.
Yeah, it's gone to that late stage, 20 minutes in the game. Both teams are going to have to play around the neutral objectives, right? But the thing is, Onic Esports have 3 base turrets taken down.
That's right.
This is constant pressure, constant slow pushes being built up without any setup by Onic.
And it's all about the Lord. And once again, 4-1 coming out from Onic Philippines, 4 onto the Lord side, while 1, the Benedetta up top to clear the long lane so that they'll be able to control the map. Whereas for the Valley, they cannot afford White Chicken to answer the push up top. So what they can do right now is to go for a quick wraparound. They're utilizing like Super Shark and Basic to the left side of the map, far away from the Lord as they want this. But Boots might be able to spot them if he goes to that pathing.
Technically speaking, it's a 4v4 around the Lord Pit, right? Now Boots will show his clan up top. What is the Valley response? They know there's only 4 members there. Super Shark is nowhere to be found in the vicinity. But look at how it's positioned. Okay, here they come on the main map. They're going to play.
They're going to have to make the play here. CW going to be able to get out before the Tyrant's Rage connects. White Chicken jumps in with the slam pass combo, immobilizing them up. Split going to be popped in, but CW is going to be able to actually sustain all the way back up. Boots in the midst of it all with the final blow. Getting back to the team right now. White Chicken's going to be in the midst of it all as well. Caught by Kyrie. Poke down to half HP. Kyrie still able to back off. A lot of ultimates, a lot of resources being placed down. White Chicken taken low. Keyboy as well. Real world inflation popped in. White Chicken can be taken very low, taken down. But that's the real world by Hoon. CW and Keyboy falls. CW's gonna fall to Mobazane, who's gonna be able to chase them down. Boots, Kyrie and Sans, no more damage. Basic is gonna be able to run wild on Boots. That's the immortality taken down. Kyrie with a winter truncheon. Boots with a winter truncheon by Hoon with a Terrify. Kyrie with 1. Sans and Keyboy maneuvering around the other side of the map. This can be huge, but this can be a blunder. Sans still poking him down. Onic Esports on the run into the mid lane, clearing it out, walking around the entire map to get to safety.
Oh, that could be wrapped around the Valley. Their investments paid off. We were mentioning that Basic and Kufra and Super Shark were far away from the fight, but eventually, because of their maneuvers, they forced Onic to a bad spot. CW taken out, Boots as well. Now they have control onto the Lord, but the minion wave, it's not on their side. Kyrie wants to make a play out of this. It's now his turn to go for the quick wraparound.
But Basic is a little bit low as well. It's up to Kyrie to basically try to find it, but there's an imminent threat that the Valley could take this Lord away. Onic needs to buy another 30 seconds more because you got to count the distance. But look at the base on the top side. Engage!
Shark with a massive play onto Sans. The immortality is going to be popped there. Sans tries his best to get the shielding down with a real world inflation. Kyrie looking for the steal, but it will not happen for Onic Esports. To the Valley have secured the Lord in the 23rd minute of the game. It's an evolved Lord. It's a 3,000 gold lead, about to be 4,000 after they clear out the waves.
Let me tell you what the Valley did in the past 30 seconds. I pushed away Onic from the Lord Pit. I have control of the Lord Pit with 4 members. I defend my open base with with the super minions marching in, and I take the Evolved Lord. Props over to the Valley. This is insane.
The Valley, the move, I mean, I'm going to repeat myself. I'm going to say it again, but that move coming up from both Basic and Super Shark. Conceal play from the left side of the map into the Lord. He saw CW, and even when they weren't able to kill CW instantly, it forced them to use CW's his dash already, and Wind of Nature.
CW is going to have to back off for now. That's the Evolved Lord marching in the base. Kyrie going to be taking a half HP. He still has the immortality, but Basic jumps in onto the base already. One charge! Comes in, he flanks CW! Hoon is a monster! Super Shark with immortality pop. There he jumps in, he gets 2. Son still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage. They secure game number 1 against Onic Esports.
A huge statement by the MPL Slayers themselves. Taking 1 game from the fan favorites, this should be illegal. Hoon with the place and electrified the members of the Valley are. You saw the smart movements coming out from the Valley, the conceal play from the middle, and then they forced to go for another team fight. You saw Hoon with a stolen wall charge. And then eventually, in the last clash, during the base push coming out from the Valley, Hoon does it again with the flicker and the double dash, catching CW under the base, going out of the zone of the circle of the base, then eventually bursting it down with the first and second skill. The glass cannon build worked in the early stages, but in those last moments, he was just erased from the map.
Remember the question that I asked early in the draft. Hoon on the Valentina, is it gonna work out?
It worked.
It did, man.
It did.
Oh my God. Hoon, gotta give him the MVP after that one, man. That wild charge in the end, he was assassinated. He was an assassin that game, man.
Exactly. Assassin Grok. The rock that cannot stop when he goes in the wild charge. But before we actually throw over to the analysts, because I'm itching for all the analysis, that game needs to be dissected. We got to talk about the M4 Battle Night that goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First of all, what you have to do, complete the battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day as well. Play matches, you'll get a team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches in a row. We're not stopping there, ladies and gents. Free access to all the heroes, loads of XP skins will be available on that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with your friends. But I need that game to be analyzed, ladies and gentlemen.
Wolf.
No,
not Wolf. You don't want Wolf?
I think we need more analysts. We'll be throwing into the biggest brain in the room right here. It is going to be Leo, LaFell, and Trax. What do you got to say about game number 1, man?
Why are you smiling, Flex? Why are you smiling?
That's the biggest smile I've ever seen him do all day.
That's the biggest smile. The Valley takes game number 1, where we're here at the Understand with me, LaFell, Leo, and you might as well call yourself Flex. But gentlemen, I instantly want to get into the conversation because there's a difference in priority where whoever's going up against the Valley, they're going for the objectives, but the Valley, they just keep on focusing on the pickoffs, the team fights. Trex, what's going on? Like,
I mean, when we pick apart the Valley, right, definitely one of their weak points is macro, those objectives, but the micro mechanics in those team fights seems to continuously get them wins. So, I mean, hats off. Hats off to the micro.
It takes a lot of awareness and planning to do what the Valley did here. And, you know, seeing how Onic actually had a grasp of the game for a majority of the mid game, even into the late game, up until the Valley executed that master plan of the pincer between 3 other members and Basic and Shark in that final Lord fight. It was just immaculate, magical. Trex, do they do this? Is this a thing that they do? Because for the first time, I believe this is where I saw them first try this.
I mean,
I mean, I don't know, looking at this, looking at the items as well as the heroes, I gotta say, if Mobile Legends was a card game, the Valentina is a trap card because the Valentina was tick late, and it really kind of like crushes what Onic wants to do because, oh, you got great ults, can I borrow one of them?
But also, not only Hoon with that, but Fried Chicken as well. Just an amazing game from the start, able to maybe slow down Onic just a little bit, but kind of help that pincer happen, right? Able to get into the backside, and then Hoon comes in for the big cleanup along with Basic.
And I think that's what was missing in their mid-game. They were so honest. I think it was Wolf who mentioned that the Valley is playing like a battering ram, which is what you should do with this lineup, right? You have a Kufra, you have a Barats, and then you have a Glue. But mid-game, they evolved. They found, I was like, we don't always have to be so honest. We can try to find things around the map, and I think that wouldn't be possible without the Forgotten One, without Fried Chicken, because again, he's the feint. He's the one who's like, oh, I'm always gonna come from here, but no.
Honestly, the Valley's mindset has got to be very interesting because, again, like we were talking about, part of why they can get all of these crazy catches is kind of like, you're not going to see us coming because we're going to look at the highlights a little bit later on how the flank happened with Basic as well as Super Shark. So, again, the way that the Valley is moving, it really is like sharks going for a hunt.
And the way that Onic Esports answered this is by sending Boots and Sans and Keyboy to try and draw lines around the map. But again, your vision will only go so far, and as soon as they let off, that's where Moba Zane throughout the whole game, I think, we'll have to listen to the Shark Call because I think a lot of the rotations come off of him.
Yeah, I think he was very just slow and steady in the beginning. Didn't even try to contest the first Lord. Then even the second one couldn't get a nice way because of Keyboy drawing those lines, keeping him at bay, and the rest of the team, they were at a distance, and even during that last Lord, I'm wondering, why are they so far away? Why are they so far away? And like you guys said, they come in so cleanly, but him taking that slow play, him kind of having faith in the team, it's almost like they planned that whole comeback towards the end.
Yeah, 3-0 and 8 match KDA for Mobazane on this Barats. We really got to put more shine on him with these tanky heroes because, again, CW on the Moskov was almost a non-factor. I mean, to be fair, we still gotta say tribute to Fried Chicken, where he's always constantly pressuring CW on the backside. Looking at the heat map here as the Barats, it's really just Mobazine scouting out for the entire team to actually let them know what is the best call right now, because this is one of the benefits of using someone that is very tanky. You have a lot of information and you have time to process the information.
And what the heat map shows is basically the start of the game wherein Mobazine was trying to temper and see how much Onic was willing to put on the map early on because they were still waiting for CW to go online. And with us awarding this MVP to Mobazine, right? 3-0 and 8, it's a Barats that went the distance. I'm thinking maybe we should think of another kind of MVP because between payoff and setup, he was neither. He was a beast of his own.
He was a beast of his own. We got to look at the highlights where in this game, there is a lot of back and forth where there are moments where Onic look good, there are moments where the Valley look good, but I kind of feel like it is at the transition between mid to late where the Valley really shine.
Yeah, and every time that the Valley's able to group up in these team fights, that is when they are making the plays happen. Even here, Kyrie gets in the backside, does find Hoon a couple times, but once Hoon is able to have that space from Mobazane, able to have that space from Shark, he can set up the big plays for his team. Not only that, Basic here, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking it's over, but Basic comes in from the backside, able to clean things up, take out Kyrie there, and I think this is where the big shift started to happen.
Yep, this is wherein they tried to set up that flank, and you see how Basic and Super Shark have a completely advantageous position, and then it all just came to inevitability. When you have an evolved Lord and then a 5v4 essentially, it just ends this way.
The final highlight just now just took Trex's breath away because it was like, oh my God.
That was so beautiful. The wild charge.
That is beautiful. But again, I got to talk about this, man. Something about the Valley. Right now, it looks like they're the team with one of the craziest team fights, and Onic really has to respect that, either in the draft or the way that they're gonna play around after this. Because if the Valley is gonna group up, if they are going for team fights, fight it or divide it. But with that being said, I really want to watch game number 2. Can Onic equalize? I want the casters. What do you guys think?
We'll give you game number 2, LaFell. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the desk. The desk. The desk. The desk. My name is Jess. Yeah, the day desk. My name is Jay. Jumping right here is the handsome Merkel and the big brain Wolf. We will be going through game number 2 very, very soon, but I have to agree with the analyst. Man, it felt like it was like a card game, right? Especially during the draft, and not only just during the draft. Also, even going into the game itself, the way they chained CC Onic to oblivion was extremely beautiful.
I think for me, honestly, looking at the drafts, it has to begin there, right?
Yes.
If Onic Esports want to adjust, want to adapt, it has to begin in the draft. Because they are opting to go for cheese picks over meta picks right now. The Moskov, even the Karina trying to take it away from Zane, that ultimately didn't work out because the Barats was picked up early.
I mean, you're looking at Onic Esports, the way that they approach their series against Echo, and the way that they approach it against Falcon, right? They're picking heroes that are kind of out of the meta, and they make it look good in the first few rounds of the upper bracket. But you saw against Echo, and you see it against the Valley, it's not working. Moskov, as strong as it is, CW is a phenomenal Moskov player, but it's not working because it's not just as strong as the heroes that their opponents are able to get. The carry, the glue, together, they're just so strong.
I agree. There is a reason that these heroes are meta, right? But I always have this not say confusion, but like a debate with myself. Comfort or meta? Sometimes a lot better to play comfort, but if you want to play that comfort, you have to pull it well. Luckily, I think that's a hot take. If CW would have won with the Moskov games, we'll be seeing more Moskov in our ranked games as well.
Sure, it would be the new meta, right, in the gold lane. Not a good meta for all of us Mythic players, but obviously for the pro players, they can pull it off. But again, it comes down to why is a meta, why are the meta picks so good? It's because they're the most efficient, right? That's literally the word. So it's the most efficient, it takes the least skill or least amount of brain power to actually pull off, right? It's easy to pull off. And at this high level, there's so little margin of the differences between the pro players, and you need to get every single advantage you can get.
Yeah, very well said there, Merkel. The margin of error is really slim. It's nano level slim. It's so slim to the point that you see the Valley at the lower bracket just rampaging all throughout, putting 2 MPLs into the body bags already, and they're looking very strong going into MPL. Well, I would say threatening MPL ID itself is a huge statement from the NA side.
They want an MPL. That's what they want, man. That's why they're fighting their lives out here, right? We can take a look at the hero pick recap here. Is that real? 171,000 damage?
Wow. I mean, you saw how difficult it was for the Valley in the early stages up until the latter portions of the game to deal with Suns. But they found an opening. I will go back to that play, that gambit coming out from the Valley, deploying both basic as well as super shark to the left side of the map when they are doing the lore dance. It actually allowed them to tag Sands as well as CW, force them out of position, then eventually take the game afterwards. For the longest time, Mobile Zane is losing to Kyrie because of the lore dance of Onic Esports, but when they did that cheeky play or that wonderful strat that they did, it was the end for Onic. Because again, the margin of error for both CW as well as Kyrie is very low. That's why those kinds of forced errors from Team Valley has got a lot of value in them.
I think Onic Esports in that previous fight, right, the last team fight that allowed the Valley to take that lore, is that Onic has no information where the Valley is, and the Valley, on the other hand, has almost full information on exactly where Onic is. And this is what makes it very scary. Just one forced mistake out of Onic is enough for the Valley to take one game away from Onic. But we need to take a look at game number 2. Onic needs, I think it's not the draft anymore. I think it's just the fact that I also don't think it's the Moskov's problem. I really feel that it's Onic's execution, on the other hand, because the Valley is just literally styling them in these big team fights. And we got to go, ladies and gentlemen, onto the drop once again. Game number 2. It is time to pick your heroes.
Well, let's see what heroes they go for. But first, the sides they go for. Onic Esports still opting to stay.
The same.
As the first pick, same exact bands too coming in.
So you pick up the Grok now for Onic Esports. It just makes a lot of sense. But what do you combo with? Do you take the Barretts this time instead? Oh, they pick it up. It's Karina and the Grok.
They are not changing, dude.
And then you go Barretts this time.
This is a massive ego challenge for both of these two teams. Like what I mentioned just now, It is not about the draft anymore, and that is what Onic is telling the Valley. And the Valley, gentleman's agreement, handshook that team fight.
Well, the Valley, I think they're going to be comfortable picking up the Barats again, right? They know exactly what Onic Esports want to do.
It's good. It's still good. I mean, Karina is, you know, arguably during retribution battles, you see Barrett's having the advantage just because of the Daytona's welcome, right? Can really force that one out. But there should be the different approach here coming up from Onic Esports with their last 2 picks. I'm not sure if they will pick up the Moscow once again, but evidently it didn't work.
Why not?
Yep, there will be the same bans, I think. So
same bans.
I think.
No,
Onic
I think
Esports,
this is where it changed.
Okay, it's the same. All right, Matilda for Onic Esports. If that happens, it's the Matilda, right?
I think at this point,
or maybe you bind the Kufra.
It's a gamble
no, it's
here.
A Matilda.
They still go for Matilda, so far it is still the exact same draft. If Valley goes for Leslie here, 100%.
It's the same.
And they go,
there you go. It is.
Welcome to game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a replay. This is live. You can pinch yourself right now.
Okay, there you go. That's the change.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay.
But that opens up. that opens up the Lilia for the side of the Valley, which is still equally good. Maybe they go for the Kufra first because it really will not be different for their composition. Then they just last pick maybe a Lunox or a Lilia, depending on what the Valley, what Hoon feels like. Now it has to be not Moscow unless they, or maybe just put the Grok in the XP lane, get a different hero for Keyboy. Maybe a, actually maybe a Kadira or Cho.
Cho, Kadira, those 2 heroes that can dive to the back line can pose a threat to the carry.
That's right.
And on top of that, I think for this one, the Moskov. Do we still want to see a Moskov here? I think the Moskov did a good job in terms of damage here, but they will go for the Cho. And
oh my goodness,
is it the Moskov?
It's
still
okay.
the Moskov.
That's okay.
Right.
But the Cho is a big difference maker. Now, do you want to go Lilia for the side of the Valley, or you want to go back to something like a tank shredder to go with the carry, like a Lunox that we talked about? That's great damage versus the Grok as well. It's a threat.
Well, they go for the Lilia, a bit more mid-control, wave control, a bit more just pressure on the board, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing with the Barats, you want to get that mid-control as fast as possible.
Correct.
So that's still what the Valley are going for.
Another thing I also like to point out is that Onic and the Valley are basically like, you know, they're driving on the same highway down the road. And then you thought that they're going to be best friends, you know, parallel all the way. And then all of a sudden, it is Onic is like, wee, I'm going to go to the other side by bending away to Valentina. And then the Valley right now, they want to go for the same, you know, same style, same composition because they thought Onic is going to go for the same composition.
Yeah.
And the Valley right now needs to opt for a Lilia. I feel like the Valley's composition in the game number 1 heavily feels like the Valentina is a better slot right there.
Benedetta in the previous game worked a little bit, but it had to be a sacrificial role. This time, the Grok, it will be a more proactive role. Not because it destroys the composition of the Valley, but it has this tech that it can win against the XP lane matchup as compared before when it's like a glue versus Benedetta where the glue was just able to destroy the Benedetta. This time it will be different.
Yes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2. It is Onic sending a statement to the world that they will be the heroes against the antagonists of M4.
Well, you know, let's take a look at this and let's try to dissect it, right? The way both teams are going to be playing is through the mid lane. Sans Keyboy, Cho Yeeb combination versus the Lilia Kufra. It will still favor the Lilia Kufra in terms of wave clear, but that's where the Yeeb can actually say, hey, I don't need to just clear the wave. I can actually poke you down with a superior range.
And maybe now the Valley will be focusing on the bottom lane. Super Shark in a prime spot. He actually went to that bush earlier than Onic Esports. That's why they're able to control it. But that meant that Onic Esports will control the Lethal Wanderer, unlike in the previous game.
Yeah, a lot of changes coming up from Onic. It feels like the same drop, but, you know, the change that the Grok goes to the EXP lane, and then, you know, Keyboy goes in a Cho roam. I like this bait coming up from Onic in the dropping phase.
Smart move coming up from Super Shark. He used his passive to attack this Lizard. And because of that, the Lizard was able to spot out 2 of the members of Onic Esports, taking that away. So, very good play coming up from Super Shark, yeah.
Lizard?
Big brain move.
I was looking for the Lizard. I was like, where's the Lizard? What's the Lizard? I thought Yuzhong is the Lizard.
Actually, though, fun fact, right? Looking at the drafts again, it's just a very minor adjustment that Onic Esports have made. Literally just 1 hero change and 1 hero ban change. I did You know, I got a lot of chances to actually speak to Aldo back in MPID Season 10. Here, though, Sans is going to be caught. White Chicken actually wants to dive in. That's the immobilize.
Oh my god.
And it's first blood again for Fwide. But this time, Kyrie's already looking for a play with Boots. That's going to be the trade. 1-4-1. Sans for the XP lane. But back to my point. Aldo has said many times that for his team, every single time, all he wants to change are just minor adjustments.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do. No major changes anytime.
Yeah. And now Kyrie is actually a level ahead of Mobazane, but Mobazane, if he gets to the orange buff, will be quite sort of equalized, but Onic are just rushing in, Boots!
Wild charge and Keyboy kicks Hoon away with Way the Dragon. First turtle over to Onic Esports. Both teams still in this limbo, I should say, early game, because sure, it's the turtle take, but it's only a 500 gold lead, which can be equalized in just a few, with a few last hits.
Yep, just the saying, you got to put your best foot forward at the first foot forward, right? But let's take a look at the items. Currently, it is still standard. It's going to be a Karina, definitely going back into that tank build once again. Another thing to highlight as well, that Moskov going for the same route as well. So nothing too shabby. But another thing I also got to point out is White Chicken is doing a lot of damage in the early game. That's because first item he rushed was the Magic Penetration Boots.
See now, the Onic, the disadvantage may be just, you know, just forcing their level or experience advantage over the Valley. Maybe carry next turtle, they want to make sure that they take it as well. The fact that White Chicken was a little bit shut down this game, that's already good news for Onic Esports compared to the previous game. Maybe they can activate Boots much faster than how they did it in the previous game.
I mean, we got to talk about this mid lane pressure, because now it seems like with the help of the Cho, when we get into that mid stage, it's going to be a bit better for the Yve Cho combo compared to the Lilia and the Kufra. But let's see here, as Onic Esports and the Valley have actually opted to put the resources down in the gold lane. Both teams just disengaging, no real source or no real commitment from both teams.
Yeah, there's nothing to fight at the bottom lane. Your turtle is coming on 30 seconds, but hold on a second, this could be a fight.
Sit aside a bit there, a long angle, but the damage will still come through to take Mobazane down. Onic Esports with a 1,000 gold lead, picking up the jungler 20 seconds before the turtle spawns. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, you can only see Super Shark going in. That's going to be Keyboy taken to half HP. He respects the damage, recalls away.
Gets out as well because of the fact that he is a Cho, a very mobile hero. That is the main difference between like the Grok and the carry. The Grok doesn't, you know, he cannot stay in front of the carry. Has to use the wild charge just to get away. But when it comes to the Cho, he has many ways to get out of the zone. And this is going to be a real good adjustment coming out from Onic Esports, opting to go for the Cho instead of the Grok roam in this game. And of course, the Grok in the XP lane also, you can see how good it is against the glue.
Yeah, I think right now it's all about this turtle dance. That pickup from the side of Onic on top of Mobazane is just a minor tickle for the Valley, but it seems like they have to commit to this one.
Uh-oh, wild charge and split is going to be gone there. Keyboy going to be able to knock Mobazane back away. Who gets the turtle? It's basic out of nowhere. Still free hitting in the back line. Boo's going to be able to flicker out to safety. Basic saving the neutral objective fight to go to the way of the Valley. With White Chicken down, I thought it would be Onic who just secures it for free.
And even the kick coming up from Keyboy was onto Mobazane, so it would have been like the best scenario for Onic, but Kyrie, a rare miss with the retribution.
I think not only just that, right? Like if the Valley cracks open the mid lane, that is stonks in terms of tempo for the side of the Valley. But it is going to be CW cracking open the bottom lane instead. Onic right now on pure damage control. They're still leading in the gold lead department. There are the items coming in.
And that's a kill over to CW. Well, you know, for the steal, you got to give credit to Basic, right? He's called the Retry Gods for a reason. Kyrie, though, takes the Retribution back here, secures the gold buff, and just backs away. Item builds.
Okay, so you now have the Corrosion side for the side of the Moskov. So that's going to be a... That's the reason why he was able to gun down White Chicken and also poke him down. And the timing coming out from Keyboy to follow up was also amazing. That allowed for Onic to get 1,000 gold, the 1.6k. Woods with the flicker up top with the Karina in the vicinity. It prompts now Basic to just get out. He's not feeling where Kyrie as well as Woods is, so he just went back out.
Well, Kyrie wants to go for the steal. That's very aggressive. He gets the steal, but He's going to be munched up. Mobazane with the welcome now. Super Shark with the Time's Revenge and the Rage. Kyrie still surviving, but will fall to the hands of Hoon. While charge coming down, CW in the midst of it all jumps back in, securing 2 kills for Onic Esports. It's a double for CW, and it's a 3-for-1 on top of the setup provided by Kyrie.
And this is the reason why Onic went for the Moskov in the early game with the corrosion side items. Instead of going for, the crit damage items, which is a lot more expensive, you want CW to get online as quickly as possible. And now, that previous team fight, Kyrie literally walked into an obvious Daytona's welcome, but Onic was just in time right there, and you don't fight a Moskov in the choke point. It's literally spears all across the board. Onic will have total control.
I think that was a great communication coming up from Onic Esports and great macro as well. Even when it's like a very risky move for Kyrie to go up against Mobazane, he knows that if he gets the retribution up because he has got the level advantage, the fact that he already stole that orange buff is just a lot of gold you take away from Mobazane. A lot of the tempo taken out from the Barats, and the favorable trade for Onic Esports 3-for-1 was hashtag worth for Onic Esports. 3,000
gold lead now for Onic Esports. Thing is, we saw this last game too. They were leading.
I like the fact that we're like, hey, it's a 3K gold lead. It's an advantage for Onic. But then we're like, maybe not, because we've seen how crazy teams can play in M4. A 3K gold lead is nothing. When it hits hard, it's a 10K gold lead when every one of each member from your team is 1 item ahead, and that's where you get to see the bigger results. 3K is nothing to scoff at. The Valley can easily climb this back. However, Onic doesn't want to give it to them.
Good opening there by Keyboy, spotting Mobazane out. Now Mobazane needs to make a decision. He wasn't quite for it. He does. He takes the retribution there. Both of the junglers went for it, but Mobazane is able to secure his own. The Valley still on defense mode right now, and honestly, they're doing really good right now, right? They're clearing the waves properly. They're responding to Onic's proactiveness very, very well.
However, they're losing control of the map, and that is what Onic Esports are banking on heading into the first Lord of the game. If they control the map and control the lanes much better, if they take away the purple buffs as well as the orange buffs before the Lord happens, that will be an easier Lord for them. So now it's Kyrie with a 2-level or 1-level advantage over Mobazane, heading into the next Lord fight. Oh, Hoon! Super Shark though has the flicker.
That's a lot of damage coming on CW. Hoon doesn't have the purple shoes going in. 16 seconds is that Lord count right now. Super Shark is charging it up. It could be a fight, but it will not. Onic right now just focusing on clearing the waves. That's the name of the game. Put a lot of pressure on the lanes, force the Valley to react.
That's something that we did not see in the later stage of the game for Onic Esports when they were actually winning. They had 3 base turrets. The setup was neglected, ignored by Onic Esports, and the Valley was able to capitalize on that. Keyboy though wants to go for the way to Dragon onto Super Shark out of all people. Mobazane's still going to be able to get the Death welcome down, and that's even CW pinned down. That's the time range as well. Basic! It's free hitting in the back lines! He finds a lot of damage down, but San's going to be able to dish out more. Who now onto Kyrie, who's still able to actually survive. Basic going to be walled down. Hoon's going to fall to the hands of Sans. As Kyrie jumps in once again, it's a 3-for-1 to the side of Onic Esports.
It's a crazy fight coming up from Onic, giving up CW over the side of Mobazane and right into Sans reward manipulation. Boots did a wonderful job with the ultimate just to stun out Basic, and not only just that, the wall does a lot of damage.
Oh my god, White Chicken will be able to attack Sans this time. Kyrie is here. Keyboy as well.
That's it. Right. That's it for Sans.
See ya, Sans. White Chicken takes him down, and Onic Esports collapse on him. Wow. It's a 1-for-1, but they do get the Lord.
Okay, so you see, margin for error for Onic Esports, it's still there. It's still very slim, right? That's why CW, when he went in for Mobazane, you thought that they'd be able to take out the Barats with a combination of the real-world manipulation, but with just a slight damage, scarcity coming out from Onic Esports. All of a sudden, CW was exposed. Mobazane take it out. Basic gets a free hit. But then again, Onic Esports, because of the economic lead that they have, Kyrie was able to find the opening. Sans eventually overwhelms the Valley. Boots with the timing prevents Basic from being a menace even so, but they still manage to keep Basic alive. However, objective goes to Onic.
Housepaw is built up for CW. He's still going for no defensive items.
No, man.
Full offense for CW.
Yeah, defense are for nerds. That's what LaFell said, right? But of course, it's going to be Onic controlling the map for now. That Lord that is marching up top, the Valley needs to buy time. They do have a carry in store, and you start to see the damage start to leak through. But it's a little bit tricky for the Valley, is because a Moskov could hit Mobazane, and and Basic could be caught in the backside as collateral.
What do you do right now if you're the Valley?
Yeah, you just defend, you know. You have a lot of wave clear in you. You have the Barretts, also like frontline in a way. And you also have the carry as your late game insurance. Just don't lose inhibitor turret. Just don't lose a man. You're going to be okay with this first Lord push coming out from Onic despite you being in a big deficit.
They still have the turret passive, so I think, yeah, there you go. Without even procking it down, actually, they're going to be able to defend the top side base turret. Tier 2 down below. Going to be taken down, though, in the mid lane as well. So it's still on esports with a lot more map pressure. Keyboard going to be caught. Superstar jumps in with the Silence Revenge and the Rage. But will the real world inflation stop them? Yes, it will. Boots with a wild charge. He's the one who falls. You don't do that to Basic. Basic does that to you.
Yeah, man, you can see how Sans set out a beautiful real world manipulation, but giving the EXP laner as a trade for Aroma, I think Onic shouldn't have fight there. The main goal is to put some pressure. Remember what we talked about, Wolf.
Yeah.
Little wins, and make that win into a big hill.
Keyboy getting the way, the dragon down onto Zayn. The killing spree over for Kyrie. Still a 5,000 gold lead as Onic Esports trying to siege down the base turret in the top lane. CW with a very aggressive movement here. Needs to be careful. Jumps in again. Basic going to be caught. Going to make a superstar from out of nowhere. Finding CW, punishing him, and the Valley takes one back.
Again, margin of errors. Very slim for Onic Esports. They went in with CW. It looks flashy, right? They found Basic. But Basic had the weight of nature. And then there goes Super Shark's punishment. They went outside of the real world manipulation, outside of the influence of Sans. And Onic will have to lose their carry. However, they still took the turret up top. But was it worth it for the Lord fight?
M4 has never failed to amaze me. These matches are tied. Man, you saw what Superstar did. That was a maximum range right into the ultimate, so beautifully executed. Mobazain already on the Lord pit right now. It's ready Chung low, Merkle.
Poon taking low. Keyboy looking for the opening right now. Superstar pops in a bouncing ball. Kyrie looking for retribution right now. That's going to be it. 50-50. Mobazain wins it. Gets the death as well. Come on to Keyboy's going to be taken down. Basic still running for the hills. They got the Lord. That's all they need. They're backing up. A boot jumps in with a wild charge. One kill over to Onic Esports. Moba's taking the ball as well.
Oh, no.
Double kill for CW. 2 kills and the Lord for the Valley. Who is it worth for? That's my question to you.
Well, they do have the Lilia this time, so I think it's kind of worth for Onic in terms of the economy, but they will not be able to end this unless the Valley makes a mistake. CW tearing through.
Uh-oh. The Lord's marching down the mid lane. Onic Esports took down the base turret in the bottom lane. And they're going to be able to clear this out. There's nothing that the Valley can do with the Lord.
Exactly. We're talking about little wins right now. Onic needs these small little wins. You saw that it converted into a Mobazain kill in the earlier part, but then Onic got a little bit greedy. They got, you know, I want a bigger pie. But right now, they can only eat small little crumbs. Onic needs to slowly accumulate these crumbs, make it into a big mountain so they can take this game number 2.
Well, the fact that the Valley have prolonged this game, that definitely makes that Lord fight worth. However, it was very risky. There were so many chances for Kyrie to steal a retribution, especially with Keyboy jumping in for the stun onto Mobazain. But then again, Mobazain held his ground again. The Daytona's welcome, providing crowd control immunity, helped their case. Securing that.
Oh, wow. You got a defense item.
Yeah,
there you go. So you technically just called CW a nerd. Indirectly.
Hey,
LaFell called
it. was LaFell.
It was
all right. It's LaFell. LaFell with the Athena Shield. Look at that. But you gotta admit, that is CW showing a lot of respect over to Hun. The reason why Onic cannot penetrate or take more, map control away, or basically take more turrets from the Valley, is because Hun on this Lilia clears a wave like it's nothing. You compare that to a Valentina. A Valentina doesn't have a very good wave clear. The way that the Valentina wave clear is you need to step forward, and when you step forward, there's a lot of mistakes that you might make.
I love how in the knockout stages, especially towards the end here, I think yesterday and today, we're just seeing close games every game, right? It's very rare that we get to see a stomp. I think the last one was 1 game out of 5 in RRQ versus Falcon.
Oh, top lane again, Shark and Basic.
Boots gonna be able to survive there. Basic jumps in. Boots with the one charge. Basic finds the kill, but now it's the collapse. Basic is gonna fall, and Kyrie picks up the shutdown. The rest of the Valley are here, trying to make their way. CW is going to be taken down already early on. Keyboy still trying to run away. White Chicken already on the split. They still have the tier 1. They can play around it, but what an amazing bait by Basic to bring the other members down. Boot CW out, 2 side laners.
Right now, the Valley does have the Lord priority this time round. Onic needs another 30 more seconds to get into the Lord pit for now. If the Valley camps around the Lord pit right here, if you can see, they're making a beeline. Onic would not be able to gain Lord presence. Oh my goodness.
Again, right? Every Lord fight, it feels like CW is just not there.
Yeah, so Basic and Shark, I mean, the super Shark, super basic Shark, whatever we call that
Basic
combo.
Shark.
These ambushes coming out from the Valley, they snatched the lead away from Onic Philippines for quite a bit, and now it's equalized.
Let's see.
Onic cannot take this fight. They're not ready for it.
They're not. Keyboy's very low, right? He needs to back off here. They need to play with the side lane pressure, but the Valley are not giving that to him. Wow. Good snipe, actually, from the edge of the base.
Big blunder from Zeke. You cannot do that here, Keyboy. You need to apply the vision.
Uh-oh, he recalled in. The Lord is at half HP. No knowledge right now.
Look at that.
With power of nature, still able to escape. Keyboy is finally back in the Lord fight. White Chicken jumps in with a slam, pass. Zoning Sans away. And just like that, that's a man advantage for the Valley. But still, it's White Chicken not able to find that split. Now it's going to be a 50-50 once again. Kyrie jumping in.
CW.
Going to be able to actually collapse on the Mobazane. The Retribution jumps in and Mobazane wins it again. Real world inflation, blocking Mobazane down. But the Valley with a great decision to back off right as Zane secures the Lord.
I don't know whether this is a curse or not in M4, especially those people who took down the Lord. You're gonna lose a team fight, right? And it's very crazy how Mobazane uses the Daytona's Welcome on top of Kyrie. Kyrie can't use the Retribution at all, and it's a free Lord over the side of the Valley, and now it's up to the Valley to make good use of this Lord that they fought so hard to take.
Oh, late game Barretts. Once you get inside the vicinity of the Lord, you're gonna be able to take it out. But White Chicken though, is this the fight?
No, I don't think so.
Need?
No. It's White Chicken who turns it back around. Onto Boots here, but there's not going to be any more follow-up. The Valley knows they have a man disadvantage, so Onic Esports are just going to utilize this to clear out the Lord again. So 2 Lords, the Valley. Solid retribution, solid positioning, but 2 Lords, no punishment from the Valley.
I guess this is the time where we prove like the stats, right? The Turtle and the Lord control from the Valley, they are in favor when we started this, and we can see it in action.
Well, technically speaking, you have more Lord control because you're so hungry for the kills. Each pickoff is big.
Shunpu gets him out. Keyboy with a flicker out. Kyrie now in the midst of it all. Still in there. Death is welcome. Going to be able to lock him down with the slam, pass. CW free hitting. Kyrie still full HP. He is a tank, remember. Boots though, he is not. He jumps with the wall charge on the Hoon, but a Purify is there for him. White Chicken was split. Buying a little bit more time. Boots going to fall to the hands of Hoon. Kyrie still there. That's a kill over. 1 for 1. Keyboy is very, very low. Sans going to be able to actually dish out the damage right now. Basic is a quarter of HP down. Both teams disengaging. 2,000 gold lead. Onic Esports want more, but the Valley's saying, nope, we're backing off.
We're trading EXP laners for now. This is how the game has evolved to be. We're trading right now, but the Valley does have an advantage. They're stronger in the Lord control because they always take 1 member from the enemy team away, and then the enemy team doesn't dare to contest the Lord.
You have to clear the CW. It's a big minion. Look at that. The turret. I was close. You have to be mindful of that, but here it comes again. The Shark and Basic combo. Keyboy! Keyboy, what a god. What a god. What a god, Keyboy.
I like the way that you say it, Keyboy, what a god. And like a matter of factly, like Keyboy is a god. But Mirko and I were like, what?
Dude, it's not fair. You get to hang out with these players.
Dude.
I just know them.
My goodness. That was very sick. But then again, this combo, the Kufra and the carry, we saw that so many times this game. Good thing is, this is a choke, so you can escape. You have ways to escape. With a Shunpo and a godly, reaction time, yeah, surely you can.
Oh my god, I'm just you're talking about things happening in the future. I'm still caught in the Keyboy play. All right, okay, there you go. We gotta move on. Onic Esports looking for something now is Zane. Keyboy, he gets out of a catch and he finds a catch on the Zane. Who's not gonna be melted down. Zane is down. The Valley are 1 man down, and it's the Evolved Lord. 21 minutes in, they're starting it.
They're definitely starting it. This is very big for Onic. This is the window, and it's a very slim. The Valley, on the other hand, look at Basic, look at Super Shark. They can turn this around. Onic needs to take down this block as quickly as possible.
Well, this is the time The Valley, if
Oh,
they want
no,
to go for
Boots.
it right now. Boots in the mid lane, gonna be actually spread it down. Look at basic. Oh my God! Boots is down. Onic Esports now
Oh, Bosco.
going for it, but look at the base right now. CW is gonna be able to go for it.
CW.
The split push. CW has fire. He popped it in. Equalizer. 1-1. Onic and the Valley.
Amazing plays. Small little errors. We talk about this, ladies and gents. We talk about how small errors from each team can compile into a big problem. And the Valley was the one that made that error, giving on a game number 2.
Moments, minutes after minutes, they're making the great plays. Super Shark and Basic finding Boots. Then Keyboy eventually finds Mobazane.
Wow.
For some reason, Captain America is way away from his teammates up top, isolated. And with all of the ultimates committed, they were able to take them down. But Chewe, my goodness, that play.
You're talking about Calvin Winata?
Yes.
Chewe? Yeah, he's so good at the game, dude. He is the late game shot caller for Onic Esports, and you can really see that, right? He set that up for himself. He was like, hey, guys, go for the fight. Doesn't matter. I'm walking up top.
I got you, bro.
I got you, bro.
I got you, bro. Walks up, just takes the core, basically assassinated the core right there. Assassinated game number 2 away from the Valley. But let's talk about M4 Battle Night, because we gotta go do this because we need to hear from the analyst. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in this particular game. First of all, complete battle task in the game in January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose any skin that you like from each of these chests. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day as well. Play matches and you will get the team star protection for 3 matches, double the star raising points, double the protection points, double the EXP, double the BP for 5 matches in a row. We are not stopping there, ladies and gentlemen. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available on that very day as well. Save that day, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the matches and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate M4 World Championship together, including with your friends.
Are we expecting this to be the best series again? At this point,
Again
I'm
and
getting
again.
It's
just how it is.
I don't like the fact that we're saying that this series is the best series every day. It feels very bad to tell you guys. But it is what it is. We are not scripting this. But analysts, to you guys, break this down for us.
The game is now 1-1. Now what time is it? 4:46 p.m. Welcome to the Island Stand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Strex. Now, Mirko said in the game just now, Coach Aldo said when he makes changes, it's just minor changes, but what really is the difference in this game?
All right, so given the draft, there are some heroes that shuffled along Onyx lineup, but the major change was, I believe, how Coach Aldo and Coach Yeb orchestrated the change that they forced into the Valley.
Yeah, I mean, just that small change. Banning out the Valentina, picking up that Cho for Keyboy is honestly what made the biggest difference. The final winning play in that was catching Mobazane off with that Way of the Dragon, so a minor but critical change.
And that shows the difference between game 1 where they tried to draw lines with the Grok and the Benedetta, but now it's more proactive given that they have the Way of the Dragon. It's a better way of controlling team fights, which again, the Valley are so good at.
Yeah, because we got to look at game number 1 where the Valley, they could counter-engage a lot, and Onic, they couldn't engage. And we're looking at the items as well as the heroes. So CW, even though, yes, I do agree that defensive items are for nerds. And CW is like, actually, that's correct. He threw away his Athena shield and went for full damage. He actually swapped it out, I believe, with the Wind Talker just to end the game.
Yep, just cleared those waves faster. And something that's got the folks talking at home is the fact that you have a golden staff on a Moskov. Yes, that does effectively get rid of the potential to crit, but it still allows for his passive to trigger much, much faster, which is again great against a battering ram lineup, just like the Valley.
Exactly. Instead of, and of course, against something so bulky, the whole crit build, I feel like, has gone out the window. Most of these marksmen that we see are building for speed, right? They capitalize on that DHS as much as possible. And normally you don't see a Barats get melted down that fast, but because of that build, they were able to shred him.
Demon Hunter Sword, Malefic Roar, as well as the Glowing Wand. I kind of feel like Onic, they saw what happened in game number 1, and because Mobazane was the MVP, they're like, if we let go of Mobazane, if we make sure that he is not in the game,
then it will probably affect the way that they're moving around the map. So I like the response. It's like, sure, he's a very tanky dude, but if we throw like 3 to 4 people, he will eventually go down. So looking at the numbers here, Rich Guy this time is CW, but for 2 games in a row, the carry is Sans.
Yep, and again, the sandbag Mobazane, you mentioned how he's such a pivotal player for the Valley. The fact that Keyboy is able to find him and Sans able to keep him down with the real-world manipulation and then have CW or Kyrie finish the job, that seemed to be about 30 to 40% of what won Onic Esports this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Valley brings in that kind of pick play in game 1, but this time Onic brings it themselves, and I feel like they got the better picks, right? They were able to pick off Mobazane right before that final Lord, and that's how you win the game right there.
So right now it's kind of weird because this sentence would not make sense normally. The Valley need to protect their tank. They need to protect their front line because looking at the draft, it really does seem like Onic Esports, they're approaching this game by having a draft that can actually melt any tanky hero. So they gotta look back and see how they can really prepare for this one. But we now gotta prepare for the MVP of the game, where the MVP for this one is going over to CW, where even our casters were talking about it. Did they like it? Did they not like it? Is it meta? Well, it is for CW.
Yep, say what you will about Calvin when he moves on forward, uses that dash on the Moskov to get into a better position, and, you know, a few times in this game got caught, but still, the fact that he was the payoff for what Onic Esports was setting up. And again, having an Inspire on a relatively immobile marksman just shows how much conviction and how confident CW is with the plan that his team just let out for him, and that got them Game 2 victory.
We're definitely going to see a whole lot of Moskov spam and rank after tonight. CW, though, definitely pulling it off and doing it with class, right? And I mean, maybe you have to go for that Inspire, but the way he's moving, it almost feels like overkill, but just so much speed among the map.
I mean, Mirko always says this. This is like his favorite thing to say, which is he understands the assignment. His assignment is to actually dish out the damage, not necessarily trying to survive too many fights, even though that's kind of weird as well, because as a gold laner, you want to survive first 5 minutes up until the 10 minutes. This is the mid stage of the game. He's moving around a lot with his team. Number one, he does want farm, but at the same time, he's one of the main reasons why they can even get kills in the first place.
Yep, this is actually, I'd say, irregular if you compared this heat map from the 5-10 minute mark to, I'd say, most other gold laners in M4 specifically. Don't even get me started on ranked games. It's so rare that you'll see a gold laner leave their safe space and then actively try to push, actively try to make plays with their team. And this is just a thought, right? Let me build up on this. The fact that carry is so prioritized, Moscow might be the second best alternative.
Yeah, and it just, I think it also just counters the carry in that early stage, right? You can at least stalemate it. You're not going to get completely dominated, but coming and taking a look into these highlights, this is kind of where things start to shift. And TV was always, the Valley was always kind of on the back foot here. Onic really just showing presence in these team fights, something that they lacked in game 1. But now, Valley having a bit of a rough time.
Seeing the carry as well as Moskov, because both are like very, very fast gold laners, and this is one of the situations where CW kind of dash into a worse situation, not into a better situation. But the point I want to make is that both gold laners are relatively short in range in terms of their attack. Moskov has been buffed in his range for a little bit, but still is considered as a short to mid-range kind of marksman. And in this kind of game, it does show that for both teams, they're willing to go very, very aggressive. So yes, I do kind of agree that if you do not have the carry, then Moskov is kind of like same, but different, but still kind of the same.
And the difference that these two have, which makes maybe Moskov all the more a better choice in this current metagame, is that early aggression. You have a level of CC that the carry doesn't, and you almost have the same potential for shredding armor or tanky heroes. So again, we went onto something.
Yeah, with that being said, this is a crazy match, but something even crazier is going on with our host. Now, I wonder, what is that crazy thing, Mar and Clara? Is it really that crazy?
Of course, this is M4 and the lower bracket still going, and here we are. Support gak cuma datang hanya dari super fans, dari Ayang Babs, tapi juga pastinya dari keluarga. Dan di tengah-tengah kami tentunya sudah ada keluarga dari tim Onic Esports. Ada dari Coach Aldo, Mama dan Tante, dan juga ada dari saudara cewek. Family support is extremely important. That's why we have CW's brother and sister and Coach Aldo's mother family. Now here is my question. I want to know, what kind of brother is CW? Is he a rebel? Is he naughty? Is he a good boy? How is he at home? Gimana tuh di rumah cewek? Kayak apa sih cewek?
Kalau di rumah sih biasanya kebanyakan diem ya.
Oh, he's super quiet. Diem gitu, kalem. Good
Cuma
boy.
kalau main game sih biasa berisik.
Oh, he only loud when he's playing a game, Mara. Just like how he is right here. Now, when they won MPL Indonesia Season 10 as the champions, what did they do for the family? Did they give any special gifts for you guys? Habis juara ada hadiah kah atau ada hal yang spesial saat kemarin tuh juara dari MPL Season 10 Tante? Ada hadiah kayaknya ya dari Coach Aldo ya?
Alhamdulillah, Aldo hadiahnya semua diserahkan sama ibunya.
Oh, all the gift, all the present is for her mom. He gave it to her mom. Oh, that's so nice. They spoiled you. What about your brother? What did they do for you?
Kalau cewek dia ada kasih cincin ya, cincin untuk papa, terus medali untuk keluarga.
Oh, a ring for his dad. That's so
And
nice.
a
medal for the family. Now,
Really?
if they win the championship for M4, what will you ask for from Coach Aldo and CW? Kalau menang ini, mau minta apa nih buat dari Coach Aldo dan juga cewek? Atau udah ada janji mungkin nih Tante?
Saya minta sama Aldo, berhubung Aldo selama ini kurang waktunya untuk keluarga, saya berharap ada kesempatan untuk bisa berkumpul sama keluarga.
To gather around with the family because right now they're so busy with the tournament and they want a time for family. Coach Aldo, tolong ya waktunya
for
ya.
sure they'll do that.
Yes.
What about for your brother? What are you gonna ask for? So you give a ring this time. This time what are you gonna ask for?
Kalau cewek menang ya, kalau bisa sih pulang Imlek ya, ngerayain kemenangan lah.
Again, a time for the family because Chinese New Year is nearby, so probably they want everyone to gather in the hometown.
One last, your final message. What's your message for them to pump them up?
Mau ada salam-salam nggak sih? Mau pesan-pesan buat mereka nih yang mungkin akan tentu langsung mendengar di sana, Tante? Mungkin satu-satu.
Aldo dan timnya semangat selalu dan terus menjaga kekompakan supaya kita bisa menjadi pemenang. Amin.
Amin. Keep fighting and let's be the winner. Tante mungkin?
Aldo, cepat pulang.
Coach Aldo, come home. Ingat rumah ya, ingat rumah. Oke, brother.
Menang lah 3-1 ya habis ini ya.
Let's win with 3-1. 3-1, okay, final message.
Untuk Onic semoga menang dan tetap konsisten.
Okay, please be persistent and keep fighting. And I have one last question for everybody. What time is it? It's Onic time! Casters, what time is it?
Well, Clara and Mara, it is going to game number 3 time.
It's currently 4:57 p.m.
Oh yeah, it's already 4:57. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Mirko and the Big Brain Wolf. It's not the big bad wolf, but the big brain.
You know, I like how you said, the handsome Mirko and the big brain wolf. So you're implying that I have no brain and he is not handsome?
Comb your hair.
Oh. That's
Maybe after you comb your hair, you'll be a lot smarter. But before that, we need to give a special shout out to Secret Lab. Sorry, bro.
No, it's okay.
Bro. We got to give a special shout out to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and also brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone on the desk right here as well, and even the players. And incredible comfort for a very, very long time. Of course, we're going to be here for a very long time. But of course, M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease. And for free as well. Log in now. Exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting just for you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBBM4. Hashtag Dare to be great. We're not stopping there as well. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First of all, what you have to do, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you like from these chests. And of course, aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day as well. Play matches and you'll get a team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double XP, and double BP for 5 matches as well. Free access will be available to all heroes, and loads of XP skins will also be available on that very day. So, save the date, log into game on the January 21st, enjoy the match, and of course celebrate the M4 World's Championship together, including with your friends. And I'm gonna tell you this, right, ladies and gents?
Yes.
In Singapore, we have this shop that always say that they're closing, there is a fire sale, right? And this fire sale happens every day. Usually fire sales don't last more than one week, right? But it happens every day. I feel like M4, we're doing the same as well. We're literally telling you this is the best series every single day.
Yeah.
And I feel like our noses will become longer because we're basically feels like we're lying to you guys.
We're lying every day, right? Because the teams keep on performing, man.
Yeah,
And,
dude.
I mean, that's a good thing, right? Because
That's
we're
a good thing.
getting the highest level of
Right.
competition in MLBB.
Right.
And right now, I think we're just going to be getting ready to actually jump into the drafts here. I actually really like what LaFell said, right? He brought up my quote, my special quote. He understood the assignment. And he, as an analyst, also understood his assignment because he brought it up. CW on this Moskov, he finally understands that, hey, when the base is so open like that, there's a forced error that can be created instead of just tunnel visioning on the Lord, on team fights.
With great communication coming out from Onic Esports. Kind of feels like they orchestrated this before they rehearsed it. They might have practiced it on screens because that looked really solid. Maybe the only thing that went badly for them was that Boots was found by the carry eventually from Basic, but they turned that around. They actually turned it into their favor because Basic had to utilize the Phantom Stepping to go in. He actually had to commit everything just to take out Boots, and afterwards, because they are now into the zone of Onic Esports, there's no way for them to teleport back to base with the recall, and CW was able to just get into the base.
Yep, and of course, apart from that, right, but hold on your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Mere 5 seconds into the draft. This is game number 2. Match right now is a 1-1. It is going to be Onic going up against the Valley once again onto the drafting face.
Let's see, do we have changes? Yes, we do. There you go. Valley on the blue side. First pick, and Onic Esports finally now on the red side. Different bands coming in, except, no, not for the Valley, not much. It's still Fanny and the Hayabusa. I think they're going to be, I don't think they'll ban the 1-1 though. That's the only difference.
Maybe, and that is one of the top bands coming out from Onic Esports if they do find it.
They still do.
They still do it. So the carry should be the priority here for the Valley, right?
Well, they banned Lolita, Fredrin, and Joy for 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
They might as well just go for the same thing, right?
I don't know, but
that's giving away the Eve.
Correct, that's the volatility part from the side of Onic. Technically speaking, ladies and gents, it feels like game number 3, we're going into uncharted waters right here. It's like, you know, I can take away the carry, I can take away the glue that's causing so much havoc in the backline, given over to White Chicken, but I feel like you cannot ban away White Chicken's hero because I feel like he could pull out a Thamus anytime soon, right?
Well, there you go. The Eve, as predicted, is going to be banned out instead of the Joy. So the Valley now have a choice. Kaja carry. It's probably going to be carry.
It's carry.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. And then you go Grok, as well as
Karina.
Yeah, Grok and Glue, perhaps.
Grok and Glue works. Yeah. There you go. That's the Glue, and that's the Fairness.
Okay.
Hey, this combination is pretty nasty.
Yeah,
man.
that's
Glue,
nasty.
Fairness. Glue is already hard to kill.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the Cult Altar.
Yep. But I'm also expecting a Valentina Hoon right now because you got to pick it right here before going into the next phase. It could be a bait coming out from Onic. Do you prioritize that Valentina? If you take that Valentina, I can take something else, right? I can take your, not technically, no, Grok. You can technically take the Grok away because you can flex it into the roam. But on the other side, the Valley need to pick a choice. They will select the Lolita going in for the Valley.
Maybe surely the Valentina could be a choice, as well as the fact that the glue is the Grok is still open.
Yeah.
Then again, if you pick up the Lolita, you kind of already reveal that your Grok will be in the XP lane. It still is a very strong hero against the glue. They still pick it up.
Okay.
Now I wonder if Onic they are considering the Lilia this time, or maybe the Valentina for their side, but maybe they can just ban out the Valentina, pick the Lilia later onto this draft because it really works well with the two heroes that the Valley has right now.
Yeah, and here we do have a quote from Carl TZ himself. He thinks Onic Esports will go through the lower brackets because they gave them a hard time. Here, it's a signature link for a certain player on Onic Esports. I can't remember the name though.
I can't remember the name though.
Is
I
this
think
guy
it's the most handsome one on the roster,
the
right?
Hayabusa guy?
Yeah, I think it's a Hayabusa one.
Kind of rhymes with Skyri?
Or Sayri. Or Sayri.
Yeah, Sayri. Yeah, maybe.
Kyrie, there you go. That's the link for Kyrie. Signature pick locked in up against the carry. Hey, it works, right? You want to have some backline threat. You already have the Lolita picked up from the Valley too, so that can be another source of CC to cancel out the Numenon Blast.
And there it is, the focus now on to MOBA Zane, banning out the Karina, maybe the Barretts as well, because if I remember, it was RRQ went up against Blacklist International. Blacklist went in for the Barretts against the Ling. So it is a great answer to the Ling if ever. So that might be what the Valley might consider if the tides shift in their favor. But Onic Esports can easily ban that out.
Valentina ban as well can come out.
Yeah, I feel like it is up to Onic to ban the Valentina away because of the cult altar. You don't want to give that cult altar over to the side of the Valley. The second best choice after if you don't get access to the cult altar is that Estes.
Yeah.
But do you expect the Estes coming out from the Valley? No. They've already got the Lolita picked up as well. There you go. The Valentina is a no-brainer right there because of that logic.
Wonder if Onic Esports are considering either a Farsa or Lilia, as we mentioned, but it may be their last pick because what they need to do is to conserve the flexibility of this Faramis. You don't reveal yet if it is going to Keyboy or if it's going to Sans. That kind of tells me that fourth slot coming out from Onic Esports might be a marksman that they match up against the carry. And what if it's the Moscow again?
Oh man, we'll see. It's the Kadita ban coming through. They're respecting again that pressure that Keyboy has in the game. And honestly, right now, the Moskov sure can come through, but it's not going to be here, right? I mean, the carry's already picked up. There's no real reason to go for that. Might as well go, but even for the roamer position.
How about a Harith coming out from Onic Esports, knowing that this link is quite farm dependent? You find the hero in the gold lane who is not that farm dependent.
Cho first.
Yeah, I think the Cho is a lot better because your Jeet Kune Do and your Shinpo as well allows you to you have a lot more avenue to cancel away Super Shark. I think not CW, but like Keyboy's main role for the side of this composition right now is to make sure that Super Shark is unable to land the perfect Luminum Blast.
I think the Barret still is good for the Valley to go with something like a Matilda or a Lilia themselves. The strength of the Barretts is that you have your way to kind of keep yourself together, planted on the ground when the retribution fight happens. It's a very MOBA Zane-ish kind of hero. Then again, you will lack long-range damage to go with that. So maybe couple with like Farsa or Lilia.
There you go.
We mentioned.
And Lilia. Should be these two picks. And there you go. It's going to be Lilia too. Onic Esports now. We've been mentioning, right? Gold lane. Sure, Moskov can work again.
Yeah.
You want to go 3 Moskov games?
Harith perhaps?
Harith. I think Harith can work, but again, it really depends on how much the Link farms. Because if the Link falls behind early, so easy to just build around the magical defense.
Oh, how about a Popol and Koopa coming out from Onic Esports? It's not a hero. It's a hero that they also use. It's quite fast tempo. If you
Take
think about
turrets
it.
down.
Exactly.
I think a better option if they want to just see turrets down is the Brody, no?
Yes. I feel like there's so many things that Onic Esports can do with this one, right?
Can they go for the Melissa here? The Beatrix.
No, Beatrix.
Yeah,
okay.
Beatrix.
You know this. You know, we always say like,
all reliable.
Sure, we look at like good heroes like Moskov, like Popol and Koopa, like Bruno, Brody even, but they go back to the Beatrix.
Dude, I like the fact that the desk was literally say, hey, you know what? Go to meta, CW go to meta, and then when CW goes back to meta, you guys have something to say about him.
He does everything we don't want him to do.
Exactly. But this time though, this is good news for Onic Esports, and especially the fans of Onic Esports. We're gonna see a lot of like standard gameplay, and maybe we can unleash the full potential of the players of Onic Esports. Meta heroes right now with the Ling and the Beatrix can you actually go wrong with this composition of the Indonesian squad?
I think the Beatrix is really good here, right? Right now, it's just this massive big composition. You have the troll to use to kick someone into the Beatrix so that he can clean it up. You got a burst damage from the Beatrix, especially the Nibiru. But with that said, Weekend Theory Craft, but let's head into game. Game number 3, the Valley going up against Onic Esports.
What I know about Kyrie is he hates the Demon Slayer emblem, and yeah, he does go for the Killing Spree emblem here as well in this game. So more priority on rotating across the map, looking for kills, not on farming.
Yeah. And of course, we can expect the Link to kind of play passively this time, unless they want to activate the silence. But when it comes to the turtle fights, they'll be surprised if Team Valley just takes all of those turtles. Onic Esports choosing to go for this Link, they cannot tell us that they want to go to the late game instead of the early stages.
I feel like Onic, right? Like I said, it's a very heavy pick composition. You can pick with the glue, you can pick with the troll, and then you can technically pick with the Sands, right? Then Kyrie come in and clean it up, pick someone into the CW's Nibiru's Passion, or even the Bandit's Reach as well. That's a lot of damage from the side of Onic. Whereas on the side of the Valley, they need to fight together as a team fight. All of them need to land their shots. The Wild Charge, the Luminum Blast, and even down to the Dayton is welcome.
Oh, did Kyrie actually steal that? Yeah, I think he did.
He did.
Stole it away, getting just a bit more XP, but Mobazane's still going to have the better time clearing the jungle. Demon Slayer, Barats, a lot of damage to play with there, even going for the invade early on.
Yep, I think they do have the invade priority because Keyboy is looking a little bit low, and Mobazane here is already at full stack, so he's going to have a lot of armor, a lot of magic resist. Link is not in an area they've already confirmed it because they need to hover around the turtle pit.
Yeah. And mid lane too, right? I mean, the mid control is just phenomenal from the Lilia. Kyrie already trying to contest this one. Mobazane reads out the situation, knows that, hey, something fishy is going around. Mid lane is missing, right? So he goes for it. Who takes that? Kyrie?
I like the fact that, guys, I like the fact that we're like talking about non-critical minion jungle creep take, right? This is not critical. This is not a purple or the orange, but the more critical one will be this turtle fight.
Well, here it is. Luminum Blast going to be popped in. Boots going to be stunned up. Death is welcome as well. The Cold Altar is there to save his life for a bit. First blood over to the Valley. Did Keyboy, though, backing away. And that's a turtle take from Onic.
Yeah. Getting the turtle means that Kyrie will have a little bit of an advantage for Mobazane. It will not be that valuable, though. The fact that they lost Boots just like that, really not good for Onic Esports in the early stages of the game. But it is what it is. At least they traded. Imagine if Boots went down without any trade for Onic Esports. That's even more annoying for their squad.
Yep, it is going to be Beatrix building that component item just to get that extra armor pen, right? Then after that, go full force BOD. That's one of the core items for that Beatrix as well. Apart from that, the Beatrix skipped the boots to put in more gold so they could get that BOD faster. 2 members locked up by Keyboy.
Uh-oh, that's a lot of damage on you, Keyboy. You're so low. Kyrie jumps in. Does he get it? Oh, it's Zane. He takes it away.
Yeah, man. Zane takes you away. But looking at the emblems, you're right. Kyrie doesn't really like the killing spree. Personally, I'm also on his side, right? I don't like the Demon Slayer kind of emblem because I feel like, especially as the Link, going up against the Valley that likes to fight with these long drawn-out fights, if you allow Kyrie to pick up a kill, especially, it is Kyrie's playstyle as well. You pick up a kill, you get in the region, you get the movement speed to get more kills. So that's how Onic likes to play these assassins.
We are just literally watching the laning stage with what? Kyrie and Mobazane just fighting it through mini objectives, but all throughout, Boots and Fart Chicken just duking it out, trying to outsmart each other. That's also true with CW and the Basic. Very standard game from both teams. The only
just want to farm.
Yeah, just want to farm.
And honestly, looking at it right now, right, that's why we're talking about the little creeps here, creep steals, because that's what's mattering right now early on. Without neutral objectives, that's what they're fighting for.
I can't believe we have to devolve into
not even
this.
team fights,
Yeah, we need to devolve into this. Like, we talk about small little wins. This, I mean,
this
small
is Mobile
little
Legends.
wins.
This is highest level Mobile Legends, right? Every single win will add up. Keyboy, or they're looking for a Jikundo. Jumps in on the Mobazane with the way the dragon as well, but a blast! Connects onto 2. White Chicken jumps in, the Cult Altar as well. Hoon finds the turtle. Doesn't blaze going to be popped in as Hoon's going to be able to find Keyboy, but Kyrie dashing all across the place will mean that Sans will be able to pick up Moba Zane. 1 for 1. It's a trade back again. It's a kill over to Onic. The Valley picks up a kill and the Turtle.
All about trades this time. Yeah. But then again, the fact that Hoon actually secured it without anything. CW actually stay here in the mid lane just for a double lane setup. He just wants to farm. And the fact that the Beatrix has got an extra lane of minions over the carry because he can transfer to the mid lane. Again, small advantages that both teams are looking for.
Oh, ZW wants to look for a steal here.
Oh,
he gets it.
He baits it.
Really, we're really going to go down to these small little details.
That's a big play.
That's a big play. That's a big detail, all right? But M4 stats, here's the Valley ranking first in turret damage per game with 26,000. That's a big amount of damage. That's because they have a higher KDA. They have a higher KDA that translate into Lord, that translate into map dominance, that translate into a lot of things, and that's the Valley play style, right?
CW already has got the Blade of Despair. It's actually level 8 compared to, well, he is far from level 8 and Basic only got his. That kind of tells us that there's a little bit more farm onto CW as compared to the carry. This means that activation coming out from Onic Esports could be theirs. Especially with the Berserker's Fury up on carry as well.
Very early on, Keyboy though, getting out. No, not just yet. The Deathless Welcome finds it. Keyboy not going to pin down against the wall. He knows that he won't have damage either way, so might as well put him against the turret. CW can be caught. Cold Altar is ready. Silence up, but CW is going to be able to flicker out. Kyrie assassinating Hoon in the back line as Basic goes for the turret. Finds it, but will be taken low.
Basic.
Some of the blades going to be popped here, and that's 2 kills on the board. Kyrie looking for a third. Not going to be able to find it. 2 for 1. CW falling to the hands of White Chicken there with a wild charge. Gets out of the Stampede with the power of nature, but it's going to be knocked up by the Jikundo. Away the Dragon on the Moba Zane. Lock him up. Boots jumps in with a slam pass. Brought back Moba Zane against the world. Kyrie dashing out. Boots onto him right now with a split. Moba Zane very low, still able to actually sustain back up. White Chicken, no wild charge. Deathless Welcome still available for Moba Zane. On Esports with the wise choice, backing away from the Turtle. But Boots is still here on the glue. Flickering out to safety. Will mean that, again, both teams disengage. But now it's Kyrie on to the purple buff, stealing it away.
I mean, small little wins, right? It's so micro. This game, so close. But that's another win over the side of Onic with that turret takedown.
Never mind, it's a trade.
It's a trade.
My goodness, these two teams are so good at the game. They're just trading, literally.
I can't believe I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen. The Valley is making it feel like they are on par with Onic Esports.
Because they are. 1-1.
Literally. Even the trades, there's nothing free in this game. Surely the Turtle goes in favor of the Valley, but Kyrie gets the purple buff on the side of the Valley, then they get a turret up top, and then eventually Onic Esports, you see CW dying once, as well as, Basic. So everybody's just trading, literally. No clear winner, just as...
Yeah, no clear winner.
Unless, Kyrie goes for the push onto the bottom lane.
Uh-oh, there you go. Kyrie goes for the turret here. Keyboy spots the conceal play. And the Valley says, hey, you take bottom side, let's try to take top side now. CW and Keyboy trying to defend. After the Renner, actually clearing it out. The Renner Blast was charged in, but it's going to be cancelled away. They don't have the minions to play with for that dive.
So much value from the sniper shot coming from CW, clearing out the minions up top. Wow. Small values, dude.
This is such an intense game right now. It's like a chess game, right?
Yeah.
While we're in a slow game, this is exactly the moment we need to check the items.
Looking at the items right now, it's going to be Berserker Fury and the Windtalker already built for that lane. The lane is actually 1k gold lead. And the best part is, there's a lot more mobility for Onic. Right now, Onic, what they can do is to use Kyrie to jump from one lane to another, take down turrets, and that's exactly what Onic has been doing for the past, I don't know, maybe like 5 minutes or so, when they know how the game has evolved into. But another thing that I would like to point out from the side of the Valley is they have a massive good clear that can shove as 5 and then rotate to the other lane.
I would say Kyrie is just styling on the itemization, all of these casual items. So when he was going for the Molten Essence as well as the Steel Leg Blades as casual items, now as the Ling, he's going for a casual Swift Crossbow, and then completes other items, making it so that the value he gets from the early items pays dividends in the end.
Looking at the game, though, and drafts here, the Valley, I think they're completely fine with just taking the game slow, right?
Yeah.
They have a Lilia, they have a carry. If it goes to the late game, it's going to be a 50-50, and I think that's a 50-50 that the Valley wants to take. Keyboy, though, with the way the Dragon bringing Mobazane back in. Kyrie jumping in onto Mobazane. Looking for the assassination. Without blast. Doesn't connect onto anyone. San still able to survive, but not for long. Basic says no. Kyrie on the walls, gets out. Jungler for Sans, but he spawns back in with a passive.
That's the power of giving out Sans, right? But there you go. It's going to be the Bandit's Rage clearing it up. I like what Onic is doing. Instead of focusing as an assassin, you want to go for the backline, but you know Basic is very elusive. So Onic went for the target assassination on top onto Mobazane instead. Knowing that he's on the Demon Slayer emblem, knowing that he needs a level to scale and out-retry you in the retry battle, but hold on a second, a lot of emphasis on Hoon right now.
Hoon spots it out. White Chicken, this is it. He can go for the steal, he jumps in, but the Temple of the Blades comes in from Kyrie, and CW finds it. Sans with the Stampede, bringing Basic back, only to deal damage. Numenon Blast, charges in, doesn't find anyone. It's a 1-for-1. Lord for Sans.
Oh. They will eventually clear the waves. Management, my goodness. All right, I'm gonna say, we were impressed by the Mosel coming out from CW, right? Even through losses, even through wins. But my oh my, if he holds a meta hero like the Beatrix, he looks wonderful. You saw how he managed to utilize the render shots against Mobazane when Mobazane was kicked in the middle. Then eventually transfers into the Bennett to kind of clear the wave in the middle. Then into the Lord fight, he knows exactly what he needed to do. Chunks down the Lord with the sniper shots, eventually stealing with the SMG. Then transfers into the mid lane, gets out, seen to safety. Styling on the Valley.
Clears the way with the Bennett, right?
Exactly. What the hell is happening? He looks good with the non-meta heroes. Boy, look what he can do with the meta heroes.
I mean, right now, the only weapon he isn't utilizing is the Wesker, right?
Yeah.
Here, White Chicken is going to be targeted down. Kyrie's taking it personal. That wild charge!
Okay.
Oh! Beautiful wild charge! Onto Kyrie, who's going to be caught here. Keyboy as well. Numenon Blast, charging again, finding two. But it's only the two members, CW and Sans, who's still able to kite away. CW flickers out, basically no damage, but Boots jumps in onto the split on towards Mobazane. Basic slow, CW is doing the damage onto Mobazane. 800 gold lead still being held onto by Onic Esports, but hey, the Valley, that was a good trade, right? It's 2 for 2 against Onic, who have the lead.
Yeah. There's another saying, right? No matter how good the squirrel can jump, it will always land on the ground. That's exactly what happened to Onic. Well, Onyx is called porcupine, but you get the point, right? Kyrie jumped right into the Valley, and that was a mistake. And the Valley converted that into a kill. He converted that into tempo, which the Valley desperately need, especially when Onic has full map control.
Are you not entertained about this?
I'm
we saw a lot of
entertained.
micro outlays.
I'm entertained.
Yeah. Fine Chicken. He waited for the Tempest of Blades to come in, sticks to the wall so that the power of nature will allow you to be crowd control immune. When Kyrie goes down with the Tempest of Blades, already you have that power of nature prepared, and there's a lot of damage onto Kyrie with all of the damage items that this X-Billion Grok has.
Oh, that's some damage.
That's Wesker, by the way.
That is Wesker, so he is utilizing all 4 weapons that Beatrix has. Here though, Kyrie with the purple buff against Zane, but that's a collapse here.
Oh, no.
A lot of members placed down onto Kyrie, but he goes in instead to clear out the wave. He maneuvers away, and he baits out the movement from the Valley.
Woo!
Wasted rotation up top. Wow.
The Valley's doing well. Onic is doing well. Everybody's just playing out of their minds.
I love this game, right? I love the series. We need a best of 5, full 5 games.
We need a best of 5, full 5 games. And
how about a best of 7? Let's go.
Sure.
Sure. But Onic versus the Valley, though, right now, the Onic still have this small little advantage. The fact that, okay, the kick going in.
That's what the Wesker's for. My goodness. Onic with the coordination. Keyboy with the kick. Super Shot got melted down. We don't usually see that now, but man, Onic Esports.
Yeah, the patch notes told me that the Wesker got nerfed, but I wasn't expecting this coming out from CW.
CW, an artist? He's so creative, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, and now he jumps back onto the render, pokes down the Lord. Onic Esports with the zone. Now with no Super Shark, no one can open up the map. And it's just a free Lord over to Onic Esports, conceded by the Valley.
Small little win, small little pickoffs. It's the Valley that lost Super Shock first. Onic was able to convert that kill into a Lord pit, or a Lord on their side. And this is exactly how the Valley likes to play. Onic Esports, on the other hand, literally copying the strat.
Yeah, man, all of these microtransactions from both teams, they're all the trades that we're seeing. Yeah, I mean, the war of attrition has been in there for what, 12 minutes, and then eventually Onic finds openings. All of a sudden, they're ahead by 3.3K, and they now have the map control. But that doesn't mean that the Valley is defeated just yet. No, they're just getting outplayed when it comes to the map just because of those small victories that Onic accumulated all throughout the game.
You know what I realized? Well, this Onic style that they're playing, after game 1, it really feels like, especially in game 3 here, it's the banana split that Onic PH played back in M3 up against BTK. So they're using BTK's Kryptonite here. That's a good render shot. Basic's taking a half HP. Keyboy was looking for the way the dragon, doesn't find it. It's just the Lord marching down, and it's the base turrets now wide open. Kyrie is utilizing this to go for more damage into the mid lane base turret. Now on Esports, they back up.
Kyrie can't be caught by the Valley, especially when you got, Luminum Blast that you need to charge a lot, and Super Shark wasn't. If he uses the stun, rest assured, the rest of Onic squad will come in and just run you down in the mid lane. But another thing, Zane.
Oh no, Moba Zane's gonna be caught here. That's the Bennett as well, dishing the damage out. That's gonna be Kyrie jumping into the back line. The cold ultra was placed down by Sans. White Chicken in the back line as well, but it's getting Boots, who is gonna be able to dish out the split. Kyrie still able to actually get out there before Sans gets the kill, and Kyrie jumps in again. It's now CW's gunning White Chicken down. It's Sans with a triple kill, and it's a 4-for-1 trade. Onic Esports looking to get the match point down here in the 16th minute of the game. Hoon is the only member left standing. He needs to make the miracle play. Kyrie buys the immortality. Hoon is getting bursted down. The base is wide open. Hoon's gonna fall down to CW. And it's match point for Onic Esports.
Match point for Onic Esports. Finding that rubber band, pulling it to its tip-top maximum length. The tension broke the Valley. And Onic takes one more game.
What a performance in the third game. That banana split. Hey.
Man, they decided, Coach Yip decided that for the side of Onic Philippines before. And guess what? Who's the analyst for Onic Esports now? Together with Kyrie, that looked really wonderful. And man, we were talking about how Onic Esports are just picking up those non-meta heroes, but look at them go with meta heroes. CW is the virtuoso of this Beatrix that was wonderfully played. You see Keyboy this finding the confidence with the Cho. Eventually the entirety of Onic Esports just won the battle of attrition. And the more experienced team with the banana split just out-macro their opponents.
You know what's crazy? We see teams struggle so much up against the carry at M4, but Onic are saying, hey, go ahead, pick the carry.
I'm gonna add another layer to that. Beatrix has a very bad result throughout group stages. CW, on the other hand, is like, have you guys used
the Wesker and the Renner? Don't just stick on the Bennett and the Nibiru.
And with that said, we're going to be throwing over to the analysts to be dissecting about this beautiful of a game. Take it away, analysts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the score right now is in 3, 2, 1. 2-1. I'm sorry, that was much cooler in my head. Welcome to the Alley Stand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Trex, where right now it's match point. And I gotta talk about the Chow, man, because Keyboy on this Chow is picking off everyone.
Yep, it's that fact that he has so many CC, so many ways to get away, that actually opened up the map and allowed for, I guess you could say, small victories and deep cuts that allowed Onic Esports to employ the banana split from M3 as employed by Onic Philippines from back then. That's putting the Valley here at the brink of elimination.
Definitely now. Not only picking people off, but picking the right people off at every moment. Every time a major objective comes up, every time a Lord comes up, they find Mobazane, they pick him off, and they make it so they can't even contest for the Lord. On top of that, you have Kyrie split pushing away. So how do you even deal with that?
Actually, I want to put this into perspective because you said that Keyboy, he picks off the right target. Now, the right target is always subjective. Because usually in normal rank games, in fact, the norm, the right target is the mid laner, the gold laner. But in this game, it's the tank jungler, it's the tank super shark. Why is it flipped around?
Actually, with a lineup like the Valley, with a team like the Valley, if you pick off or you throw off one of their pieces, the rest crumble. Like, again, this is not just insider info. It's actually what's happening in the knockout stage so far. They are solid as a unit, but if you throw off a single part of that puzzle, then they struggle. And again, whether that be Super Shark up front or Mobazane as a key ingredient in whatever battering ram strategy they're trying to employ, then Onic is going to take advantage and try to do that every single time.
I mean, not only that, you have to admit, the facts are, is Zayn was able to contest for those retribution battles. He did a wonderful job at taking Kyrie off the map, so they know the threat is there.
Now, I want to talk about Kyrie as well, because not only is he pushing, but it looks like he's permanently on Hoon duty, because in the fight, while everyone else is kiting around, Kyrie is always looking for Hoon. Even if he doesn't get the kill, as long as he pushes this Lilia away, it's like, I've achieved my objective. Now, the question is, why? Why does he want to push Hoon away?
I mean, Hoon with the Lilia, if you can pick it off the map, you get rid of such a threat, right? You get rid of someone who has essentially 2 lives, someone who can just lay those bombs down, and not only that, but you eliminate one of the main lane clears, one of the main siege protectors in those fights.
And because of that, if Hoon is out of the picture, look at the Valley. There's very little they can do when it comes to taking care of the map. Team fights, yes, you have a Grok, you have a carry, you have a Lolita, but if you're trying to just take care of, again, neutral objectives or just lane management in general, that's why Onic came out on top. And again, something to talk about here is Sans, right? 100% kill participation on this Faramis. The fact that I think it happened like at least a couple of times in this last game, 16 minutes in, he died like twice, and then the fight was still going on, all right? Like, that's just the nature of the beast. That's what you get with the passive of the Faramis. And I guess that also is what throws off the Valley. They're so good at timing. They're so good at taking fights when they need to, but with the Faramis, there's like, so I guess he's back on the map. We can't take this, not like this.
Right now with match point, it really is quite a scary situation, because talking to the coaching staff of Onic, they even say they love long series, because the longer the series is, the more that they adapt and the stronger they get. So the Valley right now, in the next fight, they're going to fight an even stronger Onic, and that's going to be a very, very difficult task to hold. But for now, we got to talk about the MVP, because in the game, there's a lot of trades, there's a lot of pickoffs, a lot of damage being thrown around. I have my own personal MVP, but we got to see the MVP. Apparently, if he uses a non-meta hero, he's scary. When he uses a meta hero, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
But, you know, I think a lot of us were questioning after the other night whether Kyrie was the main threat, whether Kyrie was the only threat. But now, after seeing CW play tonight, he is definitely an issue for any team that goes against them.
Yep, the way that he used all 4 weapons of Beatrix was just impressive, right? And his build has to make up for that. He has the attack speed boots, he has the Haas claws for sustainability, a little bit of movement speed and penetration with the Hunter Strike, and then the rest just gravy on top. And again, you necessarily just build the Wind of Nature. So with that being said, it takes a lot of awareness. And if I have to say so myself, watching his Moskov, Beatrix, I'll have to agree with Coach Aldo. Onic, esports, as a team and as players individually, they do get better the longer the series goes.
Looking at the heat map, it looks like he's actually very careful about his own positioning, because rarely does he go to the mid. This is between 5 minutes up until 10 minutes, and he doesn't cross, because if you split the map in half, he really rarely goes above and beyond into the enemy's jungle. So he's being very, very careful about where he's positioning himself in the map, making sure that he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, unlike last game, he never really touched those mid-river bushes in the mid lane at all. Playing it much more safe, but also a little bit aggressive towards the side lanes because Onic just had that swing there.
And I think that's just the result of, again, the Valley drafting a lineup that has very little lane management. So by pushing the side lanes, by forcing that in the absence of Hoon, because again, it's Kyrie who's on him almost constantly, that allows CW to buy the map for Onic, and again, just even more leverage the advantage that the lane has for rotational speed.
What I know about the Valley is apparently on their off time they play chess, at least Mobazine as well as Fried Chicken does. So as a chess player, you really don't want a lot of support surprises happening. And we talked about how the Valley is so good in terms of the team fights, in terms of picking off. So I kind of like this banana split strategy coming in from Onic, creating chaos, making it so that you guys are chess masters where what are we going to do next? Can you guys actually find the answer fast enough to actually get to it? And here again, look at Kyrie. He's just making sure Hoon and Basic are far away from CW. So it's just like two different team fights, but in one team fight.
You know, and this could end up being a big problem for the Valley, because even the casters were saying in that past game, they did pretty decent in their wave management, at least for the Valley, right? They did pretty decent in holding off that defense, but in the end, they still lost out. So they're gonna need to find an answer for that if they want to take this to a game 5.
Will they have the time to find the answers? Because we're not gonna wait. We're actually gonna go straight into the game with the casters on the desk. Come on, guys, let's go.
Thank you very much, Rafael, Leo, as well as Trex. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is back to the games very, very soon. We're just making sure that we're all set up and ready to go. Of course, it is Onic at match point. Tournament live for the Valley.
It's time right now or never now for the Valley to start popping off. Because again, there were a lot of very visible mistakes that can be adjusted, can be fixed in a matter of just a few minutes here. And we've seen the Valley do this before.
Yeah, and I think that there was a stark difference between like the performance of Onic Esports from game number 3 to games 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
Game number 3 looked like a masterclass of how they're doing the
banana
banana split.
You know what's the stark difference?
What?
CW was given a meta hero.
And guess what? You know what's crazy, right? Because the curveball that they sent in game 1 and 2 was they kept on banning the Lolita. They respected the Lolita so much, and that really gave the impression that, hey, game 3, he finally got the Lolita Super Shark on his comfort hero. He's going to pop off. No. He got canceled. There's so many heroes with CC abilities they can cancel, and so much mobility. And on top of that, the called Alter that basically says, yo, you can go. I'm just going to pop the called Alter.
Glue and Faramis, dude. We saw them use it yesterday actually, but it was a Valentina plus the glue wherein you steal that Faramis ultimate together with the glue, makes the glue a very sustainable tank, and it's very hard to team fight against that, and we saw that in the full action today. But then again, I guess we haven't been talking about maybe another game changer here is that, man, Kyrie's playing Ling. That probably is.
Another thing, and I also like the fact that analysts pointed out, is that Kyrie zoning the members out of the Valley. And usually you don't hear assassins zoning people out. You hear assassins go kill. But Kyrie zones people out, and that's usually the roam's job to do.
Well, you know, his emblem is the KS emblem, right? The killing spree emblem. Right? Sometimes you can say it's the kill steal emblem, because that's exactly what he was doing. He was waiting for a moment to secure the kill.
Oh my
Basic
God.
was low, but he wouldn't have died if it wasn't for Kyrie jumping in with a Finch poise. So here, hero pick recap. Let's see what can be changed or fixed for the Valley.
You know, I think that your draft is okay. The way that this happened, right? It was really just about like how they were able to win the battle in those little battles. Honestly, if you're looking at the games, it was pretty close. And I cannot put my finger on what was the bad pick for the side of the Valley. It looked very standard.
Yeah, we even need to talk about the fact that, you know, Rena shot just to take the gold crab. And that is a lead. That was how micro that game was.
Correct. Oh, you see that? That's G the Ico you see on your screen right now, supporting the Valley, dude.
Showing a little bit of stress, but you know that...
Oh, that's combat too.
All right, okay.
Yeah. We got some support from the Valley, but obviously we have a lot of support for the Indonesian team outside as well from Onic Esports. And even earlier today for RIQ.
Yeah, of course. So it's really... I feel like it's because this is MPL Slayers, right? This is the Valley, the MPL Slayers. It is MPL, the Sky Kings, that are defending against MPL to make sure that, hey, we are not to be trifled with. We are MPL regions. But the antagonists, they're not stopping there. They may be looking at putting us to a game number 5. But we need to take a look at this drafting phase.
It's still
1-1. Okay, so quick.
Back.
I think you still go glue this time. Oh, they snatched the Lolita. Lolita and Faramis are two heroes that struggle, that make 1-1 struggle, actually.
And look what got banned. 3 assassins. Again, Kyrie. You're not allowed to play.
All right. Cannot play.
Cancelled.
Yeah. Yeah, but this kind of opens up the draft still for the Valley. Surely, like they got countered, like Faramis as well as the Lolita. But that also means that you already know like the back-to-back picks coming out from Onic. However, even when they pick up the Glue or maybe Valentina this time or Lilia, the thing with the Faramis is that it was a traditional counter to the Glue, anyways.
I think Valentina is the best in slot in here because just take a look from the side of Onic. There is the Cult Altar, there is the Aluminum Blast that you can desperately take. You not say desperately take, you can take. So it's up to how Onic plays around with this Valentina.
It's now their turn to pick up the carry. So far in the 4 games that we've seen, it was basic, or 3 games that we've seen, it was basic. Now it's the 1-1. This will be one of the first few times that we'll see 1-1. It's always automatically banned, but the way that it is opened by Onic Esports, you know, Coach Yeb as well as Aldo, they have to be prepared for this. So far, their answer. Faramis with the ultimate allows for the 1-1, or you know, this allows a 1-1 to pop up with the ultimate because you cannot kill anyone, right? And then, of course, the Lolita with the Bulwark completely nullifies the crossbow tank.
You know, Onic Esports, both CW and Coach Aldo are 1-1 players, top global players too, so they understand how to face off against the 1-1 here. That's why they went in for the Lolita and the Faramis. They're also giving it respect back to the Valley because they banned out the Kufra, and guess what? The Lolita pick, it's a counter towards the 1-1, but it's also taking away from Super Shark's hero pool.
Yeah, and the best part is, if you take a look at how Super Shark is, what can he play now in terms of these roles, right? You've got the Lolita taken away, you've got the Kufra taken away. These are the 2 heroes that Super Shark excels in.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
That's another hero that can technically counter the 1-1, right? First ability, you can actually just dodge from everything.
Exactly.
You're immune from all the basic attacks. And remember, this is a 1-1 that's been nerfed. This is a 1-1 currently in the patch that, sure, is still very, very prio, but it's not as strong as it was before, especially when it comes down to laning.
Yeah, and also when it comes to team fights, right? Even more so today, because we know that the 1-1 can, like, you know, stack one on one hero and then pop the ultimate to another hero before. Right now, with the presence of both the 1-1 as well as the Lolita, completely just makes it so the 1-1 has to be very careful on how he approaches the match. I wonder if Onic Esports are actually considering the Phobius this time versus the 1-1 to completely like just ultimately nullify that.
Phobius is actually quite cool because I remember back in the good old days, he countered a Phobius, sorry, he countered a 1-1 with a Phobius, but here's a quote from Sanford. Boots is so strong, I just got lucky. Wow. Humble guy. After winning the match
Humble
against
kid, he's
Onic,
a kid, he's 16.
Oh, sorry. He is a kid, Onic kid, honest kid. He's 16. But I like the question that you throw over, Will, because you know this white chicken already went for the glue already. That's a Benedetta being banned away from the side of the Valley. But once again, we've seen glue being thrown into the Rome role before. It is also Onic picking up that Grok once again. Valentina, you have the Grok, you have the Aluminum Blast, you have the Cold Altar. It's like a buffet for Hoon.
What does the Valley pick for Mobazane now? Honestly, the Karina was banned out by the Valley.
Barretts again?
Akai,
are they forced to do it?
Oh.
No way.
You saw what they were hovering on,
I saw
man.
that.
I mean, that was a pretty interesting pick, but I don't know if they're going to go for that, right?
Yeah.
You're right, Barats, but you're up against the carry, right?
Yes. If you have a Barats, or you pick up a Barats, going up as carry, you're not going to have a very good time.
Ooh.
And I've seen this before, but okay, it is going to be the Martyrs and the Cho for Super Shark.
Yeah.
This is something that, you know, Keyboy used to counter against that Lolita in the previous game.
Okay, so we are looking for a Kyrie hero, right? You can see they themselves can pick up the Barretts for Kyrie, but it doesn't have like a way to speed it up. Maybe the ultimate coming out from the Frams, it's going to be good, so it kind of beefs up their composition.
They want to go for a Mon here.
Wow, okay, I like that.
Right?
I like that. That's a good burst. Maybe the only problem is like the glue. I'm gonna be the fact that Leo Mort is still open, it can be against the Martyrs, but there's like the presence of Blue and Valentina. Still, it's strong. Grok can be even a jungle this time. Maybe we can see like a different
Yuzong?
Yeah?
Maybe, but let's see. It's a Lunox.
Grok jungle.
Grok jungle.
Grok jungle.
Where's
Lunox jungle?
It's Lunox jungle.
What is this?
Lunox jungle?
No, wait.
It's Kyrie on
Lunox jungle!
It's Kyrie on Lunox!
Let's go!
What? All right, it's complete shred, right? Magic shred, and you have the true damage shred. What? Wolf?
Okay. I'm getting weird deja vu right here. I'm getting weird flashbacks going in. A Lunox in the jungle, which I feel like, yes, the Valley needs to be shredded apart. You have the carry, you have the Lunox, and there you go. Lunox jungle.
Yeah, I said maybe I'm on. They go for even more burst in the late game.
I know. So very quick when it comes to like single creeps, right? When it comes to jungling, Lunox is very quick just because of the fact that you have the HP based damage, you have so much HPs on creeps, that's why you kind of tear it down fast. When it comes to Lord takes, my goodness, Carry and Lunox, they're gonna melt down the Lord.
Like it's butter, right?
It's
but with that said,
butter.
ladies and gentlemen, it is match point for Onic Esports. The Valley clinging onto tournament life. We're going to game number 4.
Fun fact, right? I mean, the Lunox pick, it's a pick that, you know, we usually see from Todak, Malaysians, and Coach Aldo is a friend of Amok's. Todak beat Onic in the group stage. Valley beat Todak in the knockout stage, sending them home. So this might just be also a tribute from Onic Esports to Todak.
And you see, this allows them to have a lot of tank shred, and even Sans on his lonesome deals more damage against the combination of both Super Shark and Hoon. This still is a tricky fight for Onic though.
Yeah.
Because the Valentina is still a strong pick, I think.
And
Very strong.
And not only just that, right? If you take a look at the Martis, Mobile Zane is definitely going to be building the Martis into a tank composition. But Kyrie, okay, he may find a bit of trouble.
Uh-oh, that's the Jikundo connecting onto Kyrie, who's still able to dash out for now with the dash there. White Chicken gonna be taken low. Sans rejoining the team fight, and Keyboy follows it through. White Chicken low, but Moba Zane with a beautiful ability to actually peel for his team.
Had it now been that Moba Zane landed that Asura's Wrath, I'm pretty sure that the entirety of Onic will just continuously initiate. But then again, you can feel like how strong this Lunox is when it comes to 1v1 battles. Even Fried Chicken cannot stand against the Lunox.
Just as you say it, you called it. Fried Chicken with no flicker taken down in the XP lane. First blood over to the Lunox jungle.
Man, it's really tough to watch.
That's the statement.
That's a big statement. Kyrie's literally telling everybody, hey, you can ban away all my assassins. I can do a Lunox jungle.
Oh, man. And you know, a fun fact is Kyrie, before he became a jungler, he was a mid laner, right?
Yeah, he was a mid laner.
So this is, you know, within his comfort zone. And he goes, and this is the shred we were talking about. Say goodbye to Turtle. Not only did they put in the kill pressure down on the XP lane, but they also got the Turtle. So neutral objective, kill pressure, and good farm too on this Lunox. So is Lunox meta? Well, what?
I mean, what I'm going to tell you is this. Onic is on a good start. The Valley right now needs to adapt, and they need to adapt fast. I don't think the Valley is expecting a Lunox jungle as well. Most of these heroes coming out from the Valley is very scared of Lunox. Just take a look. Marta is going for the Cursed Helm as well.
By the way, kids, don't try this at home.
Oh, no, please.
I swear to God, if I see this in my ranked games,
right.
Kyrie, you watch out, buddy. Aldo, you watch out.
Okay, so the Valley, I think that the way for them to kind of come back to this, because Onic is like leading for 1,000 gold, and 1,000 gold about 3 minutes in is quite a lot. So what they need to do is to utilize Super Shark together with Hoon. Again, Grok, stolen ultimate, it's still pretty good. You can't be comfortable now if you're Onic Esports, because there's a lot of potential, unless of course they turn through and punish the glue pick.
We've seen the natural predator of glue, and Onic Esports using it to his best. White Chicken is literally not playing this game right now.
No, what can he do, right? He's up against the Grok, which is already a good matchup for the Grok, and then on top of that, you have a Lunox in the jungle. You just don't think you're going to be bursted down. You have a split, you have a flicker, you have everything to actually get out, but Wolf.
Eventually, you'll have the carry too, right?
Oh,
with the person-based damage. It's all about shreds. Now, how will they be able to activate basic in this case? I think that the problem with the Valley is that even when they have the Valentina, surely they can snag this wall charge. You still need that kind of like nuke mage. You're looking for at least nuke damage so that everybody's going to be low. You force the Faramis ultimate, and then the basic comes in.
Oh, it's a good kick. No, Super Shark actually missed it there, but the wild charge comes in from Hood. Able to connect all the 3 members, and that's going to be the last by Keyboy, who jumps in with a wild charge of his own. The Cold Ulcer sustaining the other members of Onic Esports up, and Moba Zane. Wow! The recalls on top of Zayn, and that's a kill over to Onic Esports, and that's the turtle that's gonna be just chained in together with it. It's such a good chain. Basic is looking for something here, but I don't think he's gonna be able to say much about this turtle take.
Onic Esports, that was a beautiful call also. Make sure that Onic stay alive, even though it was Hoon that uses the wild charge as well, but responded with same. It is not enough because the original ultimate is definitely better, and Onic has bigger ultimates because you can only take one.
Shark is going to be able to find the way the Dragon, but it's going to be brought back by the Stampede. The Numenam Blast is there to zone the other members away, and Keyboy starts to recall. Hey, that's an Evo's emote.
All right. And I've seen that for a long time. But then again, you could see, side of Onic Esports, they're utilizing their heroes well, and I love the fact that Sans went in for Purify. That allowed it to survive that.
No.
Again, forcing Fart Chicken to use the ultimate once again.
And the Flicker as well.
That's
so
correct.
much resources taken away from the side of the Valley. If you notice right now, it is a 2-man up top, 3-man at the bottom side. Onic right now is trying to win by the side lanes. The Valley is responding, and this is not a good sign for the Valley if they need to respond to a draft.
Not at all. 2.6k gold lead for a team that scales better. Wolf, you know, I don't even need to explain. You don't even need to explain why that's bad. Basic also in lane, losing out on gold, losing out on XP. Onic Esports currently are just controlling every single lane, every single movement as well. The Valley are now forced to try to wait for a mistake that can be presented from Onic Esports. But White Chicken jumps in now. This might be it. Boots with the wild charge cancelled out, actually. Might be caught out. Power of Nature going to be popped in, but Mobazane has the decimation. Picks up the first kill on the board for the Valley.
Well done, Mobazane, canceling the wild charge with the knockoffs coming out from that Martis, and now the push from Onic Esports.
So it's a trade.
Yeah.
It's a kill over in the top lane. The Valley rotated their member up there, and it's a turret tier 1 taken down in that gold lane.
I would thought that, you know, the Valley could have played even aggressive more in the bottom lane, especially when the Valley's Mobazane was focusing on puts a little bit too much. I think they could actually put even more pressure. Another thing I also would like to comment is that Onic knows that the Valley is literally putting, Mobazane at the bottom side at Boots as well. But Onic doesn't really do anything at all. They're just gonna give Boots away. They know they're ahead, and look at the damage coming up from White Chicken.
Well, that's the slam and the pass. Locking them down for a bit. Onic Esports still with a 2.3k gold lead. Mid control in favor of Hoon right now. Sans is a bit late to rotate back into the mid lane. Mid control's gonna say a lot. Super Shark finds the way the Dragon, but that's gonna be the Purify. And the blast! On to 3! The Turtle's taken away, but White's gonna be melted down by Kyrie on the Lunox. Now, Hoon and Mobazane in the midst of it all gonna be able to take the Cult Ultra HP down, but with one member down, and that being Basic, the Turtle only means a little for the Valley.
Well, question to you, right? You're the analyst, you're the bigger brain on this desk. When Lunox goes in the first kill, Bright, on top of a split glue. That is maximum stunts on heal, right?
Stars, definitely. And Onic, although they got the kill onto an important hero, which was Basic, you see them sustain, right? In all due fairness, the Valley has got a fair amount of trade in there, taking the Turtle. Gives them a little bit of economy. It means that they will be getting something out of that. The economy is not that bad. It's something from the Valley.
It's a lot of damage coming off of CW already. It's not. I think the Valley doesn't need something. They need all the thing. But Basic and Super Shark right here at the top side. I feel like what Onic is trying to do, if you notice, it's a split. It's a switch sides already. It's a 3-0 on Onic all the way up top, whereas a duo all the way at the bottom.
Well, here both teams are just trying to play hide and seek, right? Whoever finds one of them first, no, both of them are saying, no, never mind. We're just going to back up. But the main reason, again, I felt like Onic Esports walked out of that turtle fight with more value is, again, sure, you can get the turtle, but it's spread out over a lot of people. Meanwhile, the Valley need to get Basic going. And Basic was the one who got caught.
And it's not looking good when the gold department for Basic is only like pinned to one lane, which means that his maximum farm speed is not going to be grouping up. And compared to CW, for example, who's able to just get those creeps, like the Crammer up top.
A lot of these fights are not happening in the mid lane at all. Both of these two teams just literally let the mid lane go. Onic and the Valley is literally saying that, look, I'm going to fight at the side lane, but this time around, Onic, okay, sneaking up Keyboy. I think they know it.
Keyboy jumps in. They knew something was going on there. Super Shark going to be isolated. Man, Kyrie's damage. Oh my god, that was nasty. Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Kyrie early on. Now with CW, what's a tank? I don't understand the meaning of that word in this game.
No beefy heroes for the side of Onic Esports. That's what's going to happen. But then again, you can see Kyrie's level 12, Mobazane is also level 12, and okay.
Well, there you go. Mobazane and Basic actually take control of the Lord again. Quiet Chicken to be brought back to the team by the Shadow Stampede on San. Split on towards Keyboy. That's just a roamer though. That's going to be the retribution battle. Mobazane wins it. Brings life back to the team, but Boots jumps in with a wild charge, locking Hoon down. He steals it with a wild charge too. He jumps in, but the Luminous Blast is going to be playing in. Basic is going to be stunned up. Zane as well. Sans finds a kill back, and it's a 2 for 0. Oh man, they're walking Zane down under the tier 2. CW and Keyboy, the recall by Keyboy. Zane in desperation goes for the mini waves, but CW just guns him down. Kyrie! No, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that, bro.
Kyrie, you gotta give some food over to CW,
kills
right?
KS.
Kill secured.
Yeah, man.
By Kyrie.
But literally, what actually just happened, it feels like the curse of the Lord. Usually the teams that secure the Lord will lose that team fight because they put in so much value into it. And Onic, they know it.
Any second, any kill that they do for Basic is just a minute that Basic is not farming, which even like exposes the difference between like both of our gold laners when it comes to the farm. And you saw how Onic Esports fought, right? Even when they lost the Lord, they fought afterwards because they know that they have additional tools. They still have the Framis ultimate. Eventually, you see the flicker coming out from Boots, setting up and forcing the needles and flowers onto Basic, knowing that there is no additional anti-stun or any cleanse for the side of the Valley. That is when Keyboy comes in. So what I'm trying to say here is that there's two ultimates that Basic needs to cleanse. He can only do one. Dude.
I thought the Valley had a buffet, but it feels like Onic is literally saying this buffet is too much.
That shred is unreal. The call ulti's going to be placed down. CW going to be caught, but look at Kyrie waiting in the midst. Mobazane walking back in. Boots in the mid lane as well. That's a good trade over the Valley. Finally finding more value in that trade. CW taken down for Flight, but still, that damage though. That's a frontliner.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why the Framis is a counter to the glue.
Okay.
And the Lunox as well.
Yeah.
Add that to the list.
However, that's a massive pickup though. The Valley, you cannot deny the fact that the kill onto CW means that the tempo from Onic Esports are going to be slowing down a little bit. Really just wait for their opening this time. 49 seconds before the Lord. Wow.
Yeah, again, with the brilliance, there's no wrong you can do, right?
There's
Even if you're caught, you're like, oh, I'm overextending.
I'm out.
Never mind, let me just pop one ability. Boom, I'm out. I'm invulnerable.
Kyrie literally just punch in the emergency button and just get out of dodge right here. And now we're back into this Lord pit. The cursed Lord of M4. Literally, anyone who take the Lord usually just loses a team fight. This is a very bad pattern. But what do you see from the items, Wolf?
You can see the Boots of Despair.
What?
Blade of Despair onto Boots.
Boots of Despair, I like it.
Boots of Despair.
Tons of despair.
Oh my god, again, the flicker forward.
It's a
White
bloodbath.
Chicken is going to be melted down, and that's going to be super sharp. Who finds it with a dragon, but it's only onto Boots. Basic has the crossbow attack, pops it in. CW not translated over. XP for XP on esports. Again, I think they lost on this trade. 1-for-1s are not good when you're ahead.
Exactly.
And Onic are just going to be able to actually clear out the waves, though.
Yep. Good micromanagement, though, from the side of CW, knowing the exact range so that the basic proc, ultimate proc doesn't proc on top of CW. But I was a little bit uncomfortable about that distance. But here we go. Mobazane as well as Kyrie is going to be the battle for the Cursed Lord once again.
Keyboy with the Luminous Blast, not connecting onto anyone. Super sharp jumps in, instantly melted down with the dragon connecting, though CW is going to be taken low. But the cold ultra and then with the nature. Oh my god, CW's won! He's won! And he survives it all base 3 members. On top of that, it's the Lord take 2.
I'm not hyping this up, but I am hyping this up. Kyrie on this Lunox is cracked.
My goodness. We talked about the Onic banana split in the previous game. Now we're going to see a lot of peel coming out from Onic Esports.
Banana peel. It's not a split anymore.
CW was caught off. It was very low. Then comes the Framis
He should
ultimate.
not have survived that.
Boots comes in forward. Keyboy activates the bulwark so that Basic will not be able to freely hit. And he survives now with Queen's Wings. It's now very difficult for the Valley to find the opening onto CW.
The Valley needs to part seas to get to Onic. They can't find Moses. Onic just stalling with a Lunox jungle, and it's showing them, hey, I have more strategies up in my pockets.
Okay, now to add salt to the wound, Onic Esports have a late game composition. They've hit their power spikes already in the 14th minute of the game, and they might be looking to end right here. San's gonna be chunked low, that's the crossbow attack, but he knows he can't use it here because
There's a
of
cold
Keyboy
altar.
and the cold altar too, right? Now Kyrie jumps in, White Chicken taken low, despite having the Athena too. Moba Zane here in desperation, jumps in, Lumina Blast, connects on the 2, and the follow-up comes through as well. The cold altar is available right there. Who's gonna be able to actually pop that in before Moba Zane gets caught low, gets taken down, fade away, no! Zane gets out, Sans is low, gets out as well. Onic Esports cracks the base open, 7,000 gold lead with the first Lord.
A conceal play, Moba Zane, what can you do?
Are you serious, I don't know about this, I don't know about this, Zane. Gets brought back to the team, moves backwards again.
Wow.
Kyrie secures the purple buff, and it's 7,000 gold to Onic Esports. It's looking bleak for the Valley.
It is very bleak. It's like literally clouds over the valley right now. It's about to be raining porcupines because Onic, they cracked open the top side and they literally allow, that's permanent damage, mind you. And Onic is so disciplined. They did not push on even after they got on kill. They did not push on even after they got on the turrets. And they're so disciplined.
So much sustain coming out from CW himself with the Queen's Wings on top of the wind of nature that allows them to, after the fact that the Framis ultimate is up, you get very low, you get saved by the Cult Altar. When you come back, the Queen's Wings will be there to help you get back the damage together with the wind of nature. Very smart move coming out from CW himself.
Oh, Boots is baiting this out here.
Super sharp.
Pride is caught out of position right now. Keyboy is going to be able to actually come in. That's the blast charged in. Not going to be able to find anyone. Called Alter prematurely by Hoon, getting the
Boots has
mobility.
Flicker. Boots has Flicker, by the way.
Boots has Flicker, but they do not want to go any further. No commitment. They're just zoning the Valley away from that bottom lane to create pressure to set up for the Lord.
Just the fact that Onic could just show up with themselves and the Valley knows that they're not in a good place to fight. They need to literally run. Right now, Onic has full control on that Lord Pit. Moba Zane, Keyboy going in, will be able to scout him out.
Zane opening up the map once again. Super Shark following through as well. There's one big play that can change the side.
Oh, there
That's
it
the
is.
crossbow tank. Call Alter and
Too
the
early.
Bulwark popped in.
It's too early.
Finds everyone! The Valley crumble one by one. Super Shark goes for a big play, but will fall instead. Now Chicken is the only member left standing. CW is looking for it. The stacks there as the Bear tries his best to burst White Chicken away. They want to look for the end right here, right now. That's a cannon mini up. White Chicken's immortality is going to fall. That's the recon from Suns. And it's a wipe out by Onic as they progress to the next stage of the lower brackets at M4.
Onic has slain the antagonists. The MPL Slayers themselves gone. The Sky Kings, they are the heroes of MPL.
What time is it?
What time is it indeed? And look at that. You saw Basic, bloodthirsty, wanting to activate that. And Coach Nico says it's not yet time for you guys.
Okay.
That was a very early crossbow attack.
Fun fact, I think the game ended at 6 o'clock sharp.
Wow, so it's on time.
It's on time. Man, you know what's on time? Man, I gotta say this again. That was a very early ultimate coming out from Basic. That is why, after the fact that the Cult Altar was there, he cannot find an opening afterwards. They were in a very compromised spot. Boots lands the ultimate onto so many of their members. You see, 1-1 activates the Needles of Flowers to cleanse the Wild Charge stun, but of course the Luminum Blast was there for the follow-up. Eventually, the Valley just crumbled.
All that small little micro plays, all the big macro decisions, everything boils down to this. Onic gets to go up in the lower brackets. They sent the Valley home.
Upper bracket, you see MPL PH Finals rematch. Lower bracket,
oh my God,
MPL ID Grand Finals rematch. So the MPL still reigns supreme. PH and ID. Upper brackets PH, lower brackets ID.
But to be honest though, you gotta give it to them. The Valley, that was a valiant effort. Game number 1 was super tight. And you gotta admit, all this through, well, at least up to game 3 in my opinion, it could swing any way to each of these teams.
Game number 2, even you could argue that it could go the way on the side of the Valley. They had to pull up a pocket strategy. They had to pull up a sort of a split push, an Onic banana split just to win it, right?
Yep. We went through the banana split. We went through the banana peel already. When is the banana done? But of course, we should be going through the analysts very soon because just take a look. It is smiles and all across the board. Onic was so close to getting eliminated, but of course, they are the heroes that make sure that MPL, well, the MPL regions get to go on even longer in M4.
For the final time, unfortunately, the Valley will be knocked out, but a round of applause to the Valley for getting this far before we throw it over.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it to the analysts. Break it down for us.
The Valley have fought hard from the group stages to the knockout stages. They used their brute force to push through all of the teams all around the world. But Onic, with an anti-CC, anti-tank composition, they were able to finally send the Valley home.
Most definitely. I think the real thing there was the Valley, like you said, brute force. They've been able to muscle their way around, but in the end, what won out there was Onic's deep, diverse pool, able to still have some more cards up their sleeves, and the Valley just didn't have enough to deal with it.
Truth be told, a lot was on my mind going into game 4 here, and it's very confusing, the strategy that Onic employed. You're seeing hints and notes of their victories from the previous games in the series, but they introduced a wild card. They brought in Jungle Lunox. And again, there has to be some deep cuts here because this was previously debuted in the world stage as well, M3 by Toda.
Yes, I'm pretty sure this is not a trivia, but I really don't mind if Coach Aldo just lied and be like, yeah, we just wanted to tribute this pick to Toda, because again, it works because in theory, the Valley has been fighting, they've just been pushing through. So as long as you have the carry as well as the Lunox to kind of make sure, no matter how tanky you are, you'll fall down, and then everyone else just give the peel, give the crowd control. It makes this draw very scary.
Yep, from a meta perspective, again, just looking at what has been going down in the knockout stage of M4 so far, maybe even the group stage, the Valley had an awesome draft, right? The Cho has been a thorn in their side in this best of 5. They pick it up, they get the 1-1, which rarely shows its face here on the world stage, and they have the glue, they have the Valentina. But with what Onic has employed here, again, it's so clear. It's a focused draft. It's anti-tank.
I mean, anti the whole draft. I feel like everything that Onic had there just neutralizes the Valley. I was telling you guys, we saw it at the very end. Basic couldn't get the crossbow tank. When he finally does, and if he really is going to wait that long, by then the Valley's dead. Not only that, Kyrie focuses up into that top lane. Everything about his pick also focuses on the chicken, and then also the Ghostbusters. I mean, so much of their draft was just demolished by what Onic brought there.
The way that I see it is not countering the draft, it's countering the team. But we gotta look at the MVP. It's Sans 2, 0, and 11. He is the one that made sure Onic can go forward without fear. And the Ghostbusters really put glue in its place.
Something to add about how Sans on the Fire Mist has been game after game just the bane of the Valley's existence. Again, they're a battering ram team, right? Like, they like to go together forward with brute force. The Ghostbusters, yes, in addition to the Shadow Stampede that allows Onic to catch off guard the rest of the Valley and put them in weird positions and compromise the whole strategy and just make Onic's execution all the more clean. I just did not remember Sans staying so much in mid. Oh, that's why, because it's the first 5 minutes.
I mean, not only that, because Kyrie was going up to the XP lane for him. Kyrie was rotating around, and the rest of the team was controlling those side lanes. Sans, all he had to do was just hang out the first 5 minutes. I'm going to clear waves, I'm going to farm up, and then later on, when we actually get to these big team fights, that's when I am introduced.
I guess when Kyrie uses the Lunox, it triggers memory of a previous life. As a mid laner, is like, I should be roaming around, I should get those kills. But yeah, Sans here, again, in the first 5 minutes, he just makes sure is that the Valley doesn't move a lot. We're going to look at the highlights where, again, Onic in this game, as we said before, the more games they play, the stronger they are. And it kind of feels like they completely understand how the Valley moves, so they know how to charge in.
Yep, something else to mention about San's specific build of Paramis, right? The reason why he stayed and tried to farm and be as reliable as a mid laner is because he's rocking Magic Worship. So it's a magic-based Faramis. He really is putting down the AoE, putting down what essentially Kyrie will clean up, Boots will clean up in these huge team fights.
Another person to highlight here, Keyboy, landing, 3 or 4 of those Numenon blasts in the middle to early phases of that game. Every time the Valley wanted to advance in a fight, they were stopped in their tracks. This is that final moment where Basic, he pulls all the cards. He tries to use the crossbow Tang, and is just denied.
It is an amazing series. The Valley staying on the ground while Onic Esport soars high in the sky. And apparently over here we can see attack from the sky. It's actually very, very dangerous. With that being said, right now, Onic Esport, as we saw earlier, they have marched towards the host, towards Mara and Clara. I have no idea how you guys can conduct an interview above the clouds, but good luck to you guys. What are they seeing?
In the front! Lower bracket berhasil disapu dengan 3-1 oleh Onic Esports. What time is it, Mara? It's Onic time!
Okay, I really have to point out how great this guy is beside me, but we were surprised because we all know that you're really great using your assassin. But earlier, we saw you use Lunox Jungle. That was such a surprise. Where did that come from? Why did you pull that out today?
Saw it from I saw it from Aura High, and so I tried it in wrong game, and I think it was good. Then I asked coach if I can play it in Scrim, if I can try it in Scrim. So the Lunox pick was we always we trained it. I think it's good.
Oke, jadi inisiasinya itu memang lihat dari dari tim Aura, dan setelah itu dia ngomong ke coachnya, boleh nggak sih kita coba, dan mereka udah coba, mereka udah latihan, dan ternyata it's good dan bagus banget dimainin oleh Kyrie tadi yang biasanya terkenal dengan assassinnya.
Assassin, yes, you were great earlier with Ling, but you know what? Last night, I have to talk about what you did because I kept watching it over and over and over again, that play you did with Hayabusa. I didn't get to interview you last night, so I'm gonna do it today. You are now considered an assassin god. I just have to remind everyone that he is 17 years old. Back in the Philippines, we call him the future. And now he is proving why. Now you're getting a lot of recognition, especially here in Indonesia. And we all know, back in the article that was written about you, it was credited to your dad being a player in esports. He wanted to turn pro, and now you're living his dream at a young age of 5, when you didn't have Wi-Fi at home. Your father would take you to the shop with Wi-Fi so he could play with you. Sometimes your mom have to fetch you guys to go home because you played too long. And I know when you have a big game, you don't talk to your dad to concentrate. And now I know he's in the Philippines. He's watching you right now. You're living his dream. For sure, he's so proud. What do you have to say to your parents who supported you since you were young?
Thank you to my parents for supporting me in my dream. Ever since I was a kid, I always tell my mother that I can earn money in gaming. So yeah, thank you for believing in me, especially my dad, because he was a big inspiration for me to play video games.
Wow, ini menarik banget informasi dari kecil. Jadi Kyrie itu udah disupport sama papanya, dan dia berterima kasih tentunya buat papanya, buat mamanya, parents, karena udah percaya dengan mimpi yang dimiliki oleh Kyrie dari kecil, dan dia akan make money, akan menghasilkan dari game yang dia suka.
Genius.
Yes, a genius from kid. Tapi yeah, maybe last question we have for all of the players here and for the coach. We have a lower bracket match and you are facing the Valley just now. It's best of 5 and do you have anything to say to the Valley? And especially maybe cewek, dari tadi kayaknya cewek dikejar-kejar terus ya cewek ya?
Ada cewek.
Apa mau Kiboy atau mau siapa boleh? Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih? Gimana tadi matchnya? Dan ada yang mau disampaikan nggak?
I think from me, Kiboy want to say something to the Valley.
Lempar-lemparan ya. Ayo, kayaknya Bude bisa baca bibirnya mereka sih.
Kiboy mau bilang, Onic time.
It's Onic time. Okay, they said it's Onic time.
And now it's time for you to go back to your hotel, rest. You deserve it. Once again, congratulations to Onic Esports. Everyone, once again, what time is it?
It's Onic time.
Congratulations. My goodness, it's such a great performance and we can't wait for their next match. It's gonna be interesting. Indonesia versus Indonesia. RRQ Hoshi versus Onic. What do you think is going to happen? Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Okay.
RRQ, Onic, what do you think?
Hard. It's in no pride. Both of them are just great in this M4. But I hope the best for both of the team because Indonesia versus Indonesia for tomorrow. But today we have Philippines and Philippines for the upper bracket match.
So let us know who you're voting for. Write it down in the comment section below, even on TikTok. Don't forget to use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBBM4, and
Dare to be great.
Not only that, we're gonna show a QR code right here. We want to know your M4 experience. Let us know your feedback. Now, coming up next, it'll be the upper bracket finals between Blacklist International versus Echo. You don't want to miss this one, so keep it here on Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Yeah.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Boots Scrap, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day But little did the Brazilians know, the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's risen the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as Onic Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Grok unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. Onic clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes, ring matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today.